think about this driving out here this morning.
Mm-hmm.
I legit don't know what day of training camp it is. We've hit that portion.
Yeah, I don't really care. Just show up, watch practice, talk about it, keep moving.
Yeah, like the day. I'm guessing
if we were getting paid to remember the day, I would have it down, dog.
I'm guessing we're in like day 14-ish, 15-ish. We're back
about another 10 to 12 days left.
Yeah, we're back in the tent. The boys will be back on the practice field. They're practicing this afternoon. They wanted to switch it to afternoons, but it looks like tomorrow is going to be early because it's supposed to get hot again. Plenty for us to discuss from Friday night's loss in New England, but we start with relatively breaking news this morning. Being out here yesterday, you and I were out here yesterday. Shout out to all the military that was here. Military Appreciation Day is always a really cool day.
Yeah.
I'm glad they take the time, and the players make an effort to go sign. And, DQ and Jaden talked about how important the military is to them. It's a great day, and it went well. But you couldn't help but notice towards the end of that practice, there were 20, 25 tryout guys.
It was 20. It was a total of 20 yesterday. At one point, when I was standing there, I saw 8 of them walk out. They were coming out. This is the time of the year where they now know who can do what they want them to do and who can't.
Well, especially after you give up a 50 spot in your preseason opener.
Yeah, because
a lot of these guys that are coming right now probably aren't going to make the 53 and probably not even the 70.
Yeah.
But the last 20 dudes that are here, somebody's going to have to play the fourth quarter against Cincinnati. Somebody's going to play most of that game against Baltimore. And I think, they weren't thrilled with what they saw in New England.
They weren't, and they shouldn't have been. But I think people have to pump the brakes a little bit on that whole deal. When you don't play your first 30 people on your team, you're going to have outputs like that. Then again, they know in practice when our ones was playing against them what happened.
Sure.
And they came out that game and they were very serious about it. Tom Brady getting his statue put up and unveiled. But there were guys in the game that seemed overwhelmed. There were guys in the game that seemed like they are not ready for this level of football. There were some guys in the game I thought played damn good. Johnny Newton, I like what Johnny did.
So to me, with that game, especially with the benefit of now, 3 days removed from it, the result is largely inconsequential.
Mm-hmm.
The biggest questions we had going into that game, how would Amos look? How would Connerly look? How would Bill look? Those answers were very good.
Yeah.
Like the stuff that really mattered is very minuscule compared to the results of the ball game. But the stuff that really mattered is what you should focus on.
That's it. But I think people have to just sometimes look in the mirror and check themselves. Everybody says preseason doesn't matter, and then when a game like that happened, then it matters to everybody. There are a lot of teams that went 0-4 in preseason, but they went on and won the Super Bowl. We were 1-3. We won the Super Bowl. I'm not saying this team will go win the Super Bowl.
I think you were 0-4.
No, we were 1-3 that year.
The preseason 91?
Yeah. It was a little 27-24 game, I think, somewhere in there. I went and looked back at it because I thought we were 0-4 as well. But the thing for me is, you have to know what you're looking for. When you told me who was released today, well, you and Dominic Hampton.
Right. So the news that came out this morning, a series of roster moves. The Commanders signed 2 corners, Asang Bassi and Antonio Hamilton, as well as a linebacker, Duke Riley. 2 players were placed on the IR. Lucas Niang, who Dan Quinn told us about yesterday, tore his ACL. Offensive lineman. Yeah. And then Kevon Seymour. I saw somebody leaving Friday night down the tunnel with what looked like a big air cast or big brace on their leg, but I was running the opposite way to go do a live hit, so I couldn't take my time to figure out who it was. I think I now know. I believe the body type looked like a DB, and now we've got a DB on the IR, so I think we know.
When I saw the guys walking, before they even came out, I was like, any roster moves we need to know about, try to stay on top of that stuff. And the exact words I got were, not now.
Yeah.
Maybe later. And you see what's happening.
And so the headline of the roster moves this morning, Fehoko, Viliami Fehoko, big boy kind of playing D-end, released. Alan George, corner, released, and the headliner is Dominique Hampton, a fifth-rounder from last year, played safety in college at University of Washington. They're trying to convert him to a linebacker, and he just got pushed around Friday night.
And that's the league is going to that where they try to find these safeties and move them to linebacker. A lot of guys have played safety in college. You go to, what's the dude from the Bears?
Urlacher. Yeah.
You know, and he became a Hall of Famer.
Right.
It can happen, but not everybody is about that life. And I'm going to be totally honest with you. I think the way that practices are this day and age, that's a hard-ass move to make. When you are a guy who's been playing safety in college, you're sitting back, then you get to the pros, and you rarely ever have to tackle and really take on people. Then you get into a game and you got to do it.
Yeah.
You find out who's a little timid. And the linebacker position is not a timid position.
No.
Hell, London is not the biggest guy in the world, but nothing timid was about him. But you saw how he played.
Sure.
You know, Ray Lewis is not the biggest guy in the world, but you see how he played. You got to have that in you. If that's not in you, you're going to have problems. And, you know, I can understand that move right there.
Yeah, I can't say I was surprised. A lot of folks are responding, you know, like I'm good for Adam Peters to cut bait on a draft pick in the second season rather than there were times at various, I mean, the Bruce era, the Ron era, if he drafted somebody, that dude was at least getting 3 years in.
Yeah,
That's
but
just how it was
I
going to go.
They can't just jump and think Adam. They got to look at the coaches. The coaches are the ones that's letting him know who don't fit the bill. You know,
with Hampton in that game, it might have just been the film.
No,
it might not have been that difficult.
But it's coaches. I'm saying
Yeah.
it's coaches to say it. You know, I think people want to give credit or blame to people so much that they skip over the people that actually look up there and make decisions.
I do think there is a larger problem, like specific to the results Friday night. Just keep this in mind, because I know we have our poll question of the day brought to you by AAA, and we're asking people, like, you know, how concerned are you from Friday night's game, right? And we're going to get to that. What I can't stress enough, specific to the game Friday night, 30 dudes didn't play.
Yeah.
Of your week one roster that is 53 players and only 47 of them active,
Yep.
30 dudes,
Yeah.
that's close to 65% of your roster.
Yeah.
And
yeah.
going one step further,
That's the majority, probably.
right? Yes.
They can pass anything they want to pass if they vote like that.
Right. We watched joint practices.
Yes.
You had two 90-man rosters in New England at practice.
Mm-hmm.
One dude was very clearly the best football player of everyone there.
Even reporters and media people in New England said that.
Sure. It was not. Jaden Daniels is the engine of this football team.
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot of parts, man.
What was the word they used?
Surgical, clinical. What? Yeah, like
he's a surgeon out there. He just gets it done, man.
And I asked him yesterday about, you know, people were asking about the red zone. He's like, man, we're not game planning, and I'm not running. Like, when you take away one of the most dynamic gifts the young man has, and I'm not pretending that not having Terry isn't a factor, because it is. Contested catches are one of the things McLaurin is fantastic at. But, like, I think we all got to take a big old deep breath about Friday night.
Yeah, like if you didn't see Wednesday or Thursday. Wednesday. You didn't see Wednesday. And you can't make your mind understand that 30 people were not even in uniform. That will probably be in uniform for you during the season playing. Then I can understand coming from the game going, oh, man, I'm so worried. But if you are any type of student of this game and you listen to people talking, and if it's somebody on the radio, somebody that's a media person that's trying to tell you how bad things need to be, then you need to just turn them off, because they don't know what the hell they're talking about either. Because if they hear and they don't understand that, then they got problems, okay? And if I don't care if you get upset that I said it, I'll say your name if I have to one day. But you have to understand what is transpiring here. That man decided, he said earlier that week, we are going to play our starters in practice. That's where they're getting their work at. Then we're going to see which young guys are ready or not ready. And a lot of young guys prove they're not ready. And now you move forward because, like you said this before, Jay, when you go into this part of training camp, you basically know who 50 guys are.
Yes.
The 53, it may be 25, 30 guys fighting for 3 spots. And then you have such a large roster when it comes to the practice squad. You can add a ton of people there, too.
It's a 70-man roster now. And with the Saturday night call-ups, it's a different ballgame.
There you go. So even that, some guys aren't ready for that. Okay?
Right.
That's what you have to understand, and that's what they're looking for. And listen, if I'm concerned about anything from that game that night, it's the penalties. Because most of them were not penalties that Dan said he could deal with. He can deal with aggression penalties.
The Revo, which was a junk penalty, he could deal with that.
He could deal with that. But the offsides and the false starts and things like that, things that are just mental errors, I'm concerned about that. And watching guys that this is tackle football, right? This is not flag. I know we've been promoting and the team commanders are big time behind flag football. But the people that they're paying to play don't play flag football, right?
It's tackle.
Well, I watch some guys that's trying to make tackles that will not go to the ground. And if you don't want to get dirty, stay your ass home. I mean, it's a lot of people would love that position and will hit people and drag them and do what you got to do. I was concerned about that. And I'm sure the dude I know that's leading that defense, he going to call out those names. Joe Witt, he believes in physical.
Right.
He believes in coming in there with intentional harm on people. He don't believe in that not playing physical, not trying to touch the ball. And I saw that too many times.
I'm with you on the physicality. New England took the fight to them. It was also they played a lot more guys than Washington did. My thing with the preseason game and the preseason score particularly is not to care about it. The results are largely inconsequential. Where I do think there's something to be learned, to your point, the penalties. The penalties, the special teams. I asked DQ yesterday about the coverage, and you could tell he's still pissed about the kickoff coverage. He's like, we pride ourselves on that. And he
you know who's on that boat with him?
Sure.
Me, Larry Izzo.
Right. So
half of the damn guys that were on there covering.
So I asked him, I was like, dude, how do you address the kickoff coverage? And he was like, yeah, we were really not pleased. That did not meet our standard. And the way you address it is you put it up on the board and you acknowledge it. And DQ has a good way of, saying one thing in the media. What do you think that film session was like with Izzo? And I bet DQ was in there for it.
It was a lot of those. You remember some of those words he used at that graduation and people were all upset? It was a lot of those words.
A lot of those words.
And I just want people to understand, and we've been trying to say this for a long time, this is grown-ass men. Okay, this radio show today may be a little close to us, Lenny. Keep the thing. I'm in a Big Tony mood today. It's a bunch of grown-ass men playing a game that you get paid millions of dollars to play.
Right.
And if they want to go out there and nobody can say something to them, they don't want to play like grown men, take your ass home. Don't play. One thing I know, yes, the game has changed some. They've changed the way you approach and all that. But still, the people that are damn good at it have to have a little screw loose. Darryl Green, great guy. He had a screw loose. Guy that small playing football that long, something is wrong with him. He got a little screw loose. But he's also able to maintain another aspect of his life when he gets there. But on the football field, you got to transform. The problem is we had just little Volkswagen Beetles out there. Nobody transformed to an Optimus Prime or somebody like that when they got on the field. They want to still be nice. Well, you know what? You could be nice sitting in the stands with the rest of us watching the game.
Right.
But when we turn on the damn TV or we go to watch a game and the coaches turn on TV and film, they want to see some maniacs out there. And if you can't get it done like that, just save a lot of people a problem, the time, and just say, hey, I'm going to back off because I can't give y'all what y'all want.
I think that's well said. For me, with Friday night's result, I don't care about the score. the specialty of the actual what needs to be addressed. The special teams and the penalties were terrible. Let's be real; they were terrible.
Yeah.
But I don't think the special teams are going to be terrible in the regular season. I don't think they're going to have 13 penalties in a game like they did, Friday night. My actual takeaway, and this is not just from the game. Mm-hmm. This is from the practices. It's from watching them out here. I've watched damn near every second of 3 weeks of camp, and you see it today. The linebacker position, Bobby and Frankie are good. Those dudes are good. But you are going into another season where those dudes are probably going to have to play 100% of the snaps again because McGee is dealing with this hammy, right? McGee's dealing with this hammy. Sounds like another week is the vibe I'm getting, right?
Well, September 7th is what we care about.
Sure, but last year he dealt with stuff. Mm-hmm. He's dealing with stuff again. He was the guy people were most excited about. I thought Medrano looked okay Friday night. Mm-hmm. First time under the lights. The speed, the physicality's there. There's some positives. They just cut this kid Hampton, and they bring in another guy. The depth at linebacker is a concern to me, and B, the depth at receiver is a concern. It's been a concern. It remains a concern.
Well, I think they understand that. I think the people out there understand it.
We saw big drops.
I watched Sam
Friday
Hartman.
night.
I know people want to knock Sam. Sam was 9 of 19. But there were 3 balls that were in both hands of receivers.
2 by Moore and a touchdown by Osborne.
I'm talking about 12 of 19 with another 65 yards if those balls are pulled in. So he wouldn't have looked that bad. So
I thought the pick was really bad. I also thought Gallup ran a bad route on that pick.
The pick,
and then he fell down.
He didn't fall; he slipped. But the thing about that ball should have never been thrown.
It was late.
It was late as hell, and you throwing it from the left hash mark all the way over to the right sideline. That cornerback had already read that thing.
That was an easy pick.
Listen. He got a straight A on that. Right. His professor was like, "Dude, you read that thing."
But let's be real too about the indignation about Hartman or even Johnson. I mean, neither of them. I thought Johnson clearly played better. Neither of them were particularly great. If we get to the regular season and Johnson or Hartman have to play, you're probably in trouble anyway. Who's got the best roster in the NFL? The Eagles? Mm-hmm. If they get to their third string quarterback, they're probably in trouble. Yeah. That's just the reality of this thing. The depth at receiver is alarming, and you've got Terry's situation, which maybe it gets resolved in the next 10 minutes. Mm-hmm. Who knows, right? Yeah. But you still like to think Terry's going to be out there. Then
Terry and Noah makes a world of difference.
Totally. I think you can count on Terry because he's been so healthy for so long and so good for so long. You just are in a contract impasse. Noah, when he's on the field, plays at such a physical level that is so impressive. But he misses time, dude. And right now, I don't even know that we know if this is something new or if this is the thing from OTAs or what it is.
Yeah.
And he got released in Houston because he misses time. They just didn't think they could count on him. He's a good player. He is a dog, fierce, physical competitor. But without him, you got Debo, who's looked really good. I thought had an excellent practice yesterday. You got Ertz. Eckler's looked good. Bill looks like he's emerging. B-Rob, they have weapons, but the depth at wide receiver, I mean, I thought Ja'Cory Brooks looked the best the other night of everybody.
Yeah, I mean, he's looked good throughout training camp.
Tay Martin is the guy they signed.
Yep. Every time I hear Tay Martin, I think about Tay that be hitting us on the thing.
Every time I say it, I think of T. Martin, the old Tennessee quarterback.
Hey, Tay, I haven't seen any. Well, I hadn't been on it lately. Did Tay go up and come out here and try to play? And not be on the stream anymore?
I don't know. But that Tay, I believe, is Tay Wilson.
Yeah, but still, he could have changed his last name. You never know.
Just to get a tryout.
Yeah, get a tryout.
Here's what I do know. Commanders made a series of roster moves this morning, okay? And that included bringing in 2 new cornerbacks, Bassey and Hamilton, as well as linebacker Duke Riley. Now, if these guys decide to put down roots in the DMV, there's only one person they should call. His name, John Leahy.
Yep, they should reach out to John just like Ashley did. Ashley had purchased her Upper Marlboro home 2 years ago, but it didn't gain any equity. For her, it had become time to sell. John Leahy and the Fine Living Group went right to work, and it certainly didn't take long. The property was under contract and within 3 days and sold for the very price that John and his team had recommended it in only 2 months. If you're looking to sell, take advantage of John Leahy and the Fine Living Group's guaranteed offer. Start by finding out what your home is worth in only 30 seconds at johnsellsdmv.com. We're talking about our good friend John Leahy and the Fine Living Group of eXp Realty. John offers you flexible fees customized to your needs, and he knows that life happens. So if needed, John will let you out of your contract at any time.
And let's be real, moving is stressful. All of the things involved, packing up your house, dealing with the cable company, all of that stuff is stressful. What John Leahy and the Fine Living Group could do is reduce the stress. They know the right mortgage people. They know the right moving company. Shout out to Metropolitan Moving. Whatever it is, they can take care of you. Sometimes you got to move because you're getting divorced or you lost a job or maybe you got a promotion or you want to be closer to your grandkids. Whatever it is, John Leahy and the Fine Living Group can take care of it. One of the best assets, they have a deep bench of buyers in waiting. More than 10,000 buyers ready to rock. That's why I would call John, and you should too. 301-900-3052. Go online to johnsellsdmv.com, or what's even easier, just Google John Leahy Group and start packing.
All right, training camp rolls on, and Terry McLaurin is still holding in after requesting a trade last week. In baseball, the Nationals are coming off of their first series win since late July. Yesterday, they blanked the Giants 8-0. It's the first time they've shut out a team since April 21st. Mackenzie Gore was spectacular in a bounce-back outing. 6 scoreless, first time he's done that in a month. Struck out 10 as well. They're in Kansas City tonight, continuing their road trip, a 7:40 Eastern. First pitch right here on the Fan. On the West Coast, Cal Raleigh hit a league-leading 45th homer yesterday in the Mariners' win. Struggled after the All-Star break, but is now homered in 3 straight games. In the WNBA, the Mystics rallied from down 14 yesterday against Paige Beckers and the Dallas Wings to win 91-78. Kiki Iriafen led the team with the career-high 23 points. And on the PGA Tour, Justin Rose won the FedEx St. Jude Championship. The tour comes local for next week's playoff event in Owings Mills, Maryland at Caves Valley Golf Club. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Kevin DiDomenico on the Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 1067, the Fan. We're live, Ashburn, VA, baby. Training camp. We got power on. We're ready to rock, man. B, we talked about, we're going to open these phone lines up in a little bit, right? I want to let people weigh in. Before we do that, though, I want everybody to go vote in our Twitter poll, the B. Mitch and Finley AAA poll of the day. Level up with the new AAA Commanders MVP membership. Get all the benefits of AAA plus exclusive experiences, discounts, and tickets. Already a AAA member? Upgrade for free at AAA.com/commanders. Who are we? The Commandos. The poll is pretty fair, I think. So the B. Mitch Finley AAA Club Alliance poll question of the day: how worried are you after the Commanders' first preseason game? Now it was an ugly loss, 48-18. You got 3 options: I am worried, some concerns, or not worried. Go vote. We're going to check out all the results. The replies on this are pretty. Seems like people have a good head on their shoulders. My concerns, I would say I have some concerns, but my concerns aren't specifically from the preseason game. It's just the total body of work at this point. Mm-hmm. I think you need Terry McLaurin back. Now, that doesn't have to happen until, frankly, I'd like to see that happen, I don't know, today, tomorrow?
Yesterday?
Yeah, yesterday. I think, remember the Soto trade? I can't remember who said this. Maybe it was Zuckerman. The best time to trade Juan Soto is never. The next best time is yesterday. Uh-huh. Like, you'd like Terry McLaurin to have a contract holdout never, but if not, you'd like it over yesterday.
Yeah, totally, 100%.
They need Terry in, period. That is more of a ceiling play to me. Without Terry, it limits the ceiling of what this offense can be.
Yeah.
Depth question.
It puts more pressure on 5, and you don't want him to have to do too much more.
Right.
Yeah.
Now, my depth questions, one position, you get Terry back, and then you get Noah back, ideally. I think my wide receiver depth questions are significantly less.
Yeah. The depth questions go away when you have the main guys in play.
Right.
When you have a guy who's supposed to be 15 to 20 play, even if that, per game guy, and now that guy has to play 40, 50 plays, that's a problem. Because the limitations that he has are now multiplied.
Totally.
You know, and then you begin to see that. So if a guy is playing in a position, like there are guys in this league that are backups and second and third, they are outstanding at that. But when you make them become the main guy, they're not outstanding doing that.
Totally. And I think if you remember when they got Noah Brown last year was after roster cuts. He was a surprise cut. They added him before week 1. I think they'll very much be looking to add some, I think they will be looking at that position across the league.
Yeah.
Maybe you get more out of Luke McCaffrey. Friday night, he was dealing with a sickness. I saw him pregame, and he looked rough, but he was back out here yesterday. I think that was a one-off thing, right? You still like to see more out of Luke, period. I think there's some excitement with Ja'Cory Brooks. Even Tay Martin, I thought looked pretty good the other day. I don't know where more.
Jacoby and Tay, they've looked good.
Yeah.
They've been inconsistent, but hell, what do you expect? One guy is undrafted, I think. Other guy was 6 years, something like that now.
Yeah,
bounce around a little bit.
Yeah.
You're not going to get great consistency, but if they can come in and fill in odd times, they could be great. They could be great for your team.
Right. And I don't the reality is that's not who you're counting on. You know what I'm saying? The receiver depth is a real issue, but it's not as soon as you get Terry done. The receiver conversation changes immediately, and it's looked kind of rough at times, and we all understand that, but that could change with the stroke of a pen. Mm-hmm. The linebacker depth is a tricky one because Bobby and Frankie are great players.
Yep.
They're great players. But damn, you're asking a lot of them.
Uh-huh.
And remember the talk we heard of, we're going to run more 4-3? I'm not sure you are. Maybe they got so much bigger and better on the front that they're not as convinced they need to. I do have real depth questions. I thought Trey Amos was really good in that Pats practice, the Pats game. I thought Noah I played well. I liked the defensive backfield. I don't know. We talked to Marshawn Lattimore yesterday. And I asked him, Burrow and Chase and Higgins are probably going to play Monday night. He's like, man, in a real game, I'd be real fired up. But it's preseason. I don't feel the need to be out there. I'm not sure. Some of these veteran guys, Lattimore, Tunsil, Eckler, I'm not sure we're going to see them in the preseason. Maybe we'll see them next Monday. I don't know. I don't have a particular feeling about that either way. Frankly, I know some want more starters to play. The dude I think is the best coach in the NFL is Sean McVay. He doesn't play anybody the whole time. Mm-hmm. And then you've got Andy Reid, who's going to the Hall of Fame, who dudes play no matter what.
Yeah.
There's a lot of ways to skin that cat. And
a lot of ways to skin it. And Sean may be a great coach, but I'll lean towards Andy.
Sure.
Because, when he had a more veteran-led team, and he had that on both sides of the ball. Ever since they lost their defensive end, their defense don't look anywhere close. And then the leadership of that team is not the same either.
They were in the divisional round last year. It took the Eagles to the wire. They gave the Eagles the only real game they had in the playoffs.
I got you, but the thing of it is it's not what it was when he first stepped in. A lot of his stuff has been figured out now, and I still say it, and I'm gonna keep saying it. You gotta practice football to play football, and that stuff comes down and haunts you in little spots throughout the season when you don't practice football, and you just think that people could just flip the switch. That is not necessarily true.
Sure. I don't know that they're gonna play, but I think
they should play some.
Of my areas of concern are not directly driven by Friday night's result. Friday night's result is largely inconsequential. It was consequential for Dom Hampton, but in general, it's the body of work throughout the first 2 weeks and the next 2 weeks that's going to matter most. And I think folks, I don't know. I think Friday night people were very upset. I imagine by now folks have kind of chilled out a little bit. Mm-hmm. Nikki Javala is going to join us at 11. We're going to open the phone lines for a while after that. Dan Quinn's going to talk at 1:30. I can't get past, this team has a top, whatever you want to say, top 5, top 10 quarterback. He didn't play the other night. The backup didn't even play. Let's all relax. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Yeah. I think most people understand that, but bad taste in your mouth is bad taste in your mouth.
Sure.
I forgot who I talked to yesterday, and I asked him a question. They say, just trying to get that bad taste out of our mouth, dog.
I talked to one veteran that didn't play Friday night, leaving, and he was like, "Man, you got to take something from it. Like that means something, but you don't want to take too much from it.
Yeah.
You don't want to let it distract you from what should be positive momentum this time of year. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Just a ugly loss that means nothing." Nikki Javala joins us at 11. Nobody go anywhere. No one can change your unhappiness. That was not the right words. I saw a tweet over the weekend. This is Hold On by Wilson Phillips, I believe. That somebody believes this is the most played song in grocery stores in America in history. What do you think, B? Oh, someday somebody's going to make you want to turn around and say goodbye.
I never heard it in the grocery store.
Hold you down and make you cry. I did want to make a point. So Nikki's joining us in 10 minutes, and then we're going to open the phone lines up for a while. Saturday, so B and I both were on early flights out of New England Saturday morning. We landed at Dulles. We drove straight to Upper Marlboro for the dad games. I had a blast at the dad games, B.
I did, too.
We got to tell this one story.
My man that dove.
Yo, so I don't know what is crazier.
We should go get him. He can play linebacker.
Yo, that dude will give you everything he's got.
Yes.
So they did this grocery bag challenge, right? It was 15 grocery bags and a case of water.
Yeah.
And you had to carry it from the trunk into the building.
Yeah.
Now, most of the people, James was the yellow team dude. Rodney was the blue team dude. I'm blanking on my man's name that dove, but he was the orange team. So James and orange team had the strategy of taking a bunch and running back and forth.
Yep.
Rodney's built like a D tackle. Rodney's a big fella. And Rodney
I'm doing this stuff one time.
He took his time, and I was worried that he was going to lose. He got all 15 grocery bags on his arm and then just carried the case of water like he was carrying a pencil and just walked into the building.
Yeah.
But the crazy dude on the orange team dove on concrete, skinned up his knee. It was unbelievable.
Yeah.
I don't know what was crazier, that Rodney was able to carry everything in one trip or that the other dude dove.
Well, you know, the putting it on your arm, that's a tried and true method. But diving on asphalt, that's the craziest thing I've ever seen in my life.
The dad games were awesome. I hope people enjoyed it.
Yeah, it was fun.
From the dad games, we went over to Cannon Club. Shout out to Mike Thomas and Tom Weingartner. Just a perfect afternoon over there. It was a lot of fun. That was my first time playing that place, like 1 to 18, just playing around in golf, and we had a blast, dude.
Oh yeah, that was fun.
All right, so I want
crabs were good too.
Crabs were good.
Crabs were good.
Thank you, Mike. And thank you to Bees and Pete as always.
Yeah.
I want to check in on the poll. I want to check in on the pulse of the aquarium. Landfill just sent me a video of Jeff getting some really good sex aerobics in. He's really trying to, just work through it right now. Jeff, I'll ask you the poll question. B. Mitchell Finley, AAA Club Alliance poll question of the day. How worried are you after the Commanders' first preseason game, Jeffrey?
Oh, man, JP, I'm freaking out. It's like, nah, I'm not worried at all, man. I'm not worried. It's the first preseason game. Guys trying to make a roster. Okay, cool. We're seeing what works, what doesn't work. I'm not mad at all.
What's your concern level in general? Like, remove the specificity of the first preseason result where they got drubbed, but 30 dudes didn't play. Where are you in general with how you feel about this team on August 11th?
How would I say? I'm neutral. I'm not overly excited. I'm not underwhelmed. It's the first preseason game. Now, if this was the last preseason game and our starters was playing the first half and they was just moving the ball up and down the field and just scoring on us, there'll be a level of concern, but I'm not concerned right now.
I think it's hard to be concerned when you have Jaden Daniels. You know what I'm saying?
For sure.
I don't think even Jaden pops into this, Jay. I just think people understand what transpired the other day. The concern is penalties. That's a concern. But when you don't play your starters at all, basically, yet 30 guys didn't play. So you're talking about 2 sets of starters plus 8. You didn't play some backups, too, that you know can play. And when the other team is playing their guys and they're putting up points like that, then all of a sudden when you take out your backups and you put your third and fourth guys that you don't think will make the team anyway, and then they put their backups in, they still playing against lesser talent. You see that.
For sure.
You know?
Landini, how about you, buddy? Did you watch? Did you take a nap and then watch the game?
I did, yeah.
Did you get popcorn delivered?
No.
Oh, man. Bummer. What'd you think of the ball game?
I mean, obviously they got their asses kicked, which it's preseason, so I'm not that upset about it, but they did really kind of get wrecked in that game. So I think that is a little bit concerning.
So if you had to vote in our poll question, are you some concerns?
Yes.
What are the current results? So I think if you want to be concerned, that's reasonable, but I don't think you should only drive your – I guess not everybody gets to watch practice every day. But, like, you shouldn't let the preseason game be your only indicator. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. So I just voted in the polls. That's the only way I can see the results. In the poll, 6% of people are worried, B.
Well, I'm happy to see that the other people are beyond just losing their mind off everything.
36% are some concerns. I think some concerns
is valid.
And then 58% not worried.
Smart people.
So, I mean, even if you know how they try to, like, manipulate polls all the time? Even if you combine I am worried with some concerns, that would still only be 40% of the people. It's basically 60-40 not worried. And some really smart comments here. Nelford said, not worried, just annoyed that they looked that bad after just practicing against them. Robert Luke said, got to remember, if any of those guys have to play significant roles during the season is lost at that point anyway.
That's the smartest thing I heard.
Even the penalties don't bother me that much. Third stringers are prone to draw penalties and ultimately just a verifiable reason for where they're at. I mean, penalties are part of preseason. I legitimately think they should have, at least in the fourth quarter, a running clock. Nah. Man.
They already don't let you go into overtime, which I'm thankful for. But I don't think a running clock is necessary. But listen, like we say, there are people that it means the world to that have to play this and try to figure it out. And I said before the game, Chick was like, what is my thought for the game? I said, this may be the end for some people. Because now you're at the point where coach is not standing next to you telling you what to do before you go into the huddle to get a play. Now when the quarterback called a play, you should be at the point where everything clicks. If it doesn't and you're out there thinking, you play slow or you make a mistake because you're trying to think about what the play was and the ball, and then you jump. Or you're late off the ball. You know what I'm saying? Those things, this is when you know who's ready, who's not. And I think they basically left that game, as much as they're upset about all the penalties and things going on and the way that they perform, they're also probably thankful that a lot of guys showed them that they can't do this.
You know what you want most in the talent evaluation business? Clarity.
There you go.
And clarity doesn't always mean, oh, that guy can go.
Sometimes we said clarity, not Clary.
Yeah.
Not Ryan.
For sure.
Yeah.
All right. When we return, Nikki Javala from the Washington Post, then we're opening these phone lines up. I know you got opinions. You get to share them at 11:30.
And presented by PVI Office Furniture. Fast, excellent, affordable. Business grows with PVI. It's Micah Parsons and the Cowboys and Terry McLaurin of the Commanders that remain in a stalemate with their organizations pending a new contract. Both players have requested a trade. And breaking news out of the UFC, the pay-per-view days are over. UFC struck a deal with Paramount and will end their relationship with ESPN at the end of 2025. The deal with CBS and Paramount spans 7 years and is valued at $1.1 billion annually. The Nationals win a series out west, the first time they've done that since late July. Yesterday, they blanked the Giants 8-0, 17 hits for the Nats. First time they've shut out a team since April 21st. Mackenzie Gore, big bounce-back game, 6 scoreless. First time he's done that in a month. And struck out 10. The Nationals are in Kansas City tonight, 7:40 Eastern first pitch right here on the Fan. In the WNBA, the Mystics rallied from down 14 yesterday against Paige Beckers and the Dallas Wings to win 91-78. Kiki Iriafen led the way with a career-high 23 points in the win. On the PGA Tour, Justin Rose won the FedEx St. Jude Championship in a playoff with J.J. Spawn. Are you looking to upgrade your office game? At PVI, we'll come to you and design the perfect office space for your team. No hassle, no stress, just a game-changing upgrade. Hit a grand slam with PVI Office Furniture when you call today to score 15% off your purchase. Get your office in championship shape at PVI, PVI.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Kevin DiDomenico on The Fan.
Twist it around your head like a helicopter. Us. All right, when you hear Petey Pop, means it's time to talk to our friend Nikki Javala from The Athletic. What's up, Nick? How are you?
I'm good. How are you guys?
Fantastic.
We're good. Where are you? How do you feel about this football team in relation to Friday night's preseason loss?
I don't want to read too much into a preseason game. I just feel like those are they're sort of outliers. I mean, I remember when, like, Rivera's teams would go undefeated in the preseason and then look like garbage in the regular season. And there seemed to be, like, no correlation, really, especially with all the starters out there. But 13 penalties, whether you're starters or backups, is not great. Not great. And it's not a great reflection of the depth on the team, in my opinion. If they can't rely on this group of players to really step up when needed or to play to the same standard that the starters are held to, then that's a problem. Now, I still think there's plenty of time before the season, but they have to clean some stuff up, no doubt.
Yeah.
I think they also have to find some players. They're lacking in depth at numerous positions.
Yeah, I kind of agree with you on that, Nikki. That the penalties were the things that I only took away from it because penalties and tackling. I saw some defensive backs that act like they were allergic to the grass because they didn't want to hit the ground. I take people back. Let's flip it over. Remember Osaka?
Yeah.
Remember how many points Spurrier scored then? What happened once the season started? They couldn't get points.
Right.
You know what I mean? So I think I would rather look bad and become good than look great and be awful.
You know,
Right.
What's interesting is we actually talked about that Friday night on the podcast, but I equated it a little bit. You know, in college basketball or the NBA, when one basketball team's just getting their ass kicked and the coach will just do something stupid on purpose to get a technical to kind of like reset how the team is playing. Like, there's a small part of me that thinks DQ isn't that upset how bad it looked Friday night. Because it's like, all right, this is what you're doing. Like, this, we got film now.
Well, I got film, and I can also change practice on you a little bit.
Right.
I can make it a little bit more aggressive now because look what you did.
Right.
I was easy on y'all.
What you mentioned, and B and I talked about some of our positions of concern with depth. I think the receiver position is pretty obvious, but it's also hard to quantify that because if Terry can get a deal done, if Noah Brown's back on the field, that could look a lot better. Beyond receiver, where are you worried about the depth?
At this point, I think corner, offensive line. I mean, I'm still always going to worry about tight end because, one injury to Zach Ertz, how much confidence do you have in Ben Sinnott to really be the primary pass catcher? Colson Yankoff was primary special teamer of that group, and he did not look great on that 100-yard touchdown return. So, I feel like all these groups are, one injury to take out the starter, and, what are you left with? That was one of the biggest takeaways for me in Friday's game is, I feel like there's a sharp drop-off from 1s to 2s and 3s. And maybe it could be just one bad game, but, we'll see how they look in the next one. But definitely, I think corner, Kevon Seymour was also placed on IR today, and, it's just he didn't have a ton of time out there last year, but, you hope, God forbid anything happens to Trey Amos and Marshawn Lattimore, that they have the depth there. Fully believe in Mikey Sanders still, but do they have the pieces they need there? Linebacker, definitely worried.
Yeah, linebacker.
You got two studs in
yeah.
Bobby Wagner and Frankie Louvu and Vaughn playing outside, but, who are those guys that are coming in after them? There's, they just worked out a whole crop of linebackers and signed one of them, Duke Riley, but, it seems like that group is still in flux, and that's an important position, as Washington knows well over the years.
For sure. I think it's interesting because last year they had this veteran-laden team, and by and large everybody stayed healthy. And you got just tremendous seasons out of, like, Wagner and Ertz particularly. There's nothing to say that can't happen again, right? Like the way those guys work, the way they take care of their body, the way the organization takes care of them as vets, there's a structure in place for that to continue, but you are really thin after some of these veterans. I personally am perhaps more bullish on the tight end position. I think Bates is a dog and helps you. Mm-hmm. I'm kind of – Cager made that catch the other – like, I'm intrigued down the roster at tight end. Linebacker, I think, is a real concern. I like the DBs. I feel pretty good about their defensive backfield, especially with Lattimore. He's looked good running around. Now, granted, he's not – I kind of get the vibe he's not going to play in any preseason, but we'll see. I like the O-line depth. Obviously, that took – further down a hit in losing Niang, but I like what they've done there. Receiver, linebacker, and then I don't know what to make of the D-line the other night because they made a real focused effort to overhaul that D-line.
Uh-huh.
Mm-hmm.
The other night they were bad. They got blown off the ball in the run game.
Who all didn't play?
That's what I'm saying. Like, how much
Kinlaw didn't play.
Mm-hmm. All the guys they brought in to beef up the line didn't play.
Right.
Yeah. So
right.
it's like
I guess Goldman played, right?
Yeah, Goldman did play some. Yeah. I liked what Johnny Newton was doing.
Yeah. But
Johnny looked good.
It was
only 15 snaps,
good.
but he looked good in those snaps.
Yeah.
But that's what you want him to do. Hey, Johnny, you're a second-round pick from last year. We're not looking for a lot out of you, but flash while you're out there.
Yeah, and he did.
Yeah.
And he did against their starters.
Right, right. What if you look at DQ's teams in Dallas, they struggled against the run. Last year, they obviously struggled against the run. They clearly tried to overhaul this thing to be better against the run. Where do you think the D-line is in the run game, Nikki?
I actually think it's better. I thought they looked pretty good in the joint practice. And that's what I'm going on with the starters. I thought, most of the times they were gashed, it was in the passing game. And, anything in the joint practice has to be taken with a grain of salt because you don't know what's planned or, what both coaches are trying to get out of it. But I thought they looked pretty good, to be honest. But I would really like to see how they look in a game. Well, and the starters will play against Cincinnati. But I think they looked okay. It's just so hard to tell at this point in training camp.
Yeah.
You just don't want guys freelancing like they've had in the past. and just, maintaining their assignments. But I think they've been okay. I hope I don't eat my words later on.
Yeah, I just think like this approach of not playing 30 people has caused more questions to be asked than it did.
Well, when they play well, they're praised for the approach. When they don't play well, it raises questions, like anything, right?
Yeah,
like
totally.
It's not like the starters played a ton last preseason. They just had the quarterback competition, so we saw Jaden a little bit more. But it's not like they play a ton at all in the preseason. And the one I'm worried about the most now is Terry. If, assuming they get a deal done eventually, he has zero ramp up. And for a receiver at his age, that would be concerning.
Where do you think we are on the Terry McLaurin question? We right now are on the Rude Guest Hotline. Rude makes the best HVAC equipment in the DMV. We're talking with our friend Nikki Javala from The Athletic. You can follow Nikki at Nikki Javala, Jhabvala. What's the latest with Terry?
Latest is they're still, fairly far apart. I've been told there hasn't been any significant changes in the negotiations, so he still hasn't been out there, and I think the longer that drags on, the more it's problematic. Just because they're running up against a time constraint. I don't feel like they have all the time in the world. They have a month, less than a month before the season starts, but
yep.
You don't want to start the season cold. That's not good for any position, especially I would think, a receiver who has to cut, and that raises the injury risk. I mean, to me, you look back to 2020 and how many soft tissue injuries there were in the first 4 games of the season because they didn't have that preseason ramp up. I think that's important, even if they don't play a ton of snaps, getting on the field in training camp. And, luckily Terry is familiar with the system, the quarterback, and everything else. And there's no question that he puts in work on his own, but it's just different when you're in a game. You can't replicate it. So
Totally.
That's the part I would worry about.
I wonder if they get any work, like when the cameras aren't there, behind the scenes.
That's been your theory about the
early
bubble
in
early,
that
right?
bubble. Yeah. I'm just wondering. Listen, I'm wondering.
Yeah.
Would Nikki, you would know this. Would there be any, would that violate anything because he's on PUP list? Or, if they're just in there throwing it around, they're teammates. He's under contract. There's no real funny business there, right?
I don't think he's allowed to participate in the on-field work while he's on PUP. He can do meetings. He can observe practices. I don't think he's allowed to do on-field work. And I'd have to go back and look at the language. It may just be with coaches on the field or live team stuff, but I don't think he's allowed to do anything with the team on the field.
Yeah.
So there's not live team stuff.
Right. If it's just 2 dudes out in the bubble.
Toss it.
Oh, we were playing
Yeah,
basketball and then we threw football a little bit.
Yeah.
Right.
Nothing stopping him from going to a nearby field and tossing the ball with Jaden,
So,
yeah.
To your earlier point, B and I, when we went to Eastern Motors and all hell broke loose, was one thing. And then when he was holding out the first couple of days was one thing. Then he shows up, hold in is one thing. The clock is starting to tick now. It's August 11th. We're inside of a month from the first game. You'd love some actual football for Terry, whether that was this coming Monday, a week from today against the Bengals, or even just that joint practice against the Ravens.
Yeah.
When do you think – because clearly where we're at now is one or the other side has to move, and I kind of get the feeling it's not going to be the organization. When do you think is the oh bleep moment?
I think once you come up to getting fined, once a regular season starts and you miss games, you don't want to miss games. Those are significant fines.
Sure.
And I think, after the 3rd preseason game, really, I think that 2-week period, which is still not a lot of time, you want to be on the field. So I think as the Ravens game, the final preseason game, inches closer, to me, that's sort of the cutoff because the starters by then are already in week 1 mode. They're not going to play in that 3rd preseason game. So right around there is a oh crap moment for me.
But don't this is my concern. As a team, if you get so built in and then you don't realize Terry not being here hurts Jaden.
Right.
When do you get concerned about that aspect? Because you don't want him to have any stunted growth. You want him to keep moving forward.
Right. Oh, I'm concerned about that now. I mean, I'm concerned about that now mainly because they don't have enough receivers, period. I mean, Noah Brown's still not on the field. He also doesn't have his backup quarterback, which I think has gotten lost in all of this, that Marcus Mariota has not been on the field for almost all of training camp. He had, one practice day and a few reps, I think, the next day, but he's been dealing with a lower leg injury, according to Quinn, and hasn't really been on the field. And that to me is a concern. We'll see if he's out there today.
I saw him out there yesterday throwing with his sweatsuit on.
That's
with one of
that's
the,
a
I
good
guess it
sign,
was a
I
trainer or somebody.
Okay.
Huh?
I'm assuming that's a good sign if he's out there and at least observing.
While they were doing drills, he was like in the back, and he started throwing like 5-yarders. He backed up all the way to about 45, and he was throwing the 45-yarders on the rope.
Yeah. But you like
that is a
It is a
big
concern.
part of why I'm particularly not concerned from New England is it wasn't even Mariota going.
But on the flip side, the fact that Mariota wasn't out there, I would feel better once I see him out there. We saw what the threes looked like.
Right. It is bizarre.
I'll just leave it at that.
So Friday night after the game, DQ says he's going to give us injury updates yesterday. Yesterday he says he's going to give us injury updates tomorrow. It would be helpful for me, McGee, Mariota, Noah Brown. Just where are we? What's their concern level? You know what I mean?
Right.
Because they see the same stuff we do. And I recognize they know that 30 guys sat for that preseason game. But they also saw Chris Moore drop 2 catches and KJ Osborne drop a touchdown. I mean, clearly they saw Dom Hampton get bowled over in the run game.
Right. And yet they didn't try out any receivers. They worked out 14 guys and no receivers. So I think that might tell us something, but, it's hard to reconcile it to me, just because they don't have their 1 on the field. They don't have their 2 on the field. The 2 has a significant injury history. And then Debo, who hasn't been a traditional 1 or 2 for much of his career. And then the group behind them, nobody has really separated themselves from the pack. And there's nobody so far that has appeared reliable enough to take on a larger role. Mm-hmm. And that's where I feel like, Olamide Zaccheaus and De'Ami Brown, they were at least reliable to step in when you need it. And they don't have that now. And that to me is a big missing piece.
Hell, Crowder might still be available. Do we know? Did Crowder sign anywhere?
I don't think so.
I almost, Nikki, and I'm curious if you feel the same way, expect them to – I think Crowder right now is a free agent. I expect a receiver to get signed after roster cuts, similar to Noah Brown last year.
Yeah, I was going to say, a waiver claim just like Noah Brown. I could see it totally. I think they'd be wise to. But,
Very wise.
Yeah.
Now, the other part of, tryouts at this point on August 11th, there's 32 NFL teams. Right now, everybody's got a 90-man roster. I'm no math guy, but 30 times 90, that's 1,300 football players or something.
That's a lot of.
The dudes you're bringing in right now on August 11th that are available for a tryout are probably not making your 53 week 1.
Yeah, they're just bottom of the roster shuffling at this point. Yeah.
But that doesn't mean you don't want to pay attention to the bottom of the roster, because I think it was one game, it was a unique situation, but the bottom of the roster wasn't as good as New England's bottom of the roster, even when they eventually got matched up. Damn, my math was off, huh?
Bruh. I was listening, I was like, 9 and 3 does not equal 13.
9 and 3.
9 and 3 is not close. When you multiply it, damn sure not 13.
I think I just added it.
And
9 plus 3 is 12, and I rounded up. Go ahead, Nick.
Well, the worst of too is they sort of bank these for the season, so they know this group of guys now going into the season. I mean, going back to the kicker situation over the last couple of years. I mean, they would bring in so many guys for kicker workups, and then they ended up signing one of the guys they worked out previously.
Yeah.
So I think they bank these, and they keep track of, all right, who's available, who do we like after seeing them on the field. So it's not just, bring in guys
sure.
and send them off when we don't sign them,
I guess we'll see you in 2 hours? 90 minutes?
Yeah, I will be there.
All right. That's our friend, Nikki Javala.
All right, Nikki.
Thank you for the time, Nikki.
Thank you.
Of course. Thanks, guys.
See ya. Nikki Javala, read her work in The Athletic. All right, it's that time. When we come back, we're going to open these phone lines up. 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. Your thoughts. Friday night, the Commanders got smoked in a preseason game in New England. Are you worried? Are you concerned? Or not too much because it's just preseason? Let's do this. Phone lines are open. 800-636-1067.
And the news out of the UFC, the pay-per-view days are over. The UFC struck a deal with Paramount and will end their relationship with ESPN at the end of 2025. The deal with CBS and Paramount spans 7 years and is valued at $1.1 billion annually. The Nats are coming off their first series win since late July, taking care of the Giants out west, yesterday blanking them 8-0, the first time they've shut a team out since April 21st. Mackenzie Gore was great, 6 scoreless, first time he's done that in a month, had 10 strikeouts as well. They're in Kansas City tonight, continuing their road trip, 7:40 Eastern first pitch on the Fan, where Cade Cavalli gets his second start back from injury versus the Royals. In the WNBA, the Mystics rallied from down 14 yesterday against Paige Beckers and the Dallas Wings to win 91-78. Kiki Iriafen led the team with a career-high 23 points. And on the PGA Tour yesterday, Justin Rose won the FedEx St. Jude Championship. The tour comes local for the next playoff event in Owings Mills, Maryland at Caves Valley Golf Club. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Kevin DiDomenico on The Fan.
About a thing.
'Cause every little thing
Gonna be all right.
say don't worry
I had Alexa fire this song up
about
about 7:30 this morning. I was making breakfast for the girls. That's how we operate in the Finley house. I think some people are worried. I think most people are keeping a level head. It was a preseason game. It was an ass-kicking, but it was a preseason game. I want to open the phones. 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. How you feeling about the preseason opener, where the Commanders are at? Steve leads us off. Steve is in Silver Spring.
What up,
What's up,
Steve?
Steve?
Hey, B. Mitch, it was an good morning, JP. And
Good
also,
morning.
B, that was an excellent call when you called the game the other day. I was great listening to you.
Appreciate you, brother.
I kind of agree with Brian on that. They just lack energy, regardless of who's playing. If those guys want to beat the team, then that's what they need to least bring. If they don't have the skill set, they lack energy on both sides, on all three facets of the game. That's what I didn't see. No energy whatsoever. It's one thing to be prepared or not be prepared, but at least bring something. New England just brought energy, like everybody out there is trying to make the team. It wasn't about their head coach trying to make a statement. This is his first year, and he wanted to see what he got. And at the same time, I was like, I was just shocked that there was just absolutely no energy. All right, thanks, guys.
Thanks, man. So I don't know if you'll agree with me on this, B, but I think it was a pretty telling – having that Tom Brady statue thing is going to create an environment where it'd be pretty hard not to respond, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I understand that. But, like, also being in that situation as a competitor, I want to be the one that make it not fun for you.
Sure.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And, like, in the game, I say, what I'm noticing right now is they're playing with way more energy and enthusiasm than Washington is. And I noticed that throughout the game. And if that helped them out with Tom's statue, okay. But who's the one that want to spoil that? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I know you said, Lattimore said, it's preseason game. I don't give a damn. I want to destroy whatever you try to have fun with. I don't want you to have fun. And I think that's where, like, I understand how preseason games were. And nobody probably plays the same level you're going to play in a regular season game. But ultimately, if I can disrupt what you have going, I want to be that guy.
Sure. 100%. Let's keep the phone lines going. 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. Dickie is in Charleston. Dickie, you worried?
You know, I wouldn't say worried. as I would say, concerned. It seems like the team last preseason was a little bit hungrier. They were a little bit more humble, and now it seems like these guys are, oh, we got Jay and we'll be fine. I still want to, like Beamish said, I still want to beat the crap out of these guys. I mean, you got some guys out there that are standing around looking with their hands in the air. I understand it's preseason, but this team, it doesn't look as hungry as they did last year, and I think that was their biggest strength.
It's a good call, man.
Good call.
And I think it's a fair point, dude. Like I'm not dismissing anything after that kind of result. Thank you for the call, Dickie. Appreciate it, man. The other thing be that I at least wanted to talk to you about. I am not surprised Dan Quinn just ruled out, hey, we're not bringing in any competition from Met Gay. But Gay missed a 48-yarder in New England. He missed some kicks in the joint practices, missed some kicks last week here in Ashburn, missed a kick yesterday, went 4 or 5 in live kicking, missed a 38-yarder. And what surprised me yesterday is we've seen enough now where his miss tends to be left. Yesterday he pulled it right. I'm sorry, he pushed it right.
Yeah.
Which kind of surprised me that it's
trying to overcompensate.
When you're playing golf, a two-way is trouble.
Yeah, it's trouble, and I think what I saw yesterday, he was overcompensating, and when you overcompensate, you normally don't do nothing but put yourself in worse trouble. And I don't understand why no one was brought in to compete with him, but I think he's very accurate at certain distances in. But when it gets outside of that, it's a little off.
Right.
I think that's one position where you got to give the guys time to get their confidence up, and we're going to see how long they stick with that. Because you saw last year when things happen, they'll move a guy out real quick.
For sure. My thought with Gay, it's the same thing as last year when they signed McManus early on. They wanted a veteran kicker they can count on that's just going to be their guy.
Yeah.
Obviously, it went sideways with McManus. But that doesn't mean it'll – like, obviously, the Gay situation is nowhere close. There's no comp for what happened with McManus.
Yeah.
I just – similar to talking with Nikki, there are, 2,700 football players out there right now?
2,700 is going to be released.
No.
When they release –
There's 90 times 32.
Well, 90 times 32 is –
So 20 times 32 are going to be released.
They're going to release about, 20 of them. So
20 times 30 is how many guys are going to get released. Mm-hmm. There's a ton of teams right now with 2 kickers. We saw the Patriots had 2 kickers on their roster. Jacksonville just kicked a 70-yarder, right? Like, the kicker situation is unique. That doesn't mean you bring somebody in right now on August 11th. Right now, the games don't matter. Nothing matters. So if you can show your guy, we believe in you. We're not bringing anybody in here.
Yeah.
Just start banging them home.
Yep.
And he gets that message and receives it, I think it's the right call.
Yeah.
Because the overwhelming odds are if you bring somebody else in right now, they're going to spray it a little bit too.
More likely.
The kicker position in Washington has been
I just think that's a position you have to be a little cautious with because I remember we released
Gano, Shreesom.
No. I'm going back.
Akers.
David Akers.
Yeah.
And David Akers became probably the best kicker in the league for a long time. And we let him go because he missed a kick in the preseason game. And then he went to Philly, and he was a thorn in our damn sides. So I'm a little hesitant to quickly be able to just say, oh, we're going to just let this guy go. Because that's a mental position right there.
Totally.
The guy's got the legs, they do it, but that's a strange bunch of dudes. Kickers and punters, they're strange. Tress, I don't know how Tress hang out with the punters. He is the most normal guy I've ever met in my life that's a punter. Everybody else, weird as hell.
Let's keep these phone lines going. Our boy Lowe.
Chip Low-Miller.
Chip Lowe-Miller, who you got to see.
Yeah,
whatever.
normal people.
All right, Landville, I'm going to do the right thing here. We're going to go to break. Everybody on hold, stay there. Phone lines are open till at least 1 o'clock. You'll hear from Dan Quinn at 1. We're going to talk. We're going to talk through this. They got thumped It doesn't matter that much, but there are areas of concern. Nobody go anywhere. Phone lines are open 800-636-1067. It's B. Mitch and Finley. B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. We're taking your calls right now. How you feeling about these Commanders blown out in the preseason game? But does preseason matter? Let's go to our boy Los in Severna Park. I saw him out here
Los yesterday.
What's up, Los?
Gentlemen, it was great to see you guys yesterday. It was such a great time. I hope to do that every single year. But
Great, man.
No, about the game, listen, I was watching it with my girlfriend and her son, and I was like, I'm only watching this because I want to see the new guys. You know, I watch preseason football not because of the results of the score. I watch it because I want to see, you know, these pups, you know, and you know, I want to see Krosky Merritt. I want to see Trey Amos. I want to see all these guys. And I was explaining to my girlfriend, I was like, this is just all about performance. This is all about trying to find depth because, like you said, 90 of these or 60 of these players are not going to make the cut. So, yeah, that's just my take on it. I'm not worried about it. I'm going to the game Monday night, and we'll see how that goes. Thank you so much, guys.
All right, brother.
Thank you, Los.
Appreciate you, Los.
Dude, I mean, Monday night will be interesting.
Monday night, I may not know what the hell happened in the game.
Because it's your birthday and you
Hell
don't have
yeah.
to work that night?
Hell yeah. I might be feeling good.
I can see that happening. I mean, you could almost – I mean, kickoff's at 8, so we got to do the show till 2. You could probably go get a round in and then roll in there for the game.
Probably will.
I mean, isn't Woodmore, like, right next to the stadium?
But I'm not going to wait that late to play. I'll play early. I'll be done. No, we're on the show, right? Damn.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You can play golf
I had
from
totally
3
forgot
to
about
7.
the show on Monday, though. I'm serious.
I am a believer. This was a long time ago, but when I used to run the digital desk at CSN, I would give everybody the day off on their birthday. That was like my one thing. When I did the schedule, you tell me when your birthday is, bang, day off. Mm-hmm. I think that should be like a national rule.
It should be. So
if you want to take Monday off, it's cool with me. I'll man it. Tobo Altizer. I like Los's call, though. I think Monday's going to be different because there's going to be a lot of starters there, at least on Cincinnati.
All right.
And that's the game. If you're going to play anybody,
you got to perform.
If you're going to play anybody, that's the game you play.
And we know that the team that they're playing has already made the acknowledgement that they are trying to do some different stuff this year because they've been starting slow.
Right.
And we saw Joe in the game last time. What was he? 9 of 10 or 12 of 14, whatever.
Yeah.
For 100 and something yards and a touchdown. So 2 touchdowns.
Yeah.
So Joe's going to be coming out there trying to carve you up.
Especially, I mean, last year was a regular season game. This is not that. But Washington winning on Monday Night Football in Cincinnati last year, Week 3, was a pretty big game changer.
It's probably the reason that we got a Monday night preseason game this year as a second preseason game.
Blame John Kime.
Yeah.
Let's keep these phone lines going. Blake is in Wilmington. What's up, Blake?
What's up? I'm going to go into it. I'm going to say not too worried. You know, I think a lot of times in the preseason, too many people hold stock in the final score itself. That doesn't really matter to me. A lot of these guys that we're playing aren't going to affect winning on the field come week 1 until Jaden and Laramie Tunsil are playing. I can't really say that I'm putting too much stock into it. I'm really curious to see what DQ says today, though. I want to see what those injuries are. But other than that, with those 3 guys, I'm not too concerned. Those guys aren't going to affect winning. Thank you, guys.
All right. Appreciate it.
Blake, I appreciate the call. My only word of caution would be don't hold your breath for these DQ injury updates. They haven't been the most forthcoming. I mean, literally yesterday he told us that Niang blew out his knee, and then the release comes out this morning that another dude got put on IR in Kevon Seymour. So let's keep these phone lines going. 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. Dan is in D.C. What's up, Dan?
What's up, fellas? I'm like a lot of Commanders fans. I'm excited about Bill, the 7th-round pick. I want to know what your guys' thoughts are on his showing on the first preseason game, as well as just overall thoughts on the running back group we have. I love B-Rob. I just wonder, after two or three seasons, have we seen enough explosiveness other than I know there was that big catch and run last year against the Giants, I believe. But have we seen enough explosive plays, especially this year with such a deep offensive line going in, to just have him be our primary ball carrier, or do you think it should be more of a three-man rotation and really try to get Bill some touches early, even as a rookie? Thanks, guys.
Well, I think Bill may get touches early as a rookie because they actually like him.
I thought he looked pretty good the other night.
Yeah, he
too.
did. He didn't. I mean,
The stats don't pop, but
nothing spectacular. But he did everything he was supposed to do. But I just think that the thing with B-Rob, he was blamed for everything last year when the running game went down, and we all knew the O-line was banged up. I don't think, and I think the way Cliff runs his offense, it's going to be multiple running backs in there. Just get used to that. He's not going to just run one guy.
Does any part of you? I've had this thought and I've talked about it. With the way the rosters are built now, it's basically a 70-man roster you can elevate from Saturday night.
Uh-huh.
Would you be surprised? And the roster you break camp with is not necessarily your week one roster. A lot of things can change, right?
Yeah.
But would you be surprised if they broke camp with 5 wideouts and 4 backs? Because I would not.
No.
Is there, like,
I know.
Unless Ja'Cory Brooks, Tay Martin, one of these guys continues to force their way onto the active coming out of camp, like, are you that worried you lose those guys if you cut them and try to get them back on your practice squad? And like you've always said, you can just turn your phone off or tell your agent not to, you know what I mean? Like, you can always kind of game some of that stuff unless
You
it's
try
a
and game it, but
waiver claim.
Who you worried about that much? I mean,
The only guy I would say is Brooks, maybe.
Yeah.
But the other part of this, it's easy to say, like, oh, he'll have interest. But if somebody's going to claim him off waivers, means he's going on their 53.
yeah.
Like, as long as he can clear waivers, of course he'd want to be here with Jaden Daniels
Hell
and the
yeah.
offense he's already learned. So, I mean, the interesting thing for me with the receiver position is, I mean, I always say if the creek don't rise, but the water is starting to rise a little. But Terry, Debo, Noah, Lane, Luke seem pretty locked in. I mean, that's 5 receivers on your active. And then, like, do you want a 6th? Sure. But, like, I just have a tough time.
I'll be honest with you.
Ja'Cory Brooks would be the top of the list
Luke's
for
not
me.
locked in my book.
You think even being a draft pick from
A
last year?
draft pick from last year, maybe, but he hadn't done enough, and he has to eventually, like I said, he has to just stop thinking and just play. He has the ability, but it seems like he's still just not doing it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because he has the ability.
I hear you, man. And then he had whatever it was, a migraine, a stomach bug, whatever got to him Friday night. It doesn't help because it's just another game where other guys are getting work. Now, what maybe did help is some of the other guys looked really bad, so that, like, they didn't move ahead of him. It wasn't until kind of that second wave.
We saw a lot of people dropping.
Right.
Been seeing a lot of that.
Yeah, man. The drops are – that's the reason Jacoby Jones, Ja'Cory Brooks, they were able to get their name called because they actually caught the football. It's a novel concept.
Totally.
800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. That's a very interesting one specifically to Luke McCaffrey. We're talking ball. It's just the boys talking ball. There's nothing better. Phone lines are open. It's B. Mitch and Finley.
The pay-per-view era has been knocked out. The UFC struck a deal with Paramount and will end their relationship with ESPN at the end of 2025. That deal with ESPN was valued at $1.5 billion over 7 years. The new deal with CBS and Paramount spans 7 years and is valued at $1.1 billion per year. So that can change things. In baseball, the Nationals win a series out west. It's the first time they've won a series since late July. They blanked the Giants 8-0, 17 hits for the Nats. First time they've shut out a team since mid-April. Mackenzie Gore was great. Bounce back outing. 6 scoreless. First time he's done that in a month. 10 strikeouts to go along with it. The Nationals road trip continues to Kansas City, and tonight will feature Cade Cavalli's second start back from injury. In baseball as well, the big dumper is back. Cal Raleigh hit a league-leading 45th home run yesterday in the Mariners win. Struggled after the All-Star break, but is now homered in 3 straight games. Meanwhile, in the WNBA, the Washington Mystics earned their 14th win of the year. They rallied from down 14 yesterday against Paige Beckers and the Dallas Wings to win 91-78. Kiki Iriafen led the way with 23 points and a double-double in the win. On the PGA Tour yesterday, Justin Rose won the FedEx St. Jude Championship in a playoff versus J.J. Spawn. The second leg of the playoffs brings the top 50 players in the world locally to Owings Mills, Maryland at Caves Valley Golf Club. From the Crop Medcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Kevin DiDomenico on The Fan.
B. Mitch Finley, 106.7 The Fan. B had something very interesting to say there about Luke McCaffrey, that you can't just call that a lock at this point.
I mean, like I said before, you want to see something. I don't know if he has. You're showing it completely just to be a lock.
Totally.
You know, other than you said he was a draft pick from last year.
Third rounder. I mean, more like a fourth because it was a comp pick.
Yeah.
But, yeah. I want to let the people weigh in. 800-636-1067. Lance is in Fredericksburg. What's up, Lance?
Hey, buddy. Hey, how y'all doing?
We're good, man. How are you?
Good. So there are 2 players, especially that I'm personally watching out for. And to answer your question, personally, I'm really not worried about the roster aspect, but there are 2 players, especially, I'm looking out for. One is Ja'Cory Brooks, and 2 is Jalen Lane, especially Ja'Cory Brooks, because I think we have untapped potential with him. And what I mean is, if you go through and you look back, obviously people don't watch college football like that like they used to, but if you go back and you watch Louisville tape, he had 1,000 yards with Tyler Shaw as his quarterback and almost 10 touchdowns. I think he can do more with Jaden Daniels as his quarterback, especially Jalen Lane as well. You got to think also, too, these guys never really had a quarterback like Jaden Daniels to ever work with. And especially with Ja'Cory Brooks, because I personally believe that he may not be the fastest guy, and people want to say, oh, well, he didn't have the best 40 time. He ran a 4.6. Well, if you notice, some of the greatest wide receivers to ever play this game did not have the greatest 40. Hines Ward, 4.6. Larry Fitzgerald, 4.63. Brandon Lloyd, 4.62. Jerry Rice, 4.7. Chad Ochocinco, 4.5. Chris Carter, 4.7, 4.6.
Yeah, you did your research, dog. You got all your 40 times locked in?
Yeah, like there are facts behind what I'm saying here, and I think
so.
If
I may, hang on, Lance. I'm not. You're staying on with us. I like Brooks. I think he has a chance to fight for a roster spot. He was the leading receiver the other night. He's got good length, 6'2". I mean, this dude was a big-time college recruited to Bama, 5-star, eventually lands at Louisville after an injury. I like Brooks, but similar to another former Bama wideout that had some length in Cam Sims, like, I don't think we need to over-talk ourselves into it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I see it consistently.
I do understand that. However, I think something is different with Brooks. Like, I just feel it in my gut. Like, something's different with him. Like, I feel like when I watch him play, well, especially when I watched him last week on a Friday, when he got his opportunity, he made the best out of him. Like when he went out there in the second half, I watched the whole game. When I watched him go in the second half, it looked vastly different than any other receiver that we had out there. Like when he got his number called, he answered. Like that means something more than anything. And
so, I mean, to your point, he had 5 targets, caught all 5 of them, 59 yards. There's not a lot of people that caught all their targets in that game. So I
understand. I mean, he's a Brooks fan. That's true. But I don't believe in one regular season game. I'm not going to believe in one preseason game. He has to stack those games up.
Thank you for the call, Lance. Good call, man. I appreciate you did the research on all those 40 times, man. Jeff, as somebody who is president of the Cam Sims fan club, where are you at on Ja'Cory Brooks now?
I'm not too worried. We'll see what he do.
Not ready to proclaim 5 touchdowns in the regular season yet?
Nah.
Jeff, look at Jeff trying to learn.
No more rampant fandom from me. I see things differently now.
Until week 1.
Yeah, right. Phone lines are open, 800-636-1067.
He'll be back.
Our guy Monty is in Accokeek. Monty, what's up?
Hey, what's up, y'all? Hey, listen.
What's up?
Well, I'm a little pissed at some of these people out here talking about it doesn't matter. Y'all need to stop. It matters. We are trying to evaluate some deficiencies that we had last year. Do y'all know where we ended up last year? In the NFC Championship. So don't sit up here and talk about it doesn't matter. It matters to those veterans. And we got some hungry young guys out there that want to get back as well. So don't sit up here and talk about it doesn't matter, damn it. It does. It does. So
the veterans didn't play.
If it mattered, then they would have had all those guys that they brought into the team on the field. It matters. It matters to the guys that were on the field. But a lot of those guys that were on the field won't be playing for you this year.
Exactly, B. Mitch. But when I say that matters to the guys, I'm talking about like Bobby Wagner and all of them. We're trying to show up some deficiencies and everything to fill in from last year, with the depth and everything else and better play from players and everything so that we can continue this momentum. We haven't had this in a long time, man. It was a shock to everybody else. And everybody else, what I'm just saying is you can't say it doesn't matter. It does matter. And just like with every other team that matters, because everybody's trying to get better across the league. But definitely, we're not worrying about that. We're worrying about what's right here.
So, on some level, it does matter, right? Like, you can't be super dismissive of all of it. But you also had probably close to 65% of your Week 1 roster not on the field. So my point is don't take too much from a final score that was very one-sided, right? Like, when we left joint practices, they were quite even. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I agree. But, the only thing that I was just saying is it definitely matters because we're trying to get the team better. You know what I mean?
How much?
Yeah, that is the goal, man. Thank you for the call. It's a good call. Appreciate you, man. It is a tough tightrope, B, that they try to walk in not taking too much from a preseason loss like that, but also using it a little bit to be a little kick in the ass.
Yeah, it could be. But I think people have to understand what's most important in preseason is not getting anybody hurt. And that's what coaches today do. They will keep guys out to not get them hurt. Understanding that you lose a little something. You know what I mean? But once they step on the football field, a lot of guys can get back to it. Veteran guys can. I watched that game the other night. Some of the young guys, they can't. And if you can't, when you step on the field, realize it's not fake anymore. It's real. You're going to be watching somebody else do that job you wanted to do. Point blank.
For sure.
It's like, I don't believe you can just turn on a light switch if it's not already there. But you better damn well be able to elevate your game to match the intensity of the other people.
I agree with that.
Because I saw some dude that, boy, it looked like if you shot him in the arm, they wouldn't have been excited.
We got our guy Paulie from the 757 on the line.
Paulie, what's up, brother?
How you feeling after a preseason opener thumping?
Hell to the W, man. Big bro, how you doing, man?
I'm good, bro. What's happening?
I'm all right, man. JP, my Caucasian brother from another Caucasian mother. How you guys doing, man?
We're good, buddy.
Hey, look, man. I'm not worried about, the score, really, but I'm like you guys, like, I said that New England looked like us last year, where, they were starting at the bottom and everything was positive, where we had guys that like they was going through the motion. And I don't want to say, coaching failed them, but I think that some of that is coaching, not having them meeting their intensity, some of them younger guys. But the guy I like, and everybody keeps talking about Bill, I like Bill, okay? I like Bill. You see he got some skills. But my guy is going to continue to be Jeremy McNichols, man. I mean, in the second half, he was the spark. He was playing at that different speed. He was playing with urgency. And I've seen him do it in real game time. So I know I can count on him. So, all y'all guys, I know y'all love Bill and all that, and people talking about Robinson going to get cut because of Bill. Now, Bill need to worry about taking time from Jeremy McNichols, who can run, catch, block. You seen the big block
pass
on Monday
pro.
night Cincinnati. Special
Really good
teams.
pass pro.
He had a lot of big B-Mitch hits last year on special teams. You know what I mean? So I'm focused on the guys that I know that's going to contribute. Ja'Cory Brooks, he's not going to be contributing on the field week 1 or week 2. I mean, the guy just came up here and said he took advantage of his opportunity, but I don't think he was going up against Diggs or the Eagles starting cornerbacks or that caliber of player. So let's try to focus on the guys that we know that's going to get on that field. We want to. I know 30 players didn't play, but some of the guys that was on that field is going to play. Noah I thought Noah I looked solid out there.
Noah I has had a really physical camp.
Week 1, he's going to be the slot guy week 1. You know what? Week 17 last year, he was the slot guy, and he's been playing. He's been playing pretty well. So those are the guys I'm looking at, man. I take it off, man. I love you guys. Hail to the W.
Thank you, Paulie. So that's a really good point with McNichols. McNichols, when he got carries, 3 carries for 18 yards, 6 yards a pop, had one catch for 14 yards. That's a lot. I think the could Bill take B-Rob's job discussion is way overblown. I think they really like B-Rob. I thought B-Rob was running really well in the joint practice too.
Yep.
And that's why I almost wonder if you don't look to find a roster spot at that receiver position so you can keep 4 backs. Or B, maybe this is crazy because he basically hasn't practiced. But if Mariota is 100% good to go, don't you think you can get Hartman and Josh Johnson to your practice squad?
Probably so.
Like maybe you just keep 2 quarterbacks.
Well, Josh's been around long enough. Some people like a veteran guy. He may be a problem. Hartman, I say yes.
Hartman, I certainly think yes. Like maybe you have to.
But if those guys catch those 3 passes, are we looking at him totally different?
Maybe.
You
Even if those guys catch those 3 passes, let's just play it out. Then he would be 12 of 19 for probably about $110 with a touchdown and a pick.
Mm-hmm.
But that pick was bad.
Yeah, pick was bad.
But I'm just saying, like, one thing we know McNichols can do is pass pro. We know it. We don't know Bill can do that yet.
Yeah.
And the greatest asset this team has, by a mile, is number 5.
Yeah.
Is Jaden Daniels. So if you know that, I think McNichols wears 26, right? Like, 26 can help you in a key metric. It's a good call for Paulie. I do think, dude, Chris Rodriguez has scored touchdowns in actual NFL games.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, I don't know that a lot of these guys are necessarily going anywhere. Phone lines are open all hour. Alex is in Lorton. What's up, Alex?
Hey, hello, JP and BMH. Thank you for taking my call. I really love your show.
Great.
I felt pretty good. I think what matters the most, the main players are going to be on the first team. I think they did really well. Amos, Connerly, Bill. I think these players are going to play like a very important role in the season, and I think they perform really well, like NFL level. I'm concerned about the wide receiver room. I think KJ Osborne, Gallup, and was it the Moore, the other one? They definitely underperform. Chris Moore, yeah, they definitely underperform. And I really hope they get the Terry deal done as quick as possible. And on top of that, I think we still need to sign like a wide receiver, like somebody that is like more competitive, like Amari Cooper or something. And I just have a quick question for B. Mitch, since he's been on the player. Do players like go in negotiating room by themselves, or is it only the agent carries all the duty?
Agents normally carry most of that duty, and they report back to the player. I know Bobby Wagner has negotiated every one of his contracts himself.
When Wagner first came in the league, he had an agent. He said he got rid of his agent like 2016, I think he said. Wagner represents himself. Laramie Tunsil also represents himself.
Yeah. But they're more veteran players at that point.
Yeah, most guys have agents. That's not a rarity. It's a good call, though. I get wanting to add at the receiver room. The Amari Cooper thing is really interesting. He went to Buffalo last year with a chance to be the guy with a quarterback that can sling it.
Yep.
And it didn't
work out.
And I don't know why, but
is the love and intensity still there? You never know.
Yeah, man. And he's still a free agent. It's interesting. Let's go to Rennell. Rennell, what's up, man?
Hey, how's it going? I'm really interested in these roster cuts that are going to be happening starting like on the 16th. They're coming up really soon. And I'm kind of curious who you think might be needed to be cut some of these duds out to make room for some new people maybe to be picked up.
Well, there's no need for roster cuts to happen by the 16th.
Yeah.
The league has changed the rules on roster cuts.
Yeah, they don't do
it all just happens at the end. But clearly, I mean, dude, they had a rack of people here yesterday for tryouts.
20.
Like a lot of folks.
20 people.
And the other thing we know from this staff is guys they've previously had in for tryouts, like in February or in April.
Mm-hmm.
Like they keep serious records of the guys they've had here.
Them are.
So could there continue to be changes to the roster between now and final cuts?
There will be.
100%. I almost think you expect it.
Yeah.
I don't know. The one question I've gotten a lot is Viggers, B. Viggers did not have a good night in New England.
Viggers been learning he can go to the ground. That's the best way to tackle somebody. Grab them and fall. They're not going to drag you, I'm sure.
Yeah. But like the reality of this stuff, so it's DQ even said this yesterday, and I think it was Standing asked him about, do you go through your head and do the exercise like all the media does of what the final 53 looks like? And he's like, yeah, not all the time, but sometimes I will. But he said, he's like, you got a 53, but you also got a 70. And I think the way the practice squad rules have changed makes roster cuts such a different situation now. And, dude.
The guy you think need a little work, put him on the practice squad.
Well, and if you think back to when they were playing 4 preseason games and they had cuts along the way, you had to play a lot more of your guys in the preseason because your roster was slimmer.
Yeah.
It's all changed. So, the machinations have changed, and I think it's helpful to be mindful of that. I also think it's helpful to break on time. I don't always do it, but I'm going to try. Phone lines remain open, 800-636-1067, 800-636-1067. If you're on hold, stay there. Drew, I know you're there. I'm coming to you as soon as we come back from the break. The other thing I know, if you're having garage door trouble, I know who can fix it. If you want a new garage door because you got an old beater, I know who can fix it. Say your thing's just squeaking. I know who you should call. It's the pros at Door Pro America. First off, you get a new garage door, you get the MyQ app. You can open that garage door from anywhere. Say you need to have an electrician come over, but you're at the office. Bang, use the MyQ app. It's easy. But say you just need a repair, a little something. Something's squeaking a little bit. Give them a call. If you call today, you can save $60 on a repair or $150 on a new garage door. The phone number is 877-DOOR-PRO. That's 877-DOOR-PRO. Tell them JP Finley sent you, or check them out now at doorproamerica.com.
The biggest news of the day comes out of the UFC. It struck a deal with Paramount spanning 7 years and is valued at $1.1 billion annually. The previous deal with ESPN was valued at $1.5 billion total over 7 years. It's the biggest deal in UFC broadcasting history. The Nationals are coming off their first series win since late July. Yesterday blanked the Giants 8-0. It's the first time they've shut out a team since mid-April. They're in Kansas City tonight, continuing their road trip. 7:40 Eastern, first pitch on the Fan, where Cade Cavalli gets his second start back from injury versus the Royals. In the WNBA, the Mystics rallied from down 14 yesterday against Paige Beckers and the Dallas Wings to win 91-78. And in college football, the AP College Football Preseason Top 25 was released this morning, and Texas is on top for the first time in its history. Everything is coming together in Austin, and Arch Mania is reaching a fever pitch. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Kevin DiDomenico on The Fan.
When Biggie talks about the chicken heads for Pasadena, you think he's talking about Matt Valdez? Or do you think he means Pasadena, California? Something to consider, folks. Something to consider. Another thing to consider is what we saw from the Washington Commanders the other night in New England versus what we've seen over the course of about 3 weeks now in training camp versus what we saw last year. Mm-hmm. And it's crazy the tweets I was getting Friday night. Like, oh, this coaching staff isn't right. Like, this is what happened in Dallas. They can't stop the run. They brought in a lot of guys to stop the run on the defensive line, and most of them did not play the other night.
They were doing what we were doing, watching.
I also think, like, if you had a lot of belief in this staff last year, I'd be hesitant to change that opinion based on one preseason performance. Our guy Drew Cohen is on the line. Drew, what up, man? How you feeling after that preseason game?
Hey, JP, hey, B. Mitch. So the outcome of that game is totally irrelevant to me. I'm not worried about it at all. My big takeaways, one is I love B. Mitch announcing the game. You know, B, you can tell how you're feeling, and you sounded none too happy on Friday night with the play that was on the field. So, yeah, I thought that was pretty funny.
I just wanted to see the intensity, and I look for intensity. And if you bring that on the football field, good things will happen for you. But when you trying to go through the motions, you're going to have that happen to you. What happened?
Yeah, I agree. And my only disappointment from Friday was I was hoping that was a game we'd see some guys step up and so that they could assume some other roles on the depth of this roster. And I don't think we saw that. So I do have concerns about roster depth because, you know, it's one of those things where you say, hey, I need some volunteers. Everyone who wants to join, you know, take a step forward. And you saw a lot of people take a step back. So how we fill out the holes is still a big question. But in terms of the starters, I mean, that game didn't mean much. So I'm looking forward to Monday night, hoping we see something different.
That's true.
Yeah.
So when you hear it doesn't matter.
It helped carry.
Yeah. You think. But when we say it doesn't matter, we're talking about, the starters didn't play. It matters for the guys that are going out there.
Totally.
You know, but also it matters to the coaches. They know who can and they know who can't.
Drew said something really interesting there. Drew, thank you, buddy. I guess we'll see you next week. You're bringing the tailgate in. We're fired up for that. Drew said something interesting there. There was an opportunity for a lot of guys to take a step forward, and they didn't. Mm-hmm. How many guys do you think actually took steps back, though? Because it's one thing if you stay in neutral, which isn't great. You want to be going forward, but going backwards is bad. And I think we did see enough people underperform.
But to be honest with you, a lot of the guys that took steps back were guys that were inconsistent in practice. They've been inconsistent since we've been here. You know, drops and stuff like that. We've seen that. Same people. So basically what you did, you probably – made a coach's mind up.
Right.
That happens. And the unfortunate thing about now, you stated earlier, they wait until the end before they make cuts. Back then, you got cut weekly, sometimes daily. You know, Now you wait till the last preseason game before you do it, so there's a ton of people out there, and maybe the guy that could have gotten released earlier and could get picked up by somebody, and then he understands, he learns. He now comes out with other guys, and the other guy may just be better than you.
Totally. It's a tricky situation because you don't want to react too much, but when I'm saying it doesn't matter, I mean that they lost a preseason game in New England and they gave up 48. Like, whatever you think for the regular season, I don't think that had an impact. But for the dudes that were on the field, hell yeah, it had an impact. Ask Dominique Hampton if it had an impact. Ask
for the people that think it matters, Jay, I'm going to just go through something real quick. Okay. Make sure I get this properly.
He's getting his glasses.
Here we go. Preseason 2002, Washington 38-7 beat San Francisco. The next week, Washington 37-30, they beat Carolina. That next week, on my birthday, Washington 35-34. They averaging 37 points a game. Saturday, August 24th, 40-10 against Tampa. And then on August 29th, they lost 28-14. So that team was 4-1 that year. Did the preseason matter?
No.
Okay.
Was that Osaka?
I guess. But
yeah, that was Spurrier's
It just
first
shows
year.
you the end result is not what matters. And that, I've heard people say, like I told you when I was in Philly and the guy was tripping about we lost the game. My thing was when the starters were playing, we were winning. Then all of a sudden they changed it up, and they completely took all the people out. And then they kept playing some of their better guys, and they won. That's why they won the game. The actual score means nothing. What you do from start to finish, how you perform, how you play, how you handle yourself, are you having tons of penalties, that stuff does matter. But it's nowhere close to the other games when it starts. But it does matter. It has rankings of how much it matters.
Right.
Let's understand that.
Well, and let's even talk about, if we want to, about when the top units for Washington were in. Because it wasn't their starters, but it was their top unit of the night, right? They give up the house call on the opening kickoff.
That's a problem.
Travion Henderson can go.
If
you want to talk about somebody that looked damn good, that kid
can
looked
fly.
To White Bryant's credit, he said Travion's going to win Offensive Rookie of the Year. He might be onto something there. All right. Then Tress punts. They get the ball. Tress punts. You get the first New England drive with Drake May in. You cause a turnover.
Yeah.
There's a strip sack fumble on Drake May's first drive. And this is not your top defense. This is a collection of, some guys that will play real roles and some guys that probably won't.
Jay Newt.
So they force a turnover on the first possession of the game. Then, Matt Gay misses the 49-yarder. So then the Pats get the ball again. And, dude, if you think about this, Travion goes for 18, and then Hampton gets hit with the 15-yard face mask.
Yeah.
So that's a gain of, 32 because of that? So they went from 1st and 10 at their 39 because of the miss to 1st and 10 at the Washington 28. Like, that's a big chunk play. Dude, and then May is incomplete to Hollins when Amos was on his hip. Really good coverage. Then you get Drake scrambles for 11. And then Drake runs it in for the touchdown after they're able to gain a little bit, which was another pass to Henderson. Like, in Drake May's performance, if we're looking at the ones, he was 3 of 5 for 12 yards. And he scrambled for the touchdown.
Yeah.
That's part of Drake May's
It
game.
wasn't god
There's
awful,
no
though.
game planning for Drake May's running.
None whatsoever.
So, like, the top line performance, I'm not talking offensively because that was not good, but defensively is not exactly conducive to a 48-18 final.
No.
Now, eventually, did the Pats start kind of running at will? Yes. Is that a problem? Maybe. But, like, Drake May didn't shred them.
No.
And even Dobbs, when he was in, I think Dobbs was 5 of 12. Dobbs also ran for a touchdown, but, like,
a lot of things we did, we destroyed ourselves, not hurt ourselves. We destroyed ourselves in that game.
Right. And I just think I think we maybe make a little too much of – like, I do think it's worth pointing out Newton was really good. Amos was really good. I thought – what'd you think of Connerly in that game?
I liked him. I think he handled himself well.
Got some stuff to learn, but like –
yeah, but all rookies got something to learn.
Right.
Yeah.
I thought Connerly was pretty good.
He's not chopped liver, I can tell you that.
Bill was pretty good. Also, clarity at the receiver position. If what we have been seeing at camp from receivers not named Debo or Lane, now everybody saw it. And maybe that moves Brooks up in some of these practice rotations. And maybe it moves more down in some of these practice rotations. I don't think that's the worst thing to happen. I think it's what you wanted to see, you kind of did. And I think we got to try to pause and just take a step back and look at it. I think there's value in that.
Tons of it.
All right. There's a number of things I want to do here. Landfill had a question on here that I did want to ask you, B. How much did Friday night show that this team needs Terry McLaurin?
I think it's shown that every time we step out on the field. And I think Friday night you saw nobody that stepped out there, you need a play, they're going to make it, per se. The thing about Terry also, Terry helps other guys be better. Terry would be a big plus for Debo. Terry would be a big plus for Zach. You know what I mean? So I think when your best receiver is not there, you notice that. Yes, they had a kid calling by Ja'Cory. Yeah, he had some plays.
What did you guys call him on the call? Like, what did you officially say? Did you say Bill? Did you say Ja'Cory? Are you talking about Brooks?
No, I'm talking about Brooks.
Okay.
Yeah, talking about Brooks. We called him Bill most of the part.
He calls himself Bill.
Yeah, and JC.
It's kind of like Johnny Newton.
JCM.
Okay, I like JCM.
Yeah.
For me, Brian, Terry wasn't going to play Friday night, period.
Yeah, but still, it shows you.
I think
what's the problem.
Wednesday showed a lot that you needed to.
Even that, yeah, that too. But when you go out there, you're looking for the guy that said, oh, this guy may be able to be something. No, I didn't see that.
Totally. I think there is a lot going on with Terry McLaurin. I do think they need Terry back in, frankly. I think it really impacts the ceiling of this team. I think the floor of this team, when you got Jaden Daniels and Cliff Kingsbury, I think the floor is pretty high, but I think the ceiling is impacted by Terry McLaurin.
Mm-hmm.
And, I saw a lot of tweets about like, what a good night for Terry by not playing and the offense looking pretty Terry wasn't playing anyway.
No, he wasn't.
Now,
it would have been, well, he was one of the 30 that they counted, yeah.
There would have been 31.
No, he was one of the 30.
Right, because he was a pup.
Yeah.
You wouldn't mind seeing Terry next Monday.
Sure would.
I wouldn't mind seeing Terry come out today and practice.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
Sure would.
All right, I want to go around the NFL. A lot has happened over the last 4 or 5 days since this preseason week 1 is in the books, including maybe clarity in Cleveland. Nobody go anywhere. It's B. Mitch and Finley.
Hey, it's B. Mitch and JP here. If you want comfort and convenience wherever life takes you, then you need to turn the road. With Wi-Fi compatibility, you have full control of your heating and cooling system right from your phone. Forgot to turn down the heat before vacation? You can adjust it in seconds. Plus, you'll get alerts if something's not right. These guys are the absolute best, and they've installed new systems in my house, and I felt the difference instantly.
B, we were in New England for a week.
Yeah.
Foxborough, Massachusetts for a week is not exactly Paris, let me tell you. And so Lauren and the girls went to the beach, I think, Friday afternoon. So Lauren, being the smart, prudent financial person she is, she turned the AC way up. We don't need the house cold. Nobody's there. So then when we got done, Saturday I didn't get to go home. We went to dad games. Then we went and played golf. By the time I drove home, I checked the app. House was at 78. Bang. Dropped that thing on the Root app down to 70. Was perfect when I got there. That is so convenient. And the way Root does it, they control the humidity, man. You can have a really expensive air conditioner and your Pepco bills are going to be through the roof because it's just cranking all the time. But if you can control the humidity, that's when you get comfort and performance perfectly balanced. B, you got to tell them about the cash, too. You can qualify for federal tax credits up to 2 G's on heat pumps through 2032. Check out rude.com/federal incentives to learn more.
Rude, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. And remember, if it ain't rude,
it ain't right. All right, B, I want to go around the whole NFL, but I want to start in Cleveland. Now, this game Friday night was going on while we were watching the Commanders-Pats game, so I only saw highlights, which is not always indicative of a performance. But considering the quarterback situation in Cleveland, Flacco, Pickett, Gabriel, Sanders, now Scoop Huntley, a number of injuries to these guys, Shador got the start.
Yeah.
And one thing I think is tired is this notion of being set up to fail. Because I'll tell you, I saw it from RG3. Playing Shador in the first preseason game is setting him up to fail. You know what Shador did? He went out and balled out.
Yeah.
And, like, somebody's got to play. You're the fifth-round pick. I think I was so impressed by Shador. And, dude, you can go back to pre-draft. I never understood how, after, like, the third round especially, like, what the hell are we talking about here?
Yeah.
Just watch, ignore all the stuff, whether the stuff is real or perceived, and just watch the tape.
Yeah.
He was good.
Yeah.
He was far better than some of the people drafted ahead of him.
Yeah.
And the stat line, 14-23 for $138, 2 touchdowns, no picks. Ran an additional 19 yards. He's never been a big runner. He's a pocket guy.
Yeah.
He has good size. It's not like he's an undersized guy. I think, and he's taken some ownership of maybe not handling the pre-draft process the best. I was really happy for that performance.
I was happy for him. But, I just think, listen, it was a bunch of BS going on with that whole deal. Because I'll say this. He may not have the same level of talent or expectations as Arch Manning. But Archie Manning is doing exactly what Deion was doing, getting involved, running his mouth, talking. Nobody is going to do the same thing to Archie they did to Shador. So let's understand the league was full of crap. Okay?
I mean, the league is frequently full of crap.
But the thing about it is when a guy can play, he can play. Let's just be real. He's better than little whopper hands. Okay?
That's
he's
Kenny
probably,
Pickett for the uninformed.
At this point right now, he's probably better than Flacco. Flacco's old now. Gabriel shouldn't be there. But my whole thing is I'm happy when our Dan performed, and I hope he continues doing it. He had touch on balls. He threw balls when he had to zip them. And I just think it's like, Deion, just understand, bro. Sometimes when you run your mouth, people want to prove points to you, and that's what happened. And his son had to deal with that problem.
I think my point is Shador, to me, should have significantly changed. Maybe not significantly, but like if you want to go with Flacco because he gives you a chance to win, he's a pro, he's seen it, he's done it, and you want to run the ball a lot and play good defense, okay. But like on what planet Kenny Pickett and Dylan Gabriel should be like, oh bleep. Mm-hmm. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I'm with that.
And I, with the Sanders clan, I think it's important to just ignore the noise, and just watch the product. Because Deion, when he played, was phenomenal.
Yeah.
He was a lot of things, but he was great.
Yeah.
And Shador even, I've never met the young man. I don't know a thing. I know when I was at the Super Bowl this year with those two on the red carpet, they had a very odd demeanor. They also just might not have wanted to do local media or whatever it was.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? It happens. But if you're telling me after that performance that Shador doesn't at least move up the depth chart, I don't.
Yeah. It'd be weird.
Because if he doesn't, why'd you draft him?
Well, from what the little story I was listening to is that the GM wanted to draft him. The owner damn sure didn't want to touch it. And now the owner trying to, he's the one that's tripping.
The owner came out and said, yeah, this is Andrew Berry's pick. We'll see how it goes.
Yeah. And when the owner come out and said, he probably said, let's see if this thing fails. You know what I mean?
I mean, of the rookie quarterbacks that played, Jackson Dart also looked pretty good. I just think for Cleveland, you should be really encouraged, dude. And, is anybody actually interested in Kenny Pickett? Is that a long-term answer?
I don't know, man.
I don't know that Shador ever starts an NFL game, ever wins an NFL game. I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
But I know he looked real good and, in my eyes, at least earned another opportunity.
He didn't look like he was overwhelmed. He didn't look like he was lost. And I think that's what I was looking for, even with guys on this squad. Don't look lost. And I think if you look like you belong, you deserve an opportunity.
I'm just checking in on the Odyssey station out in Cleveland, 92.3 The Fan. And some of the reaction out there, I'm reading now, that was not a fifth-round pick. There's something about him that's intriguing. He really impressed me. It was the entire package. Another line, Shador Sanders opened some minds on Friday. I do want to see this competition. The Browns created it. I'm in. Jerry Jeudy on Shador. He's got a bright future. Now, listen, as much as we've said this about Washington's dud of a performance, it's worth pointing out that nobody game planned for Shador. There were probably a whole bunch of 2s and 3s and 4s even on the field for Carolina.
Mm-hmm.
Carolina's defense last year was god-awful. So there's a lot more to this than just Shador. For a dude that had to endure so much and then like the very public draft slide, I'm glad he's able to go out his first time and play well.
Go be who you are, man. You know, and like on the flip side, they didn't game plan for their defense either.
Right.
So
I want to go all the way around the league, check in on the NFC East, kind of what we learned from the first weekend of preseason football all over the NFL. Nobody go anywhere. You're listening to B. Mitch and Finley.
And brought to you by Fully Mechanical, proudly installing Amana. The pay-per-view era is over with for UFC fans. The organization struck a deal with Paramount spanning 7 years and is valued at $1.1 billion annually. It's the biggest deal in UFC broadcasting history. Meanwhile, the Nationals on the diamond are coming off a series win out west over the Giants. It's the first since late July. Yesterday versus the Giants, an 8-0 victory, 17-hit day for the Nats. And it's the first time they've shut out a team since mid-April. The Nats road trip continues to Kansas City, and tonight will feature Cade Cavalli's second start back from injury. It all starts at 7:40 on The Fan. In the NFL, Alexander Mattison suffered a season-ending neck injury and had surgery yesterday in Chicago. He is expected to make a full recovery. Dropping a level, the AP Top 25 college football preseason ranking was released earlier this morning, and Texas is on top for the first time in its history. Everything coming together in Austin, and Archmania is reaching a fever pitch. When your HVAC is throwing heat like a busted bullpen, call Foley Mechanical, the go-to heating, cooling, and radiator repair in D.C., Maryland, and Virginia. It's locally owned, never franchised. Foley Mechanical, proudly installing Amana Systems. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Kevin DiDomenico on The Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. Brian, you want to laugh about something?
Yeah, I like laughing.
I had to submit my credentials for the NFL season.
Uh-huh.
You have to submit a headshot, and you have to crop the photo very narrowly.
And your ears were sticking out.
And my ears were sticking out.
And they weren't on the picture.
Correct.
You know what, Jay? So remember last year, every time I went to a stadium, my credential didn't work?
Yeah.
So I walk up to the lady, I say, I just took this new picture this year. I hope this thing works. It didn't work. Then she hits the button and said, you're good now. It worked every time since she did something. I don't know what she did. But at first it did not work.
Dog, the face recognition stuff is so annoying. I get they're trying to lock everything down.
It's full of crap.
Like, at home games where you and I interact with people every week, hell, forget me. Your name is in the stadium, hanging up with your number. You know what I'm saying? Like,
they're cool in the stadium. It's other stadiums I worry about.
Other stadiums are tough, man. It's
I was in one last year, and the guy was a police officer. He was standing there. He's actually was a fan of the team. And I walked up, and it went red. He said, ma'am, he's who he say he is. Let him in. I came back. I said, thank you. He said, I'm a fan. I know.
Was that in Arizona? I feel like I remember that happening.
I don't know if it was Arizona. No, it wasn't Arizona.
Arizona and Detroit.
Boom, it was Arizona.
I think it was.
It was Arizona. I can remember that little how we had to come out.
Dude, Arizona and Detroit are always extra hard ass on credentials and stuff. That's just how they operate. I don't know why those two, but those two, man, always.
They think they're tough.
All right, I want to run around the NFL. There was obviously a lot of football on this weekend. Now, granted, it is preseason, but you are learning stuff, and we did see some young players get some opportunities.
Yeah.
Let's kind of check in. I thought Jackson Dart with the New York Football Giants.
How you ended up?
12-19, $150 with a touchdown. Ran a little bit, too. Had about 24 rushing yards, one nice long run. All four quarterbacks played in New York. So Russ Wilson looks sharp, but nothing goes down the field. 6 of 7 for 28 yards.
Mm-hmm.
Think about that.
Yeah.
6 completions for 28 yards.
Yeah.
That's 4.1.
Yeah, Russ was like, I'm not getting hit. I'm throwing these little quick passes. Go back to the sideline, chill.
Jameis, 7 for 11, 62 yards, touchdown.
7-11.
Tommy DeVito, 10 of 14, 73 yards and a touchdown.
They going to keep Tommy around?
I mean, you could probably get him to your practice squad, right?
Yeah.
I don't.
Old Danny.
Who went in? I assume it went Russ to Jameis, right? Then Dart or then Tommy? Ooh, they went DeVito before Dart.
So Dart went in late.
Dart went in late. Do I have that? White Brian, is that right? Or no,
So
maybe
Russ
Dart
played
was
the
ahead of
first series, and then Dart played the rest of the first half.
And then Jameis.
Yeah.
Wow. All right. So what did you think of Dart then?
His touchdown throw to Lil Jordan Humphrey was better than any throw Daniel Jones ever made. So I'm all in.
You all in already, huh? You were all in on DeVito.
You love Tommy DeVito. 3 quarterbacks played for the Buffalo Bills in this game.
Okay.
None of them were named Josh Allen.
I'm sure.
Do you want to give me your best guess at one of the names, one of the other QBs? So Mitch Trubisky is the backup in Buffalo. 9 of 13 for $140 and a touchdown.
Okay.
Then I assume M. White is Mike White that started a couple games for the Jets a couple years ago. He's flash, but he's also throwing a bunch of picks.
White Mike.
Exactly. 8 of 13 for $112 and 2 touchdowns.
All right. So they were throwing it down the field.
And then I got to be honest with you, B. I am not familiar with this young man's work. A fellow by the name of Steve Buscemi. That's not accurate. Shane Buscemi.
Shane Buscemi. How did you get Steve Buscemi?
It's just the closest name in my brain. Shane Buscemi, 10 of 12 for 91. Pretty accurate.
All right.
I did see some highlights. I thought Abdul Carter looked pretty good in that game. I don't know. The Jackson Dart thing is interesting.
We'll see.
The Bears and the Dolphins played to a tie.
Tie, 24-24. No overtime. Love.
Yeah, for sure. Tua went 5 of 6, but they didn't score on, even though they got into the red zone. They went for it on a 4th and 3, couldn't convert. You know who Tua's backup is? If I was a Miami fan, this would give me great pause.
Who is?
Zach Wilson.
Really?
Tua misses a lot of time, man.
Well, Zach may hit.
You think?
I don't know. Wishful thinking for him.
Caleb Williams got no run for the Bears. That surprise you?
Yeah. New coach. He's trying to learn a new system, and everyone talks about his biggest problem is not doing things on schedule. Yeah. I say yeah.
Yeah, I was kind of curious about that myself. In New Orleans, I think the Chargers thumped the Saints. Maybe this game was in L.A., pardon me. Tyler Shook, your boy. Listen, if you're going to try to play this kid, let him play. So I at least applaud they did that. He was 15 of 22 for $165 with a touchdown and a pick.
Okay.
At least, I mean, that's a lot of work. It sounds like he probably played a half.
15-22, yeah, that's a lot.
Then Rattler got in. Then your other boy, Jake Hayner, came in and played.
That's a weird dude, right?
One of the weirdest pictures of all time. No Alvin Kamara in this thing. Like I don't know exactly what the Saints showed, but they didn't look great. But the Chargers aren't showing much either. Herbert didn't play. Doesn't look like Amari and Hampton played.
Somebody got hurt in that game after they probably should have. I think they punted or something. They went for a first down or something. And then the guy got hurt later, and they're saying they probably should have just not gone for it. But in preseason, you try stuff.
Preseason's the time to try it.
Yeah.
We saw a lot of games Saturday. So Washington played Friday night. Saturday, I think there was a triple header on NFL Network. Vikings, Texans. J.J. McCarthy got out there. I'm reading now from NFL.com. Kevin O'Connell limited his starting quarterback to 1 series, but in that possession, a 13-play, 58-yard march that ended in a field goal, J.J. McCarthy gave Vikings fans reason to be optimistic in his first in-game action since he suffered a season-ending knee injury last preseason. He appeared comfortable handling first-team duties, was largely accurate, save for a third-down miss that forced the Vikings to settle for 3. Fired from a variety of platforms and even used his legs. It sounds like there's a microphone in that cooler.
What the hell?
I'm rooting for McCarthy. I think that is a really good start for them. The other side, Houston. Now, C.J. Stroud's not going to play. I understand that. I wouldn't be playing C.J. Stroud.
Nah.
That situation is interesting. I think Davis Mills is the primary backup there. He started a couple games, has an incredibly long neck. But he does.
What does that have to do with anything?
I'm telling you.
He can see over the top.
Dog, he's got a long-ass
He
neck.
may have, like, the ET. He just lift it up and see more.
Houston's got Nico Collins coming back, but Tank Dell is going to be out a while with that injury he sustained late last year. So they got John Mechie, the kid that had, I think he had cancer, right? And then Braxton Berrios, who's had some decent days with the Jets. I don't know. That Houston receiver group, till Tank comes back, kind of interesting.
Yeah. But I think Stroud makes him – he can get the ball to people. I like him.
Stroud?
He and Jaden grew up kind of close to each other, didn't they?
Yeah. I think Bryce Young's from out there, too. I think they're all Southern California guys. Are you shocked to know that Aaron Rodgers didn't play much?
Nah. Nah.
You know what I learned over the weekend, Brian?
What's that?
I listened to Von Miller, did a podcast with PFT. He did Pardon My Take. Von Miller went and did ayahuasca this summer with A-Rod.
Oh, boy. He's not A-Rod, though. I like Von. Don't like A-Rod.
I know. I found it interesting. Yeah. First game for Lawrence Cohen. Duval. Lawrence Cohen as the head coach of the Jacksonville Jaguars.
No, he didn't sound that good, Jay.
Duval. That was.
He went Duval.
It sounded like dial-up.
He went Duval. What the hell?
Reading now from NFL.com. The Trevor Lawrence, Liam Cohen era in Jacksonville shows promise. Even though all eyes were on two-way rookie Travis Hunter on Saturday night, the new era of offense in Duval with head coach Liam Cohen also saw its first glimpse. Despite a false start on the first play against the Steelers, Jags quarterback Trevor Lawrence commanded Cohen's offense well for the most part. The fifth-year quarterback connected on passes to 5 different receivers in his first and only drive, completing 6 of 7 for 43 yards and led Jacksonville's offense to 3 points. Granted, it's only preseason action against Pittsburgh's second-string defense, but Lawrence's familiarity with the playbook appears to be off to a good start. 5 years in the NFL, B, this is his third full-time head coach at Jacksonville.
That's not good.
And one of them was Urban Meyer.
And this is his third offense, too, right?
Yeah.
But like I said before, quarterbacks that are good, the offense, they pick them up. Terminology is the only thing that you got to figure out, but it's not like it's something new. Football is football, bro.
Lawrence is a guy I thought could be good, and it just hasn't clicked. I don't know how better to describe that. Maybe Liam Cohen's the guy.
We'll see.
Did you check in on your Dallas Cowboys?
Who are you talking about? Only one guy in our text thread has a Dallas Cowboy jersey on.
Yeah, can we get an update on what that – there's often odd pictures in the text thread, including one of a half-man, half-rooster, Chris Russell, with a blazer on. I don't know what that is. And maybe that's his quarter zip. What is up with the Dak Prescott, Jeff Walker picture, Landfill? Can you explain that?
He said people accused him of looking like Dak Prescott, so I made an AI image of Jeff Walker as Dak Prescott.
I honestly, in that photo, I can kind of see it, B.
No.
Little bit.
No, not at all. I got into it with a Cowboys fan. He said, man, you look like Dak Prescott.
You do.
No, I don't, bruh.
On that picture, you do.
I mean, you look like who you look like. What's up with your flag, your choice of flags there, Jeff?
Yeah, please leave that one alone. Because, you know, he doesn't know. Dude don't know how to keep stuff secret.
I didn't say it.
We about to ban JP from the chat.
Yeah, you didn't say it, but you were on your way. Landfill, great job. Landfill, move
on. Do you know who played for Dallas at quarterback? Not Jeff or Dak. But, dude, the guy, Joe Milton, man.
Did he play?
Played well. he was able to throw the ball like 90 yards. He didn't necessarily play well. But if you remember,
What threw 90 yards on one pass?
dude, he's got an absolute rocket, but he just the wrong team all the time.
So what was his stats?
Stat line for Joe Milton: 17 to 29 for a $143 with a touchdown and a pick.
Okay.
Now, reading from NFL.com,
what was his top speed? 102.
Joe Milton's one start in New England in 2024 sold the Cowboys on his potential and prompted them to trade for him. His first outing wearing the star might have had the opposite effect. Milton struggled mightily against the Rams, missing targets, throwing passes into traffic, and sailing passes beyond targets downfield.
Didn't they trade for Lance? What's come also?
Yeah,
Trey Lance.
But they've since
They
gave
got
up
rid
on
of
him.
him. They just say if you're athletic, we'll try you. I want to find out who their scout is. They the lead scout.
You know who killed it for the Chargers? I'm sorry, for the Rams?
Who?
Local boy Blake Corum had a good day.
That's a running back.
Yeah, remember
Yeah,
he was really, really good. In
he went with the Chargers
in Michigan. No, the Rams.
Oh,
Sorry,
Rams.
I got my
Yeah,
LA's
man.
mixed up. The
you
Rams.
know the Chargers would have loved him.
Yeah, for sure. The Rams ran the ball really well. Dude, they had 38 carries for 180 yards, 5 yards.
I saw a little bit of that game.
2 touchdowns on the ground. I think the starting quarterback for the Rams in this game, I think he played the whole game, was Stetson Bennett, the Georgia kid.
Yeah.
16 to 24 for a $180, $190, 2 touchdowns and a pick.
All right.
Good for Stetson Bennett. I don't think that's the plan long term.
Nah, seriously.
I would guess it's not. Tampa, apparently Emeka Ibuka has had a really good camp. He had a 21-yard catch on the third play of that game. Ibuka, I like Baker. I think Baker can play. I think Baker's figured it out in Tampa. I'm also really curious about Tennessee, about Cam Ward, about what they're building. I mean, I thought Cam Ward was phenomenal last year at Miami. He started this game, went 5 of 8 for 67. I liked that they played him.
Yeah. I mean, rookie, hadn't played. I think you have to put him out there. Got to get his feet wet. 5 of 8. Did the incompletion look like it was on him completely?
I mean, he missed a couple, but guys miss a couple. I think that's encouraging. Calvin Ridley was encouraging in this game. I'm reading now from NFL.com. Aside from an offensive line that allowed just one pressure, number 1 overall pick, Cam Ward's best friend in his preseason debut was Calvin Ridley. Ridley is the unquestioned number 1 for the Titans, but it was clear Saturday that the pairing is quickly getting into sync. Ward targeted Ridley 3 times, all in the second drive of the game, and each went for a catch, adding up to 50 yards. Following an 0-for-2 first drive, Ward set up in the pocket with time to spare on the first play of the second possession. He found Ridley wide open over the middle, deep for a 27-yard gain, the longest of the evening for Tennessee. Having a reliable top target is crucial for Ward's development, and it would seem he's got that with Ridley.
All right.
I think that division's pretty wide open. I like Cam Ward. I hope that works.
Yeah.
I think he's an exciting young prospect.
True.
I mean, you don't go number 1 overall if you're not. Now, we often talk about how Andy Reid likes to play his guys in the preseason.
Yeah.
I don't know that that's the first preseason game, though.
Pat didn't play?
I'm trying to find the box score because I'm pretty sure. Yeah, all right. So Mahomes went in. Let's figure out when Mahomes played. Pat was 1 of 1 for 1 yard and 1 touchdown.
Hey.
That's pretty good.
He probably handed the ball, got down there, and boom, hit somebody in the end zone. Done.
So the game opened with, I mean, this is crazy. I guess they got the ball at the 1. Like, they got the ball at the 13, and then there were a pair of
runs.
So Pacheco for an 8-yard gain. Then Mahomes threw a pass that had a pass interference, so it was first and goal at the 1. He hit Brownlee for a touchdown, and that was the end of his day.
I can hear Andy saying, You got one drive. It wasn't his fault. It was a 13-yard drive.
Dude, so Kansas City kicked off, and Arizona fumbled the kickoff. Kansas City recovered it, and there was a penalty on the Cardinals. So Kansas City kicked off and the kickoff ended with Chiefs 1st and 10 from the 13. Then there was another penalty, and then they scored.
Wow.
Sounds like they got it really buttoned up out there.
Yeah.
In this game, though, Gardner Minshew, Bailey Zappi, those are the folks kind of fighting to back up Pat. I would think Minshew wins that job. Cardinals were able to come back and win, but Kyler Murray played 7 of 8 for 96 yards. Do you know who Kyler Murray's backup is now? I was today years old when I found this out. Played here recently.
Recently?
Yeah, recently.
Kyler Murray backer played here recently. No, Howell's out in Cincinnati, in Seattle, right?
Minnesota.
Damn. Heineke?
Nope. Close, though.
Wentz?
Nope. Jacoby Brissett.
Oh,
easy. He was here recently. He was here 2 years ago.
Yeah, but I thought he was not. Well, then again, yeah, he's not in.
He was in New England last year.
We didn't talk about him last year. I mean, talk about him in New England the other day.
If I had to guess, one thing that Jacoby's doing plenty of in Arizona,
golfing.
Yeah. All right, we should hear from.
I would be doing the exact same thing if I were him.
Yes, sir. We should hear from Commanders head coach Dan Quinn next. It's 106.7 The Fan. You are listening to B. Mitch and Finley. DQ next.
Hey, it's Brian Mitchell here. On Tuesday, August 26th, is FanDuel Features Day, a new holiday for football fans. It's 24 hours of deals on all your football season predictors. So take a flyer on the MVP race. I'm still going to go with either Allen or Lamar to win the MVP. Crown your champion in August, right now. So I'm going to get a chance. If I had to pick somebody, I would pick the Kansas City Chiefs. I don't see anybody else out there to knock them off. And who is your pick to win the Super Bowl? I'm picking them. I picked the Kansas City Chiefs to go out there and do their thing. You can parlay your division winner or your dark horses. So mark your calendars. This is your day for your hunches, your hot takes, your calls, and your odds. Visit the FanDuel app today and start planning your futures bets. Now, because Futures Day is one day and the one day only. FanDuel, play your game. You have to be 21 years old and present in Virginia. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. That's 1-800-GAMBLER.
And powered by JTF Gov, the #1 HP Federal Power MPS partner. The Nationals are winners of 2 of their last 3, playing in Kansas City tonight, continuing their road trip. It starts at 7:40 Eastern Time. First pitch on the Fan, where Cade Cavalli gets his second start back from injury. It's all versus the Royals. The biggest news of the day comes out of the UFC. It struck a deal with Paramount spanning 7 years and is valued at $1.1 billion annually, the biggest deal in UFC broadcasting history. In college football, the preseason top 25 was released this morning, and Texas is on top for the first time in its history. It's time for Arch Manning to show the world what he's got. In the WNBA, the Mystics rallied from down 14 yesterday against Paige Beckers and the Dallas Wings to win 91-78. They're back in action at home on Wednesday. Mission Critical, that's JTF's specialty. We're a top-ranked HP MPS power partner for a reason. We don't just ship products, we deploy fully integrated mission-ready solutions from DC to Europe, powered by HP, delivered by JTF. Check us out at jtfgov.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Kevin DiDomenico on The Fan.
Where did you stretch and find this song in Landfill?
I like this song.
Man, please.
You don't like this song?
Hell no.
Why?
Because it's a kid song.
I think it's everybody's
We got
song.
grown folks listening to this show.
I think that song's like an all-time classic.
No, it's not. You're stretching now.
It's like world famous, dude.
That don't mean it's an all-time classic.
Landfill, care to weigh in?
I just played it, you know?
That song is like very famous.
And everything famous is not classic.
I don't know. Kind of surprised that you hate that song, but here we go.
What other songs do you hate, B?
I just wonder where it's coming from, Landfill. I mean, normally you play stuff that plays on a topic or something. What topic is that played on?
That's just, I'm in the T section
been a
of the
cartoon?
music, and so that's where that was.
Maybe the Commanders are being slept on.
When you got a stretch like that, that means it wasn't what he tried to do.
I believe Commanders head coach Dan Quinn is addressing the media. We're going to bring that to you as soon as we can here from Ashburn, Virginia. Obviously, some questions for DQ considering a series of roster moves made this morning. How much do you think DQ is going to open up?
Not much.
Here he is, Commanders head coach Dan Quinn.
Okay, what's up, everybody? All right. We will have, kind of fill you on the next 2 days. We're going to have a lot of fun. So today's going to be a jog through. We broke the team up into 2. So we have a burgundy team, a gold team, talk about players, coaches, staff, strength and conditioning, equipment, training, like you name it. And part of it is developing leaders. There'll be different play callers, as we're going through it, but it's also about competing. Different looks, different matchups. And tomorrow we'll have a burgundy and gold game. And so we'll start at 9:30. We'll play a second quarter, try to work some situations in. We'll also work of some fourth quarter stuff to work some situations. So in your mind, think of like a joint practice, but it's just one team. Like splitting the teams up, different sidelines, and then going to it. So I'll hit you up with injuries for tomorrow, who will participate and who won't. And with all that said, get it rocking with you guys. You want to start off, Adam?
Yep. Thanks, Dan. Sorry to start with an injury question, but we saw Laramie kind of maybe got dinged up a little bit in practice yesterday. How is he doing? He's going to be able to participate?
Yeah, he's doing well. He was hoping to come back, but we'll have a better sense. He'll do some today, and then heading into tomorrow, we're anticipating him being able to go. Some of that, when that happens, hey, let's be smart. Let's weight and assess it, make sure the strength's good, and but we're encouraged by into tomorrow.
And you mentioned in New England how impressed you've been by Jonathan Jones's foot speed.
Yes.
What is he kind of bringing you guys in terms of what he gives in the room, what he gives sort of from a veteran, presence kind of standpoint?
Yeah, he's such a cool person to talk about. He's got, like his entire world squared away, like off the field, on the field. And I think it's not surprising to see why he's had the on-the-field success just by the way he handles himself. As a true pro's pro, if there's something he's not sure of, he's going to ask, Jason or Tommy or Joe specifically. We've played him both inside at the slot. We call that the star here. So he's played both that position and outside. We like that he has patience to play the ball down the field. So giving that insight to the other players, sharing that information, that's a big deal. And I like that on this team, there's a lot of people that want to help one another, look after one another, teach them in different ways. And Jonathan's right there, doing that. And when you're first onto a team, it's, you're finding your ways to how to do that. And I thought he's done a remarkable job of that.
Another cornerback question, but Trey Amos, what did you like from him in the preseason opener? And what have you seen from him overall on the field since he's come in?
Yeah, a lot. And I would say at the line of scrimmage, Nikki, that's where I really feel his length, and he's patient. And all right, what does that mean? Where he can use this length where, it's harder for somebody to get on top of him because he can stay down. Sometimes you'll see a player want to go down to press and then not feel confident and then leave. And it's like, well, don't go down in the first place to do that. So with him down the field, he's got confidence. He can track somebody. There was a play, I don't know if you saw, it was like a corner route yesterday where, he was able to defend, but he didn't foul. And I thought sometimes just playing through the hands at the last moment, I see the experience come in with him, and it just shows up. I love that Mike has a role in helping develop him along with Sean and the others, but he's really, standing strong on his own. He's been impressive for us. He loves playing man-to-man and being down and to be able to guard people. We do that some, and he's playing to his strengths.
And I know you said you'd update us on participation for guys later, but with Marcus Mariota, the fact that he hasn't been on the field much in camp, what's your level of concern there?
I'll fill you in all those tomorrow. When it's higher, or longer timeout, there's always more. When it's a long-term one, obviously I have the most concerns. But, I wish he was out here all the time. But I know that he's able to throw. He's working to the side, and we're getting closer. We're just not there yet.
Hey, Dan, when it comes to kind of figuring this, 53-man roster down the road here, when it comes to the evaluation, do you look at kind of the total body of work with all the practices of training camp, or is it just these 3 preseason games? How do you kind of judge that type of analysis?
Yeah, it's a great question, and you try to do it in totality. So in our next personnel meeting, it will include the New England game, but also what have you seen up to camp? So you want some days where you can talk through them, but you also need some space. Where is he at today? What do you want to see more of? And so you don't separate them all the way. You want to make it as comprehensive as you can. They just happen to have, more time, more exposures in the games. But no, you want to do it as the whole thing.
Hey, Dan, I'm curious about what you're going to do tomorrow. Have you done this before, and what do you?
I've been very excited about this, John. For like in the summer, you're thinking about some things to do, and I recognized there was a longer than normal gap between our first preseason game and our second preseason game. So I thought this is the ideal time to do it. I love the staff, who the makeup is, what they are, and so I also thought of them to say, let's split them, on the sides to do that. Some different play callers. We've got a great succession plan in place for when people do get big opportunities to do things. And so this is an example of trying to say, we're going to develop you here while you're here. And you have to go through those, solve problems, figure it out onto the sideline to do that. And then for the players, just, it still comes back to competing. And so different plays, different ways, how you're featuring guys. It's an important 2 days. It's a fun 2 days. And then we'll kind of get back into a routine on Thursday of kind of a leading up into our game against Cincinnati. We'll have some days where we're just competing against ourselves, but we'll get back into a more traditional one. So these 2 days for us, it's a lot of fun because it's a break from the rhythm, a break from the norm, and just for 2 days, man, it's against each other and having fun with it.
So I'm probably excited to talk about are more injuries, but on the offensive line specifically, when you're not having Brandon out there and obviously Sam, you're still not sure yet. How do you make sure that group kind of gels? Because if those are the guys that you anticipate being out there eventually, like what's that process, and is that, I don't know about concern, but like how do you work through that?
Yeah, there's concern. I like the group though, John, and it starts with communication. What does the guard and tackle say on a combination block? What's the center and the guard? What's the tight end? How is that going? That part's just a regular standard. Boom, this is how we do it. What you're missing on when you're not all the way together, sometimes it's the nonverbal cues that you're just, when you're working side by side with somebody, we've all been there, you just kind of step into a rhythm together. So you have to be really intentional about those communications. They spend, obviously, the meeting times together, even when they're injured. But being in the moment when it happens really quickly, that's a big deal. And we'll continue to work hard to find our spaces to do it. It does happen a lot, where not, very often, I don't know many through the league, you guys would know throughout a whole season how many times does, one line play the whole time. Not that often, especially as the, extended games. So going through ones like now and today, and where different people are in and different voices, I don't mind it. I'd welcome it because it allows different chances, and you do want to find out who can shine in those spots, John, because they may not be a starter, and they know that, but I can also show I can be a backup with limited reps with that person and still produce at a high level. So there's an opportunity, but you do have to go take it.
Coach, you made a couple of roster moves today, including one guy you drafted last year in Dom Hampton. How do you approach that? I mean, I know it's maybe the worst part of your job. How do you approach that conversation?
Yes, and it's a hard part of it. And but yeah, we did make that move today. And when you go through it, we were talking about, it's comprehensive of details to go, and sometimes you take it as far as you can, try to give as much support to all the guys as we can. But if it's not going to fit, we'd rather, give him a chance to go see if he can do his thing somewhere else. We got high regard for Dom. We absolutely loved working with him. But if it wasn't going to fit for us, then we want to certainly go give him a chance to go do that. And sometimes it's a little easier now than later.
To stay on that decision, you guys brought in a lot of veteran linebackers. Obviously, you signed Duke Riley. What was the decision to want to bring in more experienced guys there? Obviously, you have Bobby Wagner, but to bring in another guy with experience.
I don't know if it was experience necessarily, Ben. We just thought, it was time. And so going into it, Kane and Ale and Cam as younger players to go. Nick was more on the special team side. We don't give him a lot of reps, so we just felt like we needed another player. And so we brought some guys in yesterday at linebacker and at some other spots too. And we felt like this was the best spot now.
You didn't bring in any wide receivers. That's been a conversation, especially with some of the guys missing. Is that a fact of we really do like the guys we have and we want to give them more run, or other factors that just decided we're not going to bring anyone in?
Yeah, it's definitely the first one. But one thing like I said the other day with Adam and his staff, we're always going to compete and keep digging in to find if there's a fit that's good for us. We're going to look into it. But we do like chances and things we're seeing, but you do have to push it and allow that space to happen, Ben. So we want to continue to do that.
That's Commanders head coach Dan Quinn. I'm very curious about this little intra-squad scrimmage, the burgundy versus the gold. Tomorrow's going to be the game. When I saw the preseason schedule, how funky it was, with a week plus between games 1 and 2, I wondered how they divide that
10
up.
days, baby.
I think that's a really interesting way to go about it. I can't wait to see that unfold tomorrow. And while I'm curious how that goes, one thing I'm not curious about is you can trust the 5-star experts at Crop Metcalf for all your residential and commercial cooling, heating, plumbing, and pest control needs. JB Finley here, and summer temps are on the rise, and the last thing you need is your AC tapping out. My crew over at Crop Metcalf can hook you up with a brand new cooling system starting at just $186 a month. Seriously, that's the number. $186 a month. That includes all future service repairs, plus your heating and cooling checks. One low monthly price. No curveballs, no nonsense. And don't forget about your water heater, too, man. You might not be worried about it now, but pretty soon you're going to want that hot shower in the winter. Don't wait for the ice-cold wake-up call. Crop Metcalf will install a new water heater starting at just $56 a month. Don't wait until it's too late. Do what I always do. Call the 5-star experts at Crop Metcalf, 1-800-GO-CROP, or visit cropmetcalf.com to schedule your appointment today. Crop Metcalf is the home of the 5-star technician.
I don't mind, 'cause it mean that much to me. No. Leave me, girl, let me go.
B,
Baby, baby.
so we all knew today was going to be this light jog through practice. They made it pretty clear to the media this is going to be fast and light.
Yeah.
Makes a lot more sense now that Dan Quinn has explained why. He saw the same weirdness in the preseason schedule we saw.
Yep.
And to try to keep things fresh, they're going to have an inter-squad scrimmage tomorrow. I think that's actually kind of awesome. What do you make of this idea? Did you ever have anything similar?
Man, we always did it. I mean, it's nothing new, right?
But like with different, like it seems like they're trying to really divide it up, like different guys calling plays on each team.
Yeah, we've had that type of thing, but it's like it was so often that we went against each other and did stuff like that. Like, it's odd when they do it now. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, I mean they obviously do 11 on 11.
No, they do 11 on 11.
This seems like it's something different.
Yeah, I don't think it's gonna be much different. It ain't going to the ground.
Sure, I mean I don't
Yeah.
mean that, but like for DQ to mention secession plans about play calling, I
Yeah.
found pretty damn interesting. And like,
Oh, he knows you're not getting all his coaches back next year.
like I wonder if that is David Blau calling plays on one side and Brian Johnson on the other, Tavita,
could be
Anthony Lynn. I mean, there's a lot of people involved.
Oh yeah, I mean they have a bunch of coaches that other people gonna want to have on their rosters and on their coaching staff. So I'm sure Dan knows you're not going through another season, especially if it's good, and bring every coach back. It's not happening anymore.
For sure. I think we have officially hit mid-August, kind of the doldrums. It kind of just gets repetitive. At least this is something different.
Yeah, it helps out. It puts a little spark into it. Guys are competitive, so they don't want to do that.
Well, do you remember also when we saw yesterday the offense was wearing red jerseys, and
Yeah.
we're all like, what is that about?
Yeah.
Maybe this is a little precursor to it.
They say burgundy and gold, so
Yeah.
what's the burgundy and gold going to be?
I don't know. Do they have gold jerseys for
I
everybody?
don't know. We're going to see. I got to be over 8 in the morning, Jay. I'm going to find out.
Man, when you've been covering training camp for 3 weeks, some little change is pretty exciting.
Yeah.
I imagine for those dudes it's kind of exciting too.
Yeah. It breaks up the monotony a little bit.
All right, should we get back into our betting ways? Should we all make some bets for tonight? I
Yeah,
think
let's
we
do it.
should.
Yeah,
All right, let's
hell
get
yeah.
to Heard It Here first, Landini.
Let's heard it here first. Love. Gather round, gather round. I just think I'm working a bit.
All right, I don't think we have Monday Night Football tonight, but actually next week might be the only preseason Monday night game.
What do you mean?
I think it might. Excuse me, I'm getting the hiccups. I think it might be the only one.
You growing, dog?
I don't know. Eating salad with my fingers probably wasn't the best idea.
Do not know what the hell we got.
We definitely have baseball. Anybody like anything tonight, boys? Fire away.
Give me the Yankees over the Twins.
Twins over the
What's
Yankees.
what's it called?
What's the what?
I'm
What, the
going
spread?
against Jeff, whatever he does. Yeah.
You taking the Twins?
Yeah.
Do your thing. You're
And
going
the
to be
point
mad.
spread. Where the point spread is.
The run line, you can get plus 1.5.
I'll do that.
What'd you say, White Brian?
He didn't say anything, I guess.
I'm taking
dog mom.
Taylor Fritz minus 3.5 games versus Lorenzo Sinigo.
Is that a tennis bet?
That is a tennis bet.
The boys are in Cincinnati. I think Big Foe's out there.
Sure. I know what those words mean.
Can I get a Cade Cavalli prop? I'm going. Cade Cavalli's on the bump tonight for the Nats. I'm going over 3.5 strikeouts for Cade Cavalli. You like that, B?
Go for it.
Is that everybody? I never heard White Brian, but that doesn't mean he didn't say
I'm
something.
taking the
I just
Twins,
didn't.
too.
Oh, you guys are all fading Jeff. I like that. All right. Grant and Danny headed your way next. I just saw a tweet. Looks like Danny Rouillet is back in town from Scotland. Thank you to Nikki Javala for joining us. Thank you to all the callers. We're back at it tomorrow from what we've just found out is an inter-squad scrimmage. I got the hiccups. You made it this far. I owe you a hiccup.
And this sports update is brought to you by Melwood. Just a moment ago, head coach of the Commanders, Dan Quinn, said tomorrow the team will play a Burgundy versus Gold intra-squad scrimmage game because of the 10-day duration between the two preseason games. Elsewhere in the NFL, Alexander Mattison of the Dolphins suffered a season-ending neck injury and had surgery yesterday in Chicago. He's expected to make a full recovery. Meanwhile, the Nationals are coming off a series win out west over the Giants, their first since late July. It was a shutout victory yesterday, 8-0. The first time they've shut out a team since mid-April of this year. The Nationals' road trip continues to Kansas City, and tonight will feature Cade Cavalli's second start back from injury. First pitch at 7:40 right here on The Fan. In college football, the top 25 preseason rankings were released this morning, and Texas is on top for the first time in its history. And on the PGA Tour, Justin Rose won the FedEx St. Jude Championship. Now the tour comes local to Owings Mills, Maryland, to play the BMW Championship. You can support people with disabilities in your community by donating your unwanted vehicle to Melwood. Donating is fast, free, and easy. Visit melwood.org or call 1-877-MELWOOD for more information. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Kevin DiDomenico on The Fan.
Good Monday afternoon, and welcome into Grant and Danny. It's August 11th, 2025. You are listening live to The Fan. Jeremy Fowler will be with us at 5 o'clock today, ESPN reporter who's had a bunch of the most recent details on the Terry McLaurin standoff with the Commanders. So we'll catch up with him in 3 hours. Danny Rouillet is back from Scotland and in studio.
Finally, I have come back to the district. What's up, dude?
How was the vacay?
Unbelievable. Unbelievable. This trip for my oldest son with the soccer club, went around, barnstormed a couple different cities, got these behind-the-scenes tours of small clubs, medium-sized clubs, big clubs. We finished up with Manchester United, went to a game on Saturday. Just an unbelievable experience. So cool. And again, I'm not really a Premier League fan, or I've never been to those. I'm not from those places. I think you're a big fraud if you just decide I like Leicester or something like that. Like, you should be from the place and root for the teams that are there or have some kind of real connection. But whatever, still amazing to see these experiences and the passion and stuff. There was one day, multiple stories, and I'll try to sprinkle them in throughout, but where I'm just wearing a white T-shirt that had like a kind of blue on it, just in writing, and we're going to a place that's red. And they were like, mates, you're going to have to change your shirt because you might be murdered if you go there. Okay, fine. No problem. I'll just change that shirt then. I just wear like a neutral colored Under Armour or something like that. Just unbelievable how different it is.
How do I not get murdered?
Yeah,
What's the best way to do
that? To not be killed. One thing that we need to adopt, and I 100% believe this, that all these stadiums do. If you are an opposing fan, you're not mixed in. There is one section for you. I don't know how they do it exactly. And that one section is surrounded by armed guards, by police and security. So when we went to Falkirk versus Dundee, one of the first things we did, these teams hate each other in Scotland. There's no intermingling. There's no, I'm sitting next to a Cowboy fan or sitting next to an Eagles fan. That doesn't exist. They are divided by a section and then armed guards to make sure nothing happens. That needs to be adopted immediately at the professional sports level.
We might have to give them a few sections, I guess. Right? Because in our sports landscape, it's a little bit different. And specifically in D.C. as a transient city, like Northwest Stadium, maybe they get their half the field. So really the only thing we're changing is the armed guard part of it. But
Yes.
I like the idea of
it's
you don't get
great.
to sit next to someone and troll them. You got to sit with your own people, and there's going to be a guard that keeps you from bothering anybody.
It's the best. Because, you know where they are. They're dressed differently. There's different entrances, so you can't just wander around these stadiums. So it tells you very specifically, like, your gate is gate N30 or L5. And that's where you go in. There's food in your section. There are fans in your section, but you're not mixing and matching. You're not just wandering around looking for trouble. because they had to design it that way because there's been plenty of fisticuffs and arrests and the different things like that. But, dude, amazing experience. Glad to be back, though.
Soccer hooligans do things.
Yeah.
I want to hear more about the trip coming up at the double play at 3:45 today. But Danny is back. We are at full strength, and we are steamrolling toward the regular season. We appreciate your attempt to get a Terry McLaurin deal done.
I tried.
By leaving for a week.
Everything I could do. I left the country, for God's sakes, and you guys couldn't fix it out?
That's how you know that this thing's real.
Yeah.
That the game of chicken between McLaurin and the Commanders is legit. Danny Rouillet was out for an entire calendar week, and Buddy Baker and Adam Peters still couldn't agree to terms on a contract.
Like, come on, you guys. I did my part.
You did everything you could.
What else can I do? I spent all the money. I traveled for hours and hours and hours. I didn't check anything. This is the time you get it done. Do I need to break a toe or get a sniffle?
You did your normal first preseason game vacation time, though.
Yeah, which is always awesome.
Friday night, the Commanders made their exhibition debut against the New England Patriots. Who cares about the score?
I do not.
New England hung 48 and wins by 30. A lot has been made about this game and how sloppy and how ugly Washington played. I think two things can be true. I would have preferred that they look better, and it is unacceptable in any game at any point to commit 13 penalties for 100 yards, and this will probably end up being a benefit to them to pour some cold water over your back of the roster guys that are, happy to be here and get them a little motivated and get their butts going into a preseason dress rehearsal with Cincinnati and eventually a game where they're going to play a lot against the Ravens. But also, everybody relax. 30 guys didn't play. Almost, I would say, I don't know, the vast majority of the guys that mean the most to the team were in street clothes. Essentially every offensive and defensive starter as projected right now was not on the field. And some of the guys that actually matter, played okay. We'll get into some game balls and gassers in a moment. Guys like Johnny Newton and Trey Amos and some others ended up showing pretty well among the best, most talented players that you actually did dress. So both are true for me, Danny, that 13 penalties is ridiculous. It does feel like a good thing that this happened for this operation and Dan Quinn to now be able to grab some face masks if he wants to.
Yeah, you got a lot of teachable tape there.
Let's get moving. And the fact that it happened without your starters on the field, without any of the guys that are really going to matter a ton to you necessarily, being involved in the poor performance is probably the best case scenario.
I think it's well put. I do not care about the score. The same way if they put up 45 Osaka, Japan style, I don't care about the score. I care about the operation. I care about kind of individual matchups and showing well, and they did not, to your point. And that's an angle I'm taking. I'm actually glad this happened, right? Nothing's lost. There's no record here. I mean, no one cares about that at all. But there was a little bit too much assumption that, we'll have 53 burgundy jerseys, roll them out there with a football, and I can't wait to win 12, 13 games. Everyone's kind of put them over already. And when you haven't done anything in 30-plus years, you have one great season where everything went your way, there's just an assumption now that they've arrived. And I think that's premature. So I'm sort of glad there was a little bit of humility here. And there's some good course and reasons why. If you really game plan, I think you beat the Patriots. But that's not the point.
Yeah, that's another point I would make because it was not made on the broadcast, I don't think. And it certainly has not been made since a whole lot. But the Patriots, in a different organizational point than Washington is in their build, played starters.
Yes.
I don't know if they game planned or not, but I would imagine with starters on the field, they did a little bit of game planning, whereas Washington was just quite literally looking at guys on the back of the roster. So it's one thing if it's your threes against their threes and your fours against their fours. Early on, your backups are against their starters. So there's plenty of reasons why it wasn't going to go great. But the procedural penalties, false starts and holding,
12 guys in the huddle,
that kind of crap, it doesn't matter if it's you and me out there or Daron Payne, it cannot happen.
There's a difference. Now, if Josh Johnson plays, the ship has crashed into the mountain and there's no point, who cares? The season is bust and lost. And probably the same, frankly, with Sam Hartman, who was very handsome. But there are guys that played on Friday that are going to play at some point. The best laid plans, man. This is that sport. The dudes that you never think you're supposed to count on are going to end up in a key moment in a divisional game filling in for somebody. And can you handle it? And you could see the team's reaction. They moved on from a linebacker, and they're going to sign some guys now. And You could see that it wasn't just sloppy performance in week 1 of the preseason. We'll get back to it.
They worked out 14 guys as soon as they got back to Ashburn, and they've already cut one of their draft picks from a year ago, 5th-round pick Dominic Hampton, who played a bunch of linebacker and signed a veteran linebacker. So they clearly didn't like some of the things that they saw.
Precisely. So you could tell that the truth is in the middle in terms of how valuable or important this exercise was, or this flop of a preseason game. Again, I do not care about the score at all.
A week from today, though, is going to be way more
informative, I'd say. Yeah.
Not only that, informative is the right word, but I would say compelling and important. It's going to be really significant for them to get a look at some of their guys. And I don't mean do they play well or not in one game in August against the Bengals, but procedure and 13 penalties better become 5 or 6, in that game.
Right.
When the guys that matter a whole lot are on the grass. But to your point on, the fact that best laid plans don't come to fruition all the time, at wide receiver in this game, that's something I kept coming back to. It was funny. Everyone kept saying, oh, well, these aren't their wide receivers. These are the 6th and 7th and 8th wide receivers in the organization. Who cares? Right now, Terry McLaurin's not on your football team. Noah Brown's hurt. Now, you can tell me Noah Brown will be back soon. Noah Brown's always hurt. Noah Brown was hurt at the end of last year. Noah Brown was hurt the year before that with the Texans. Noah Brown's hurt in a different way right now, and I'm not trying to knock Noah Brown, but Noah Brown's a guy that gets hurt. That's what Noah Brown has been in his career.
That's why he was available to you.
So it's going to possibly, I know it sounds crazy, happen again that he might be hurt at some point this season. Deebo Samuel has a lengthy injury history, longer than the line at the DMV. He is a guy that might miss time at some point now in his 30s on your football team. So this idea that Michael Gallup, KJ Osborne, Chris Moore, Jacoby Jones, Mike Strachan, Tay Martin, Ja'Cory Brooks, like all of those guys are just insignificant 6th or 7th overall receivers on the depth chart. I promise you a few of the names I just named are going to play in regular season games in Washington this year. I promise you. And by the way, Chris Moore, who dropped 2 passes, KJ Osborne, who dropped 2 passes, have been running occasionally, especially in Moore's case, with the ones. Luke McCaffrey was out there. You wouldn't have known it other than a poorly thrown screen behind the line of scrimmage to him where he lost a yard. He's going to be on the team catching passes. So it was just funny to me to hear this idea, this downplaying of, the receivers, who cares? Let's not make a big deal about it. These aren't their starters. This isn't Terry and Noah and Deebo. Well, they basically sat one guy who was healthy. Otherwise, it's 2 dudes that are not available to the team right now for different reasons, and Jalen Lane. That's the receiver room. So McCaffrey, some version of Moore, Gallup, Osborne, Jones, Strachan, one of those guys, Brooks, maybe Braylon Sanders, someone's going to have to step forward, but it is not accurate to just pretend like none of the receivers that played in that game other than Luke McCaffrey and Jalen Lane matter at all. That's not true. Sorry to burst your bubble. It's trending in a way where a few more of them than you'd like might matter this football season.
Same thing with linebacker depth, same thing with, perhaps safety. I mean, again, the point is, right now on paper, you've got what we think the lineup is. Have you ever seen football before? Yeah, you ever happened upon what goes on in this violent game?
Oh, you must be new here.
Yeah, right? I mean, again, there is a central player, a central member of this thing that we go as Jaden Daniels goes, correctly, rightly. He's wonderful. He's amazing. But if he misses time, significant time, this is sort of a different equation because that is the one super variable of such outsized importance when you've got a quarterback of his caliber. But everywhere else, they were fortunate in a lot of places last year in terms of injury. The offensive line shuffling around. Now you've got new pieces, and we'll go into some of them. I thought Connerly showed why they liked him so much with some of him getting to different levels and showing some of that athleticism, especially in some pass pro situations. I liked what I saw there. But there are going to be some unexpected things, and you're going to look down the bench. I mean, look at Detroit last year, for example. Now, they were a juggernaut, and I remember they lost to somebody in the postseason, but they dealt with a staggering number of injuries on that defense. Staggering number. So guys that they were not counting on to do diddly and or squadoosh at this point in the year in the preseason went down. Did you have enough to kind of hold on and sustain? Turns out they ended up falling short, not getting the NFC title game because of Washington went down there and put a beating on them. But that's kind of my point here is negative stuff is going to happen. And this group, again, forget about the score part of it. Can you handle your responsibilities? And your first test after week 1 of the preseason, no grades are final at this point. This is that first quiz. The final exam will come in the regular season. Your first test, you failed it. You didn't look very good, and I think that's important. That's what's critical for me.
If you guys are new to the show over the offseason, after every single Commanders game, generally they're playing Sundays, and we'll do this on Mondays. But the day after, when we're back in after a Commanders game, we do game balls and gassers. These are our ways to highlight the best and the worst performances, decisions, moments of games. Specifically, though, we really try to isolate and highlight players that played poorly or played really, really well. And so with that in mind, it is time for our first installment this preseason of Game Balls and Gassers. I want to give a game ball to Ja'Cory Krosky merit. He had a play as a receiver that really impressed me where he comes out of the backfield, he leaves a linebacker in his wake, he makes a catch, he makes a guy miss with shifty, 8-yard completion, gets out of bounds. I actually posted a video of it if you want to go look at it at Grant H. Paulson on Instagram. His rushing totals, nothing impressive, but he had 2 really good runs where he showed off jump cuts, including a 9-yard run that was blocked for about 2 or 3. He ended up 7 for 24. He has been the talk of camp. Everybody's been very impressed with Bill Merritt. The question has been, is he going to play well enough in preseason games when they're actually tackling and when now being a running back gets harder to the point where he's going to climb the depth chart? I saw enough from him in that one game. I'd like to see him get some reps with the first team in the Cincinnati matchup. And I know Robinson and Eckler are probably going to play, and they can play. I know what both of those guys are, and that's fine. Get him out there for a few reps and let him break a sweat and let him get into football shape. But I'd like to see Merritt, during the quarter or whatever you're going to play the starters, get some work with starters against starters to see what that looks like. Because he does have an explosiveness and a cutting ability in the backfield that Robinson does not have on first and second down. So, game ball to him.
Josh Connolly. There's mixed bag, I think, overall, but the reason they were so intrigued, it seems, with a guy his size is how athletic he is, and they're going to get him in space an awful lot. There was one innocuous kind of a play that I've seen broken down a couple different times. The pass went in an opposite direction. So the defensive end, or whoever was rushing there from New England, is probably 4 yards to Connerly's right. There's a tight end in between them. Connerly slides over and meets the guy when he gets basically one step towards the backfield, and he was not even a factor on the play. It was really simple, clean, athletic. Like, it's not something that's going to go into send it to Canton for a first sign of his future Hall of Fame career or something unbelievably special. But you go, that looked big time. That looked like a right tackle that can really play in this league, right? Using that athleticism. So you can dream on some of those screens, getting to the second level and doing some of those things. Again, there's plenty to work on. Not saying it's a finished product just yet, but I thought that was really encouraging. Seeing that athleticism kind of play, not just in practice or whatever, not just in theory, but in a game like that, I thought was encouraging.
I think the arrow is also just trending up massively for him in terms of his stock. If you go back to the opening couple of practices to right now, I'm not sure there are many players on the team that have improved more or look more like they belong that didn't necessarily right away.
Mm-hmm.
Like, he has made major strides. There's no doubt in my mind. I'm going to go Johnny Newton, one of the few guys that played on defense who is going to play a lot this season if the A plan comes to fruition. Johnny Newton made 2 plays in the backfield. He was involved in the turnover where Drake May fumbled. Johnny Newton was right there on that sack, and then he also blew a play up otherwise in the backfield for a TFL that somebody else got. But twice he was noticeable. That was the guy I was expecting out of Illinois, and he was doing it against starters, for the record, even though Washington's starters weren't out there. New England's were. But I think he could be a pocket pusher. I think he could be a guy that gets up the field. With their lack of proven depth on the outside from an edge rushing standpoint, they're going to need to get creative. And that means, I think, freeing up Daron Payne to rush the quarterback, getting Johnny Newton unleashed, getting him moving upfield, and that's going to be part of the creativity. I think the design is going to be guys like Payne and Newton and even Kinlaw on the inside are going to have to help generate some of the pass rush you might not get from the outside when you're stuffing the run with Dietrich Wise or Cleveland Farrell. But Newton, to me, was the loudest performer in their front seven by far in the early going on Friday night.
Kick coverage. Oh, no. So overall, Washington in this game actually outgained the Patriots in terms of return kicks because they had 9 of them for 204 yards total. On 3 kick returns, the Patriots managed 187 yards, touchdown Travion Henderson, 62 yards Antonio Gibson, our old friend. Dan Quinn was pissed about that, kind of rightfully so. Again, great teachable tape. Glad it happened now as opposed to during the regular season, but that was not a good look.
Sam Hartman. I thought Sam Hartman sprayed the ball all over the place like a hose with its thumb on the front where you just start splattering water everywhere. He was very inaccurate. And if this is a competition for the third job, which I think is what's happening, because Daniels is going to start and Mariota's the backup, it's not even just about this game. I mean, Josh Johnson, for the short term, is the obvious better quarterback. If you needed someone to play in September, October, probably November, December, Josh Johnson should be that guy. He came in, went 15 of 22, 173, touchdown and a pick. And the interception wasn't even necessarily all his fault or as bad a play as the Sam Hartman interception was. Hartman went 9 of 19. And even a couple of the completions, one behind Ben Sinnott that he caught, like it could have easily been a 7 of 19 performance based on throws out of his hand. I thought he was bad. I thought Johnson was pretty decent. But even being out at practice, watching them throw side by side, like Johnson does everything that Hartman does a little bit better. He's just a ton older. The question is, what are they looking for? Do they want a third-string quarterback who's not actually going to play this year, who's just going to be in the room helping Jaden Daniels get ready for games as his buddy, who you can develop long-term into being either more of a 3 or maybe a 2? Because that could be Hartman. If they actually want someone who could play, like last year when they kept Driscoll as their third quarterback, then you need to keep Hartman on your practice squad as your 4th guy in the org, and Johnson stays as the 3. But there's really no way to convince me in any capacity, Danny, that Sam Hartman is a better quarterbacking option for this year than Josh Johnson. And this game cemented that for me in a lot of ways.
Trey Amos. Not a ton of work. Oh, but I just like it. I can't help it. I have an obsession. Listen, I'm terrible in general at a lot of things, and everybody knows it. But if you've got size and you can move around, I just fall in love. And Amos isn't that big, but he looks big. I don't know how to say it better than that. He just looks like a Legion of Boom style cornerback. He looks like a Dan Quinn member of the secondary. The stats don't jump out at you. I think it was 2 tackles and sort of that was it. But if you end up sort of watching him, there's a fluidity to it. There's an explosiveness to it. He looks in control, and he looks like he belongs in the NFL. Not just belongs, but looks like he can be a guy that is going to start at a pretty solid base and grow into something special as he kind of experiences the league and sees some different things. Physical, fast, strong, all of it.
He was targeted in the, kind of high red. I don't know if it was I'd have to go back and look, fade or deep corner or whatever it was, but that throw into the end zone, he was step for step, good coverage, had a tackle in the running game coming downhill as well shortly thereafter. Very limited, as you said, in his playing time, but was noticeable a couple of times in very positive ways. Let me go rapid fire here, a couple of game balls. Noah Igbenogany, who's now been moved down the depth chart. I thought very good coverage, couple of times where he was in tight and broke up a pass or was right there as a play didn't get made. Very encouraging. I think he's got a chance to make the squad. Ja'Cory Brooks at wide receiver, undrafted free agent out of Louisville. He was the talk of camp for a day or two to start. Then it was very, very quiet. He's had a couple of drops that I've seen even against air that have bothered me, and I kind of cooled on him. But in the game, 5 targets, 5 catches, 59 yards, long of 16. I know it was very late against guys that may not be in the NFL soon enough, but he showed very nicely. And I have more interest in a guy like that who's an undrafted free agent than I do in a KJ Osborne or a Michael Gallup or one of these
Been
older
there, done that.
retreads. And then lastly, I would say he's not going to make the team probably, but Demetric Felton, who was in the NFL way back in 2022. And when you get a chance in these games, what are you going to do? He had a 28-yard carry he ripped off, led the team with 42 yards. You could tell he might have a chance to be their statistical leader just based on the work he's going to get. But I noticed that was not Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt. A lot of times your 7th-round running back is the guy getting all those carries at the end of the game. They got Bill in and out. I think that tells you a lot about what they're thinking about Merritt.
I wanted to bring that up. That was informative to me. Because, again, he didn't get the full veteran treatment, Robinson Eckler, nor should he at this point.
7th-rounder, you got to go play.
But it basically shows you this gentleman is in the mix for more, right? You got in, you got off your feet. Then there was a lot of guys that we haven't heard of.
All right, so there you go. Some early game balls and gassers. We can give you some more on the way back in, but we want to hear from you. Who helped themselves? 800-636-1067. Who hurt themselves on Friday night in New England? 800-636-1067. We'll get your observations on some of the performers in the preseason for the Commanders next on Grant and Danny. On Tuesday, August 26th, it's FanDuel Futures Day. This is going to be awesome. It's a new holiday for football fans. What's up, guys? It's GP. 24 hours of deals are coming your way on all your football season predictions, and it's just a couple of weeks from tomorrow. So take a flyer on the MVP race. Maybe you like Jaden Daniels. Crown your champion in August. Maybe you're rolling with the Commanders. Parlay your division winner, dark horses as well. Mark your calendars. This is your day for your hunches or hot takes. Your call on each of the Futures Awards. And find yourself the best odds right now before the season starts. Visit the FanDuel app today and start planning your futures bets now, because Futures Day is one day and one day only. FanDuel, play your game. I love me this idea. Tuesday, August 26th for the FanDuel Futures Day. Must be 21, present in Virginia. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Brought to you by Reynolds and Power Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. Dan Quinn speaking to the media earlier. Laramie Tunsil had to exit practice early yesterday, though Quinn did say he's getting a jog through today and, more importantly, likely to be a part of their burgundy and gold scrimmage. That's what they're calling it tomorrow. That's also coming off back-to-back wins in San Francisco. Cade Cavalli gets the start in Kansas City tonight. That's at 7:40. Coverage, though, going to start at 7:10 right here on The Fan. Texas sitting at the top of the AP Top 25 for the first time ever. Penn State, Ohio State, Clemson, and Georgia finishing out the top 5. 10 SEC schools and 6 Big Ten schools are a part of that. Want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Just reach out to Empower Home Team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call, just text your address. 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Nick Ashew on The Fan.
At certain ones, Nikki, I feel like, man, there's really, strong ones. That sometimes happens. I see that at running back and at tight end, defensive line. And then there's others, okay, keep digging. In fact, we have a workout later on this afternoon, post-practice and, to continue to look at some guys. And one thing I've come to really appreciate about Adam and his staff is, like, there's a chance to get better. We're going to dig in and find ways to do that, and we'll continue to do that.
Dan Quinn, post preseason game 1. Welcome back, Grant and Danny on The Fan. All of our camp coverage on the shows presented by Paul Henry's Window Installation. PaulHenry'sWindows.com, your clear home improvement choice. We're giving you some game balls, players that stood out, gassers, players who struggled. We're taking your calls on the preseason opener against the Patriots at 800-636-1067. You mentioned kick coverage. Travion Henderson opened the game with a 100-yard kick return for a touchdown. That's how the preseason got underway. Welcome to 2025.
Here we go.
Balls in the air. Uh-oh. Travion Henderson looks awesome. That was one of the guys that so many of us talked about as a candidate in the early second round for Washington. And, I remember having the conversation on the show about they were picking at the end of the first round. It would have been better to trade back a little bit and do it, but would we be okay with the possibility of taking him in the first round? And it's one preseason game. It does not a career make. But if that guy doesn't look like he's going to be the greatest running back of all time, I don't know who does.
There's a burst there, one might say.
I mean,
right?
3 catches for 12 yards, had an 18-yard run, and they get another good run that got called back. And then the 100-yard kick return. Tell me Travion Henderson doesn't look like a football player.
Yeah, this is what I want. Now, I understand that he was a late first, early second type guy, but I want
as long as you don't have to draft him, you want it.
Well, I'm so good on he's 6'2", 230, but he brings the wood. Shh. Enjoy the 1980s. I want this. I want quick.
You got to draft it, though.
Sure.
It's not your favorite thing.
Well, you can find, again, Bucky Irving in the 4th round. That's my target. 4, 5, 6, undrafted free agents. I want this. That style of player. I know you have to pay a premium up there in the second round, but that sort of dude is what I would look for, and they don't really seem that interested in that.
Yeah, I want Jahmyr Gibbs, who went in the first round, or Bijan Robinson, who went in the first round, or this guy who was a first-round talent who went in the second round. But, yes, it's the speed, it's the explosiveness, it's the – wait a second. You're allowed to have that gear? How come none of my guys have that gear?
I want that gear.
Where do I get a car that goes that fast? He just looked like he was running at a different speed than everybody else, basically. I didn't really have a whole lot of other thoughts on the Patriots. I mean, they played their starters a little bit. Drake May was in there for a drive or two. They turned the ball over, starters against Washington's backups, even though they were moving the ball pretty well. But I will say, I just think Mike Vrabel is such a massive upgrade over the unserious coaching operation that they had before with Gerard Mayo that I'm a big proponent and buyer in of the Patriots right now. I think they could be – it's not sneaky anymore because everybody's picking them to have a renaissance campaign, but they could be fun to watch in the East. I think they're favored in look-ahead lines in 10 games. I totally get it. Like, they are more talented. They're still short in the receiver position. I don't know that they've got enough offensively just yet, but I liked what they did on defense especially.
Well, especially as Miami, the arrow's not trending up there, and the Jets are still very Jetsy. So all of a sudden, there's an opportunity in that division, minus Buffalo.
You could finish second, maybe.
Yeah.
You probably have to win 9 games to overtake Miami or tie with Miami or something. But you're right. I mean, the Jets are terrible, and the Dolphins, it's a gigantic arrow down. Mike McDaniel is on a warming seat.
And it is not the most arduous schedule for the Patriots here. Listen, you're in the AFC East. You got Buffalo twice. There are going to be a couple good teams in their schedule.
But
it's the
they're
NFL.
favored 10 times as a team with a 7-win projection because they're playing a lot of crap teams.
Well, there's enough Raiders, Panthers, Titans, Browns, Jets on your schedule to be frisky and be an 8-9 win team. A major jump up from that 4-13 operation we just saw.
As a show, we've always been Vrabel guys.
Yep.
And him getting another job with a young, ascending, talented quarterback and then tons of money to spend this offseason. And they kind of went about it anti-Washington, right? The opposite of what the Commanders have gone much older and done a lot of trades and stuff. They were giving out bags, like crazy contracts in some cases.
So anti-Belichickian, too, towards the end there. Yeah.
Milton Williams got $26 million a year, the D-tackle from Philly. Milton Williams got that.
Yeah.
You know, I understand it's basically the Deron Payne contract on this salary cap, but it's still wild what they did. Let's go to Paul, who's in Centerville on Grant and Danny. Paul, game ball gasser from Friday night in Foxborough.
Hey, yeah, thanks, guys. Great show, great discussion. Agree 100%. These guys matter. These are not like throwaway games. We're looking at our depth. A lot of these guys are going to play big minutes. So help me out here. Tell me if it's just me if I'm the only one here, okay? I'm concerned about Johnny Newton, and here's why, okay? It was a mixed bag, I thought, on Friday. We saw him in the pass rush. He made splash plays, some highlight plays. I was seeing him getting mauled in the run game, though, and that's a bit concerning. He was getting pushed off the line. Eddie Goldman obviously did not have a great night, but Johnny Newton didn't either. And for a guy who's supposed to be our third defensive tackle, he's going to play a lot of minutes. He's going to rotate in. I didn't see any progress from last year. Now, I understand it's preseason. Maybe there's time, but am I the only one? I was a little concerned about that, right? A+ in the pass rushing, but that run defense, it just wasn't there.
So he's going to have to be stout against the run to be the type of player they need him to be this year. There's no doubt. But I really genuinely believe that the reason he got drafted at 36th overall is to make the splash plays that you gave him credit for.
Mm-hmm.
He had a sack fumble where he knocked the ball away from Drake May. He had another play that he blew up in the run game, mind you, for a tackle for loss as well. Those were the two pluses. You get stickers on your helmets for those. And if there are some plays where you get knocked back or whatever, then they'll even out, I guess, over the course of a small sample size. I'd actually have to go back and rewatch the run game closer to really see individually how he had played. Because he had stood out a couple of times, I kind of considered it a win and moved on in an evaluation of him for the night. I understand the question. What I would say, though, is when they have their full allotment of players, Javon Kinlaw's next to him stuffing the run, right? They're going to put him on the field maybe with Eddie Goldman or Kinlaw, and one of them gets upfield and the other one's eating some space. And on a passing down, maybe it's him and Payne rushing in tandem and running some TT games or something. But it's hard for me to get overly analytical about how he did against the run when he's on a D-line with backups that aren't really the guys he's going to be playing that role with in a few weeks.
So I share the caller's concern to a degree. I just don't think that's who he is. I kind of answering with the way you answered. If you would like a smart car, if you want a Gilbert Brown type, you don't tap Johnny Newton to do that. I mean, they went and got beef around him. They got those, frankly.
If they thought he was a run-stuffing savant, they probably don't bring Eddie Goldman out of retirement, who is, a absolute refrigerator.
Yeah, you don't go Dietrich Wise.
Javon
You don't
Kinlaw's
go
the biggest guy I've ever seen on any D line.
Right. So the beef is around him, and they got him to be the kind of that penetrating force, that botherer, that disruptor. But I think if he's playing as a starter, let's say he gets the kind of snap counts that Allen and Payne enjoyed a couple of years ago. Yeah, they're going to run. I would run at him a ton. I would say for every one that you beat my guard or beat the center or kind of get around to get upfield and for a TFL, I'm going to knock your butt in the next week a whole bunch of times. It's hard to imagine in real life someone that's 6'2", 295 being undersized, but at that spot, yeah. I mean, if you're getting double teamed a bunch, and I think you can push him around a little bit, but that's kind of the trade-off. He's there to me, as you said, to I think be part of a rotation, stay fresh and be disruptive. But yeah, if you catch him or you catch them in some spots where it's a running down and he's still on the field because you went tempo or whatever, maybe he does get exposed a little bit in the run game.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to be a liability by any means. Like, you got to get him out. It's a running down. But there's a difference between it being what you major in or not, or the reason.
Yeah, that's a better way to
drafted
put
him.
it.
I think he'll be average as a run stuffer. I think he could be an above average pass rusher. But that's why they have this plan where they're going to have 9 or 10 guys on the D line that make the team, because they got a bunch of guys that are kind of known for one or two things, and the trick is going to be getting them all on the field at the right time to do the thing they can do well.
Yeah, there are a lot of sub-package and specialists. When you think, what is Von Miller here to do? It ain't to hold the point of attack in the run game.
We also have not talked really at all this camp about Daron Payne, and I think he's one of the most interesting people on the team, because we've just kind of moved on from what was a Pro Bowler, like a near second-team All-Pro type player a couple of years ago when he got paid, and he hasn't played at that level in 2 years since. But if he were somehow able to get back to that, like, this is contract year Daron Payne coming up. That's generally when he's done his best work.
Yeah.
What if he was to have a huge season? What does that look like, stopping the run, getting to the quarterback? Something we should cover before the preseason ends as we get closer and closer to week 1 against the Giants. Next, though, let's look at the rookie quarterback class that debuted. Shedeur Sanders for the Browns, Jackson Dart for the Giants. Some rave reviews coming out of both outings. You're listening to Grant and Danny. You can go vote right now on our Metropolitan Moving and Storage poll of the day on Grant and Danny. Local, long distance, residential, or commercial. 3 decades of best-in-class service and experience. We're asking you, who impressed you most in Commanders preseason game number 1 in New England? Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt, Ja'Cory Brooks. If your name's Ja'Cory, you probably did okay.
You probably played a lot and did some stuff.
Johnny Newton or Trey Amos. You can go vote right now on one of those 4 players.
I voted Trey Amos. Even though it was only a handful of snaps, it felt like. I was so impressed. Just came away thinking, okay, they got one.
Yeah, I was most excited to see him just because of how his practice had gone and to see if it carried over, and it certainly did. I'll go with Bill, JCM, Krosky-Merritt. I think he looks to me like a guy that can play and help them early this season. I don't know if he'll get a chance to or not, but I would certainly love to see him get that opportunity. All right, let's hop around the NFL. A couple of the rookie quarterbacks that made their debuts. There was a really toxic discourse leading into the Browns-Panthers game about Shedeur Sanders, where for some reason it became this story that he was being set up to fail. I still don't quite get how a 5th-round pick getting to play a half of preseason football because 2 guys are hurt and another guy's not going to play was somehow throwing him to the wolves. But lo and behold, Shedeur Sanders not only played, but he played really well. 14 of 23 for $138, 2 touchdowns. He made a couple of really nice throws, middle of the field with accuracy. He did some things in the pocket that showed some advanced NFL capabilities. I actually thought he looked more athletic and more mobile. I had to go back after the fact and watch his game because it was on during the Commanders. But his preseason performance, to me, it seemed like he has gotten faster, which sounds dumb, or just a little more athletic. Like at Colorado, I am standing in the pocket, and I am not leaving no matter what happens. And that really wasn't how he operated. But, look, it's only one preseason game. There's nothing that he can do that will ever be able to lead to a reasonable conversation.
Sure.
On any side. I don't know how we got here, but he's now Caitlin Clark and Angel Reese, and it's just this huge conversation.
Everyone wants to have a declarative statement through whatever happens, good or bad.
Societal and cultural, and part of the reason maybe why teams honestly wanted nothing to do with
and
it.
Who knows?
It's just toxic. But he played once. He played really well. Ideally, he can now get more reps with better players around him, and we'll see what it looks like in a week. That's kind of where I am on it.
I did not have. Now, again, I've never done an interview with him. I've never done any research other than I've just watched him play some football because they were on TV all the time. And I go, that's better than a 5th rounder. So to me, he's better than all these 2nd stringers, 3rd stringers that he's going to be playing with and against, and he probably proved that here in this preseason game.
I was listening to a report at a Browns camp that one of their writers was doing a couple weeks ago, and he said it really well. He said basically, there is no way you can watch practice and tell me that Shedeur Sanders is not physically way more talented or way more impressive physically than Dylan Gabriel, who they drafted before him in this draft. And I think that's interesting from a couple standpoints. Number one, he's ahead of him on the depth chart. Number two, guys like him got drafted and Shedeur Sanders was still sitting there. But his point was that's the physical part of it.
Yeah.
There's all this other crap that comes with taking Shedeur Sanders. And some of it, frankly, most of it is not of his doing. Now, he's gotten in trouble off the field, little minor things driving car that Dylan Gabriel hasn't. There's major questions about just how he's going to handle himself and what kind of teammate he's going to be and the way he handled the pre-draft process and whatever else. But there's also stuff he can't control. Like he goes out, throws 20 passes in the preseason, and LeBron James and Jamie Foxx and people are coming out of the woodwork to say, see, he should be starting. You don't get that when Andy Dalton comes in and goes 13 of 15 for 100 yards for the Panthers. There's just something added when you draft a celebrity backup quarterback that teams typically don't like, but he looked like an NFL quarterback in this game, and I am curious to see when a defense is playing more starters and game planning, and when he gets better players around him, can he take another progressive step?
I think it's a very good way to view it. I mean, it reminds me, it's not the same, it's not analogous at all, but when Griffin left here, and we all know the baggage and the story that kind of happened with that, and every then Redskins fan that was still Team Griffin, that everybody was against him, and it was my fault or your fault or whoever else, is sending you, look at the preseason numbers, look at this throw against, the guys that are delivering fridges in 10 days. Look at this, he's still great. Let's all calm down. Oh, now, he can't go start 17 games this past week. He couldn't be a Hall of Famer or a bust or anything else. All he could do, given the sample, is play well. And he did. Give the kid credit.
I would say the exact same thing you just said about Jackson Dart, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
Dart was
Impressed me.
first-round pick. He looked really good.
Yes, he did.
12 of 19 for $154 and a touchdown. He also ran 3 times for 24 yards. He had a 19-yard scramble where he looked like, I'm trying to think of a comp of like a nimble athlete, maybe a Baker Mayfield or a Drake May, or kind of like a smaller Josh Allen.
Like a little quicker, a little more burst than you thought. I mean,
Yes.
honestly, reminded me of Daniel Jones. I know that's a
I
scary
was trying
comp
to
for
avoid
people.
that one just because it's, everyone will laugh and say,
yeah,
he
forget
stinks.
about the throwing part.
Yeah.
But like moving around, you go, I wouldn't turn a blind eye. That guy can move.
But like Shedeur Sanders, nobody knew how he was going to play.
Yeah.
He came out there after Russell Wilson started, went 6 of 7 for 28 yards, a bunch of checkdowns, and he lit it up. Now, he was playing with backups against backups, and you'll notice that most of the kids that played in these preseason games, there was a lot done, I'm sure, to insulate them, help them out, call some plays that they're comfortable with, all the stuff that you should be doing.
Mm-hmm.
Like even Tyler Shuck went 15 of 22 for $165 and a score with the Saints. He lit it up. He might start for them, he might not,
Yeah.
but I don't think it's a coincidence that all 3 of them played really, really well. Now it's about taking on better competition, giving them a better opportunity to game plan for themselves. It's not just about playing tougher competition. When you're playing with 4s, that's harder than playing with 2s.
Absolutely. My sneaky prediction, I don't know how sneaky it is, the Giants are not going to be terrible this year. I think they're going to be frisky and a pain in the butt. Who knows if it's good enough to save Shane and Dable, but Abdul Carter only played 6 snaps, and oh my God, that is a world-eating Galactus Unicron combination.
He's going to be a beast.
He is an absolute star in the making. Add in Jackson Dart, and they might have something.
Mike Sando of The Athletic, every single season at this time, ranks quarterbacks. See where Jaden Daniels came in after he talked to all the executives and coaches. This is not some dumb list that someone puts together so that people can argue. This is literally an insider talking to people all over the NFL about different passers and their tendencies. So I want to see what Sando said about Daniels next on The Fan.
Brought to you by Prince George's Community College. Dan Quinn and the Commanders found a way to bridge the gap between preseason games. The Burgundy and Gold scrimmage is going to happen tomorrow. Quinn said that even though Laramie Tunsil left yesterday's practice early, he is expected to be a part of the scrimmage tomorrow. Brandon Coleman, Sam Cosme have already been out, which is now leading to, quote, concern for Quinn with developing chemistry. Marcus Mariota also getting closer, but he's not there yet, according to their head coach. Commanders already released linebacker Dominique Hampton, signed corners Isang Bassi and Antonio Hamilton, along with linebacker Duke Riley. The Nats just took 2 of 3 from the Giants, riding a 2-game win streak. They're also on the heels of them outscoring the Giants 12-2 over that stretch. Cade Cavalli gets the start in Kansas City. That first pitch at 7:40, coverage at 7:10 here on The Fan. College isn't for everyone, but a great job still can be at Prince George's Community College. Their continuing education programs offer fast, hands-on training. Get skilled, get hired. Visit pgcc.edu. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Nick Ashew on The Fan.
The show is brought to you today and every day by the law firm Condorian Murad. Estate planning, elder law, real estate transactions, probate administration. Their attorneys are always there to protect you and your family's assets. Schedule a free consultation with their team today, kmlawyers.com. Be sure to tell them we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com. Danny, you went to Scotland for a week.
I did.
You got back. You are here today for the first of 5 shows this week, and you didn't even need to call Condorian Murad. No lawyers were needed.
Thank goodness. Thank goodness. I mean, there was one injury on the trip, which you feel terrible for. One of the last stops, the kids were playing hard, and one kid came down awkward on his shoulder. Had to go get X-rays. It might be separated or sprained or something like that. And that sort of stuff.
Ooh,
that's
risky.
Scary yeah, it's risky.
Country.
Exactly. Now you got a 15 hours of travel to come home. Who knows what that does to a 14-year-old shoulder? Felt for the kid.
That's tough. But it is good to have you back in the saddle. The Athletics' Mike Sando does this annual quarterbacking report that he puts together with all of the best quarterbacks in the league. He talks to all the executives and the coaches around the sport, and he did it again this year. And he's got Jaden Daniels coming in 6th on his quarterbacking list behind the Big Four, and then Matt Stafford is the number 5 quarterback in the NFL via these executives and coaches.
That's always, the Big Four, everybody I think is fine. They should be where they are. There's enough deposits in the bank where if one has a medium year, a down year, an up year, an MVP year, you know where kind of they belong. It's who's next is interesting. I mean, Justin Herbert at one point looked like the heir apparent to be number 5. You've seen great years turn in from Jared Goff, the human praying mantis in Detroit. Now, how good is he going to be without Ben Johnson, TBD? But who occupies that 5, 6, 7, and 8 spot, I think, is where kind of the great debate lies in the sport. And Daniels, you could tell, has received a lot of love, and rightfully so after a sensational rookie year.
Yeah, we're going to talk to Sando on the show on Friday, but for this piece, he basically grills some of the minds around the NFL that people care about the most. It was 6 GMs, 6 assistants to the GM. He had 6 ex-GMs, 5 other executives high in front offices, 8 head coaches, 15 coordinators on offense and defense, and then 4 other high-ranking assistants. So you put all of those people together to help come up with this 50-person panel that he uses to then go out and grade and tweak and analyze, quarterback performance and try to figure out who should be ranked where. And so I care more about this project that he does than I do almost any quarterback listing that you're going to find.
Mm-hmm.
Because this is not just some guy's opinion. This is not just someone writing something looking for feedback. And to see that Jaden Daniels got some of the votes that he did when it's done by tiers, right? In terms of how many people put him in the top 5, how many people put him in the top 10, in the top 15, and then it's all done in that way, essentially.
Right.
And then there's a value that comes with it. As of last year's draft class, Bo Nix, Drake May, both very favorably regarded. None to the extent necessarily that, Jaden Daniels was, where he had 17 people put him in tier 1. Nobody put Bo Nix or Drake May or Caleb Williams or Michael Penix or J.J. McCarthy in that tier. He had 31 people put him in tier 2. Only Nix, May, and Williams at about 4 or 5 votes apiece were actually even garnering tier 2 consideration. And so you had 38 of the 50 executives say that Jaden Daniels was in one of the top 2 tiers. Nix had 4 people saying he was a top 2 tier quarterback. May, 5 people. Williams, 5 people. 0 people for Penix or McCarthy. Again, Jaden Daniels, 38 out of 50. So
Tells
for the most
there,
part,
yeah.
those other quarterbacks from his draft class were viewed as tier 3 or tier 4. Daniels had 2 people total out of the 50 have him that low. And those are probably just show me more guys.
Sure.
Where there's no one that would watch him last year and say, I think he's probably a tier 4 quarterback. But that person might say, I'm not letting anybody be higher than that until you repeat it.
Yeah, they're the guy that won't vote for you in your first eligibility for the Hall of Fame no matter what. You know what I mean? Like there's that sort of voting system. Interesting that Stafford's 5. Just to me, I know that's not the focus of the conversation. The Matt Stafford that's number 5 hasn't existed in a handful of years to me. The guy that was north of 40 touchdowns in 2021. It's been injury plagued. It's been kind of moderate to low production, frankly. To have him at 5 is interesting. To me, you know, you could make arguments for anybody that's in that tier that Daniels, Herbert, Goff, Stroud, Jalen Hurts, Super Bowl winning quarterback. 2 of his last 3 years, he's been excellent, outplayed superstar Pat Mahomes in a Super Bowl that he lost. But the point is, I think you've made it very well. Where is the conversation around Daniels? Right? It's not one guy's going, hey, I see something nobody else sees. There's some upside here. No. This is dude, he's knocking on the door of the 4.
Well, he's there. I mean, he's
right?
arrived. Like, look at how they're handling him this preseason.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it sounds like he's going to play almost nothing. They're treating him as if he's in that long time, 7 to 10 year in the league veteran, repeating an offense, doesn't need to work in August kind of mode. I'm not questioning it. I'm just saying that's what they're doing.
That's the view, yeah.
I think he's going to get a drive or 2, it sounds like, against the Bengals, but he's not going to play in the 3rd game. He didn't play in the 1st game. They're going to do the least amount possible of having him out on the field because that's how important he is. Mahomes is still being 1, although he's tied with Joe Burrow. And again, it's a scoring system based on the ratings of the 50. I have no problem with that, honestly. Even though I think Patrick Mahomes is going to go down as the greatest quarterback ever for the same reason right now that people think Tom Brady's the greatest quarterback ever, because winning and championships and big plays in the right moment at the end of games factor into that heavily. Just going into this season with the offenses they have and the supporting casts, Burrow's going to be a more dynamic and prolific quarterback than Patrick Mahomes is. The Chiefs have become a little bit more of a run-the-ball defensive team than, say, the Bengals, with Jamar Chase on one side, T. Higgins on the other, and Joe Burrow slicing and dicing for 4,700 yards and 52 touchdowns or whatever it's going to be as he hunts down an MVP. Josh Allen, speaking of most valuable players, listed 3rd. I don't have a problem with that because I think you can kind of throw those guys in a blender.
Yeah, it's eye of the beholder there. What do you like?
Lamar Jackson's always going to round out that top 4, which is kind of the Mount Rushmore of NFL quarterbacks. And what I said with Toby last week a few times, we've talked about this dating back over the last month, you and I, before your trip. The way I will define success for the Commanders this season, number 1 is through the lens of Jaden Daniels, proving that he is in the top 5 conversation.
Mm-hmm.
Like behind, however you rank the big 4, Mahomes, Burrow, Allen, and Jackson. Lamar and the big 3 MVPs basically year in and year out, Mahomes, Burrow, Allen. Behind them, it's wide open. So Sando's conversations with these NFL people have him putting Stafford 5th. Cool. You said it. Like 5 through 9, it's kind of a pick one out of a bag thing. If at the end of this season, Jaden Daniels is viewed as having taken over that 5 spot, and now the elites in the league, instead of calling it the 4 for the Mount Rushmore, the 4 horsemen, now it's like 5.
Mm-hmm.
And we just go, oh, well, however you want to rank Mahomes, Burrow, Allen, Jackson, and Daniels, then I don't care what the record was. I don't care if they got back to the NFC Championship game, because you've won. You've accomplished the thing that you couldn't accomplish for 30 years. You've now got the guy in the position that gives you a chance to win every single year as long as he's here. We can argue and debate, did they make the right draft pick? Should they have paid this guy? Should they be starting a fight with their wide receiver? You got Jaden Daniels, nothing matters. Should you have hired a different coach? What if Cliff Kingsbury leaves? You've got Jaden Daniels, nothing matters.
He'll make everything okay.
That's what Lamar does. That's what Allen does. That's what Burrow does. That's what Mahomes does. And if Daniels can prove himself to be that kind of guy, this season is a gigantic victory.
I think so. Again, big picture. I mean, it might not feel like that if you drop a game against the Cowboys or finish with a worse record than everyone's anticipating. But big picture, that's the point, right? Is to get through this exercise. Again, I know it's not exactly the same, but the closest comp we've got is C.J. Stroud. He was knocking on the door at this point last year of that same sort of tier, right? 7, 8. I mean, it depends on what you got people to say about Jordan Love, who came off an unbelievable season, who was disappointing last year after his opening weekend injury in that game in South America against Philadelphia. There are guys that have kind of been in that group and then fallen backwards, be it Prescott, be it Hurts, be it Jared Goff, be it Justin Herbert, et cetera. And you kind of have shuffled up there. The point is, can you rise out of that group? And again, it's a treat to be able to talk about that, not talk about, do we think Case Keenum outperforms Joe Flacco this year? Enough of that crap. You're now in that, as you said, out of the primordial soup. You're in the close to that finished product place, the place that everybody else is jealous of. When they're looking up at you and your guy, how do I find the next blank? The next blank is your dude. And that's kind of what you're hoping for here.
So looking at the rest of the list, there are a few other things I want to talk about with quarterbacks here on Grant and Danny before we move on. But just quickly, as far as this ranking goes, and this is the starting quarterbacks ranked by average tier rating, colored by tier. And so he's got all these different colors, and it goes tiers 1 through 5, right? Jared Goff ranking 8th in the NFL surprises me because I view him as a product largely of Ben Johnson's offense and then what's around him. Now, if you're telling me based on performance or quality, how do you rate where a guy has been over the last, say, 3 seasons? Well, Jared Goff ranking in the top 8 is not egregious. I mean, the numbers are the numbers. It's kind of what I would always say with Kirk Cousins. Like, you just look at the numbers. You can't tell me he's worse than 10th. But if you're ranking moving forward, like where you view a quarterback, to me, then it should have something to do with taking that guy out of the offense he's in, dropping him into a random situation. There should be like this plug-and-play element.
Yep.
And behind Goff is C.J. Stroud, who, just as an example, if I'm starting an NFL team today from scratch, of course, and age has nothing to do with this. Stroud, to me, is a better option than Jared Goff. Baker Mayfield is 11th, might be in that conversation. Dak Prescott is 12th. I would rather have Jordan Love, who's 13th, if I'm starting an organization today than Jared Goff. Now, we're going to see. Maybe without Ben Johnson, they're able to keep chopping wood. I happen to believe that they still have an amazing supporting cast, and that's probably even more helpful. As long as you can hand the ball to Jahmyr Gibbs and multiple running backs and throw to one of the better receiving cores in the league and a great tight end, you're going to be fine. But I thought Goff being that high was really surprising. And then I was also surprised, you mentioned Jordan Love, with how low he is at 13. I know that the performance hasn't quite been there, but just the athletic traits and some of the things he does, I kind of view him as this ascending piece. Also, Aaron Rodgers as high as 16 was pretty shocking.
Isn't that nuts?
Rodgers was not good last year.
Hadn't been good in a while.
To have him squarely positioned at 16, ahead of Tua, ahead of other players who played at a higher level, very odd. If you're curious, by the way, all the way down at 23, Caleb Williams of the Chicago Bears.
Man, oh man, that was stunning to see as well.
Well, I mean, what do you want? He didn't play that well.
No, but still, he's behind Knicks and Darnold and Trevor Lawrence, who hasn't turned in a very good work over the years. But
you would have rated him ahead of those guys?
I don't know if I would have or not, but it's just the number 1 pick from last year with a lot of shuffling around to be in I guess, lowest tier.
Yeah. Looking at it from the perspective of just where he got picked and not having watched the games, I guess that is interesting.
Yeah. There's enough traits for me to be still more excited about him than I am about Bryce Young, for example, who he's right next to. But that's kind of a side point. I mean, when you think of the worst thing that you can do as a player or a team or an organization is fall short of expectation, right? And I think that even goes to evaluators too, right? Where the entire world is talking about Caleb Williams. Oh my God, he's generational. And then the year is bad and he's down in the 20s with Russell Wilson and company. You think of the expectations for Jordan Love coming off that 32 touchdown, 11 pick season where he played so well at the end of the year. And because he didn't play as well last year, people are going, he's out of the top 10. He's not even close anymore. You know what I mean? Like, to me, the expectations, if they aren't met, even if they're unfair or astronomical, when we talk about evaluation of guys, it really knocks you down maybe more. We put so much weight on that last sample. If it wasn't what we thought it was going to be, that guys really get hurt by that.
Looking at some of the risers and the fallers from 1 year ago and where their ranking is now compared to 365 days ago when Sando came out with this for The Athletic, the quarterbacks that rose the most. You should not be surprised that Sam Darnold is up the most. 9 spots for Sam Darnold after he got to go to Kevin O'Connell University and room with Justin Jefferson and Jordan Addison.
Must be nice.
Had an amazing season and ended up playing at a very high level. Now, we're going to find out as he moves on to go to Seattle how real that was and how authentic that is. I don't like Seattle's offensive line. I think he's kind of being set up to regress in a big way here, but he'll have a lot to say about that. He was up 9 spots, the most of anybody. Baker Mayfield up from the 19th spot to the 11th spot. I thought well-earned, by the way. 2 seasons ago with Dave Canales, they had a really good year together. Canales moved on and went and became the head coach of Carolina. And me and a lot of people said, all right, well, let's see what Baker does. Now they're going with a new coordinator.
Pretty damn good year.
And then Liam Cohen comes in, and he gets a head coaching job out of it as well because Baker had his best year, over 4,000 yards and 40 touchdowns. So now he's 11th, and I think that's probably about right based on how he's played the last 2 years. Now, this is a guy that was a backup, was available, was signed in the middle of the week to start for the Rams a couple years ago, and the reclamation project is almost complete. He is the 11th quarterback in the NFL, according to this report. He was up 8 spots. Bryce Young, I think people forget or sleep or didn't notice or didn't care. Bryce Young played really, really well after he came back last season down the stretch. If you go back and watch, he looked like a top-of-the-board draft pick. Now, he's undersized, and there's still things he's always going to be fighting for me that I'm not sure if he's going to be a star. But I now think he can be a starter in this league. And as of 5 weeks into last year, I was
when he got benched, I'm going, oh, no, like this might be it.
pretty adamant that was not going to happen. Yeah, so he's up 4 spots from 28 to 24. Elsewhere, the biggest fallers from last year, Kirk Cousins, 12 spots. Obviously came back from the Achilles injury, got benched in Atlanta, now a backup with the Falcons. He went from just outside of the top 10 to the mid-20s. Aaron Rodgers fell 9 spots from 7 to 16.
Coming into last year, he was 7th.
Again,
on this list.
That doesn't make sense to me. That shouldn't have been the case coming off of the Achilles at his age. But both years, I'd say he's way too high. 7 is too good a ranking for him going into last year, and 16 is too good now.
Yeah.
But I at least now I know why he ranked 16th, because he was ranked 7th. I was thinking he could have been ranked around 16th, and you'd move him down to like 24, 25. But if you're ranked 7th and you move down 10 spots, then you're still in the middle of the league. Daniel Jones down 7 spots after he lost his job in New York. Anthony Richardson, who just hasn't proven it at all, down to 32nd from 24th, down 6 or 26th, I guess, down 6 spots. Russell Wilson dropped 4 spots. Justin Fields 3 spots. Anything stand out to you there?
No, other you mentioned them. I mean, Richardson at this point is just, I don't know what you do. I kept saying kind of the same thing. This was a project. This was always a project who went to a team that was pretty good, pretty well assembled. And you probably couldn't afford to do a project because you need a microwave. You need it kind of right now. Never really a good fit. But yeah, I mean, you touched on it. It's Rodgers. The still, and the free agency process, it didn't really play out like everybody thought he was still really good. Right. I know there weren't that many teams that were quarterback starved or, there weren't too many marriages that made sense there. But for a guy whose rep has fallen some, still not enough for me. I don't know what else someone has to do to maybe poison the waters for people to go, yeah, maybe not the same quarterback, the Hall of Famer, the gold jacket wearing superstar that's known for 50 touchdowns and 3 picks a couple of years ago. Maybe that's not the same guy and all this baggage and everything else that comes with it. Maybe he's still not that good. He ranks ahead of a lot of people that I would much rather have.
So in lieu of Daniels being viewed as kind of a guy that is beyond regression, a guy that everybody feels like will be able to replicate last year and all the way up to 6 on this list. We want to know from you, what is your level of confidence that there is no step backwards, that there is no sophomore issue? And I don't mean a bad year, but just that it levels off, that he doesn't progress, that he's not quite at the level he was when he took the league by storm last year. What gives you the confidence that that's not going to happen? Because it seems like everybody's feeling that way. Why do we feel that way? 800-636-1067 is how you can join us on Grant and Danny. That's next on The Fan.
Brought to you by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. Dan Quinn speaking to the media a little bit earlier today. Laramie Tunsil had to exit practice early yesterday. It's going to be a jog-through kind of day for him, but more importantly, likely to be a part of their burgundy and gold scrimmage tomorrow. That's how they're bridging that gap between preseason game 1, preseason game number 2. Nats also coming off back-to-back wins in San Francisco. Cade Cavalli starts in Kansas City tonight. That's first pitch is at 7:40. Coverage going to start at 7:10 right here on The Fan. Texas sits at the top of the AP Top 25. It's the first time for the program ever to be in that position. Penn State, Ohio State, Clemson, and Georgia are going to finish up the top 5 there. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put their team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Nick Ashew on The Fan.
Mike Sando of The Athletic polled 50 executives and coaches in the NFL, put together his annual revered quarterback ranking, and he's got Jaden Daniels 6th already. Only the Big Four and Matt Stafford ahead of him on the NFL QB list. Now, you'll probably know we don't do a lot of the list stuff on this show. It's just not my cup of tea generally to all offseason. Keep coming up with new lists to react to. Having said that, this one is one that I look forward to, and I think there's actual import to how these guys are viewed around the league and the people that are weighing in on this. And so we dive into this just for the conversation I want to have, Danny, which is how sure are we that Daniels takes a step forward, that Daniels does cement himself as a top 5-ish quarterback in the NFL, that he can replicate last year's MVP caliber season, as opposed to what is very common and normal, which is you have that amazing first year, and then the next year doesn't go the exact same way. Everyone always draws the comp to Robert Griffin here, even though those guys aren't analogous in any real way. But you think about like C.J. Stroud.
Mm-hmm.
C.J. Stroud last year played at a high level. He was pretty good. There's nothing wrong with C.J. Stroud. 20 touchdowns, 12 picks, 3,700 yards. But compared to...
But it wasn't what we thought.
No, his rookie season when he led the NFL in interception percentage and yards per game and was, the O'Roy and 8th in MVP voting, they got better from a record standpoint by a game. And yet we all watched it and said, okay, touchdowns way down, interceptions up, yards per game down. Like, this is not the same thing. They had a coordinator fired. So where does your confidence in Jaden not having that kind of a sidewards or backward step come from? Or do you not feel that way?
No, I think a regression is absolutely possible. And people are going to hear that and recoil and clutch their pearls and think, oh my God, you're negative about Jaden Daniels. I'm not. We have it. I loved him before the draft. That's who I wanted them to select. I'm thrilled that he's here. I think he's incredible. We already saw some of it. We saw the risk factors. That broken rib in the middle of the season where he wasn't himself, that's a real thing. That hit where he got his helmet turned around in week number 2, that hit against Atlanta where Marcus Mariota to come pick him up off the ground and tell him to catch his breath and lead the team, etc. We're that close all the time with him, his frame, his playing style, to him not being the same. That's number 1. Number 2, you level up in difficulty, right? I mean, some of the prolific numbers that we saw are buoyed by the occasional Hail Mary, that are buoyed by busted coverage against Dallas. You're now playing better opponents who've had time to scout and figure stuff out. You have an offense that is, you're waiting for an ascension from a second-year tight end you haven't seen much from. You're a sprained ankle of Terry McLaurin away from throwing to Noah Brown and the island of misfit toys at times. I mean, there is absolutely possibility here on the table for him. We'll treat it as a regression if he doesn't ascend into the MVP conversation. If he doesn't, end up with 35 touchdowns and only 5 picks and rush for 1,000 yards and does kind of his Lamar Jackson impression. If that doesn't happen, people are going to view it as a disappointment. There's an assumption that he has already arrived, that he is here without enough deposits in the bank for me to feel comfortable. This is not a reflection of my view of him. I'd draft him again today, God willing. He's incredible and wonderful, and I love him so much, and the work ethic is there, and it's not going to his head. He's doing all the right things. But the idea that he's recession-proof, I just don't see.
Yeah, I feel confident that it's not going to be a significant step backwards in any way or some type of what I'll label a sophomore slump, because I think they did a really good job building up the offensive line. I think what derailed C.J. Stroud, is the most recent example of this last year, was the Texans' line stunk. It's kind of Laramie Tunsil and what?
Yep.
And it's funny because Laramie Tunsil's on this line too, but he was the strength of that Texans line, especially from a pass pro standpoint. I actually think Brandon Coleman at left guard has a chance to be one of the best kept secrets on the team. In the same way that when Cosme got kicked inside, he immediately took flight as one of the premier guards in the division, I think Coleman could be on a comparable trajectory. Biotish is a very solid center. Eventually, and I think it's going to be 4 to 6 weeks into the season, not week 1 as they're still suggesting, pretending, whatever you want to say. Sam Cosme is going to be back and at full strength and playing. And about a month into the year at right guard, he'll be another strength for you. And whether it's week 1 or not, Connolly will take over for Wiley. And so you'll be upgraded at right tackle, upgraded at left tackle, upgraded at left guard, and in a pretty good spot at center and right guard. I think they've done a good job making sure that the offensive line, to use your phrase, is recession-proof, so to speak, for Jaden Daniels. Because if he gets more protection and more time and he has cleaner pockets, then most guys are going to look better. And in his case, where he's ultra-accurate, he can throw with ball placement, he sees the field well, there's no reason to believe that he can't stand there and dissect and pick people apart. So from a passing standpoint, I think there's going to be strides made. But then the other part of it that's just Daniels related, that has nothing to do with the personnel around him, the running ability. When you're dealing with dual threat quarterbacks, or running quarterbacks, which for some reason you're not allowed to say.
How dare you?
Yeah.
You know what you did.
But dual threat quarterbacks, I don't want to say are like regression proof, but damn if it doesn't make it harder because of the plays you can make.
Well, to me, it's harder for the trap door. It's harder for the floor to break underneath.
Yeah,
you.
like even a guy
There's always
like
going to be something.
Justin Fields has been an awful passer for years. Like, he can't hold Jaden Daniels' jock. All right, I'm not saying he can't. But look at how many opportunities he's gotten because he's a pain in the butt to defend.
Yeah.
Because D coordinators know when they play him, my ends and my tackles have to rush with vision in unison. My linebacker on the second level on the edge has to, help with the run fit at the end of the line of scrimmage, or, my wide 9 or whatever I'm doing with like a 5 tech out wide has to get up the field and turn him back inside. Everyone has these roles that if anybody gets creased or anybody's off or anybody has a bad moment, he can gash you and make a huge play out of it. And it's the trend of the league, just being a pocket passing quarterback that's an endangered species. Derek Carr retired. Kirk Cousins is going to wait for an injury basically to be on the field this year. Those guys that don't leave the pocket, that stand there and do the stuff that you don't respect because the processing isn't visual or tangible, it's just not the same anymore. You got to be able to create and extend and make plays with your feet. And I think as things break down, or if McLaurin isn't on the field, or if Noah Brown gets hurt, there's going to be 800 to 1,000 yards from Jaden Daniels coming with his legs that are just kind of like hidden production in your offense.
Totally. And it's staying on the field on third down. It's a couple extra drives. I mean, you see proof of it down the stretch. It saved the Tennessee game last year, where that was the only time they could run the ball conventionally. He was the running game. I mean, you look at the overall running stats for the team, and you go, yeah, it's a pretty good running team. No, it wasn't. It was Jaden Daniels left, right, and up the middle against Atlanta as he's throwing the football. It's Jaden Daniels is the rushing attack. So there is a higher floor there for because of the threat and how athletic he is and how gifted he is in that regard. I guess what I'm referring to isn't necessarily. I don't think the bottom will drop out on this player. I don't think that's possible. But Stroud is the best comp I've got here, where we view C.J. Stroud's okay season as this grave disappointment and insult to us, right? It's just because our eye line is now so high.
It's like the Strasburg debut.
There you go.
If he goes out his second start, throws 6 innings of 3-run ball with 7 strikeouts, pretty damn good outing. We go, all right, Steven Strasburg wasn't quite what we saw the first time, but he's still got that in him. Don't worry. It's like, no, you don't do that all the time. That was the best rookie year we've ever seen a quarterback have. Let's go to Sean in Oxon Hill on Grant and Danny. What's up, Sean?
Hey, what's going on?
Hey, buddy.
I think Dan Quinn's point about the 2 players on the team that were rookies last year that actually corrected their rookie mistakes and actually accelerated their play throughout the season last year is the reason why I think he's going to be recession-proof, for lack of a better word. Because as we actually saw him get better, as some rookies hit walls, we actually saw him get better as defenses was able to figure him out, so to speak, and give him different looks, he adjusted and got better on the fly.
Appreciate you, dude. Thank you, buddy. Yeah, I didn't mean to cut you off. I mean, again, I want to be clear. If I'm betting on ascension. I'm betting that we have an MVP candidate every time he is healthy enough to play 16, 17 games. That's what I'm betting on. But if the question is he recession-proof? Is he slump-proof? No, is my answer to that. There are very few that have reached that level to me where you can't possibly have a less than stellar season.
Which really shouldn't be the question, or maybe isn't the question, because everybody's recession-proof, I guess. Maybe the question is, where does the confidence come from that it won't happen, or why do you think it might? Maybe that's a better way to phrase it. Let's go to Melvin in Largo, listening in the DMV on 106.7, The Fan over the air. What's up, Melvin?
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call.
Yes, sir.
So I think the question is, what is a sophomore slump? And to me, a sophomore slump is the second year when they start putting more on you, right? They start giving you more. They start putting more on your plate. Well, if you think about it, that happened to Jaden Daniels about halfway through the season. They just threw the plate at him at halfway through. They just put it all out there. So technically, he's already been through his sophomore slump. So there's nowhere else to go but up. That's the way I look at it.
So I like the first point a lot, which is when more becomes asked of you. Oftentimes, that's when the crown gets a little bit heavy. And yeah, there's no doubt. As the year went on, I'm quite sure they asked him to do more and they put more on his plate, and he handled it admirably, really, really well. I think you saw in the Falcons game as an example that went to overtime. He just kind of said, all right, I'm going to go win the football game. You guys can play or not.
Yeah, I got it.
So I got it. I'll be the guy at the end of the game that runs into the end zone, and eventually you guys can be with me in the end zone, or you don't need to be. Whichever.
Celebrate with me. Come high five.
See you next week. So there were times where he just kind of took over, and I don't even know what play was going into the game, on that final drive or those final couple of drives. But the play that went in the huddle was not the play that got run. Like, this is a positive in this case. Could be a negative if it didn't work out. But, like, they would call a play, and then Jaden Daniels would get the snap, and he would just run like a kid playing Madden. You know what I mean? Like, just a dude in high school that's better than everyone else. Like, that's basically what happened at the end of the Falcons game if you go back and watch him playing the hero ball. But what you're missing maybe, I guess, with the idea that already happened last year is there was an entire offseason of teams adjusting. That's watching film and tweaking their plan. That is finding all of these subtleties and the tendencies. And Jaden gets to make those adjustments too, but it's also adding pieces. Yeah. It's the Giants going, what we need someone that can secure the edge or do this. And so you go draft Abdul Carter. Or, a team that goes out and gets secondary help to better cover your Terry McLaurin, your receivers. So there are teams that didn't used to worry about you or care about you. You were the Giants last year when everyone said, oh, they got a rookie quarterback, we're not concerned. And now they quite literally are spending their offseason going, how do we slow down Jaden Daniels? And that was not happening in season. There's no real ability or way to fix your inability to slow him down in the flow of a campaign. And now you've had months to do that.
And good teams are doing it too. It's not just, you could be you could pick it. You could be the Tennessee Titans from last year. You could study all you want. He's going to still hand it to you. You got good opponents on your schedule this year. The Chiefs are pretty good at this thing.
And the Titans were actually a top 5 defense when they played them. And somehow that was one of the worst looking defenses we saw all year. Remember the first play of the game, or one of them was the 40-yard touchdown by B-Rob untouched?
Yeah.
It's like this was the run defense that was supposed to test Washington.
That was the one, yeah.
And that was maybe the worst performance defensively we saw all year.
I mean, there's Chiefs, there's Broncos, one of the best defenses in the sport. There's the Vikings and the Eagles a couple of times. Some really good folks that are good at this thing, studying and figuring out how to slow you down.
Brian Flores and the Vikings defense going to be top 10 this year as well. I think the Giants are going to have a great defense. The Week 1 matchup, maybe they're not quite there yet in Week 1. Maybe you get them at the right time.
And they also never play well against the Giants. They never just knock them around as a team that's a disaster.
True. But, I mean, maybe New York's not going to be at its peak clicking on all cylinders in the first week of the season.
Mm-hmm.
But I think when it's all said and done sometime this year, the Giants' defense will be in the top 10 in football.
I think they're good.
Like from a pass rushing and just a talent standpoint up front, they're going to give teams fits. Grant and Danny on the Fan. Our double play is next. What's going on in our lives? Nothing to do with sports. We've got a Beltway Blitz coming up in 20 minutes on G&D. Every day at 3:45 on Grant and Danny, we give you a double play, driven by your local Washington area Honda dealers. Now's the time for a great deal on a new Honda. Visit your local Washington area Honda dealer today.
I'll be sharing some stories kind of throughout the week of my Incredibles trip to Scotland and Manchester, Northern England, with my son's soccer club. Just an absolutely brilliant, amazing, fun, life-changing, great memory type experience. First class all the way. So much fun.
I didn't know you were doing England as well. You never really mentioned that.
Yeah, because we majored in Scotland. Yeah, we majored in Scotland.
You did England.
Mm-hmm.
England's different than Scotland.
It is. Yeah, a 4-hour drive from Glasgow to Manchester, which, by the way,
You guys drove?
Yeah, via coach bus. I mean, it's way easier than
I thought trains was the way to do all that.
No, I mean, logistically, it was just super easy because the bus follows you around, is driving you to and from each game. The bus is driving you, to hotels and stuff, and you already got the bus, so it's easier to do that than go
overnight in England.
Yeah, we're in Manchester for the last 2 days of the
Oh,
trip.
I had no idea. Okay.
Yeah.
So you really did go to England. This was not just we went to the game and came back.
No, yeah,
Okay.
we stayed there, the city center. Just an amazing time.
Did you do the Englandy stuff, like London type stuff? or
No,
not really?
I mean, there was just enough downtime to kind of go explore and go to this one place or go to that one place or try this restaurant.
You didn't go to Big Ben.
No. We weren't in London at all. So many cool things about it, but a couple highlights for you that I thought was absolutely great. So the boys played a couple of games. They're split up in different age groups. There's the 12 and 13-year-olds, and then the 15 and 16-year-olds that were playing two different clubs or two different teams from these local clubs in a place called Carlisle in Scotland. This academy team or academy club is part of a larger club that's trying to climb up the standings. Like if you've seen Welcome to Wrexham or any of these different things, it's the same deal. The Scottish Premier League, and then you kind of trickle all the way down to one of these lower leagues. And so this academy team basically needs the senior club to get out of the division they're in, otherwise it'll cease to exist this year. That level of stuff. And these kids are 9, 10, 11, 12, up to 15, 16, desperately need a place to play. So the senior club has to come up and do well. Anyway, they play this game. The older team does well. The younger team doesn't. That doesn't matter at all. It's part of the experience. So after the game, immediately, all these Scottish kids are gathered around the American kids. And the older kids started a WhatsApp chat. So the two different teams are still in touch with each other after the game, talking about the game and different trends and things. And they're all buddies now, and they'll hopefully stay in touch for a long time, which I thought was pretty magical. But the coolest thing was they're asking the American guys questions, right? So, okay, so what do you call it when you want to throw something away? What is it? And the kids would go, trash can. And they would lose their mind. They go, no, it's a bin, man. They go, what are these on your feet? What are they called? Shoes? No, it's boots. And they couldn't believe the way the Americans talked. You know what I mean? The same way we would do it to a Scottish person. You're like, wait, why do you sound that way? And you ask people about their accent. They were blown away by the fact that American kids spoke with American slang or whatever. The funniest thing I thought the whole time was they were basically interviewing this one kid, right? And they were like, would it be all right if you did the train where you say the two numbers? I'm like, what are they talking about? And this is a major thing that kids are doing. I don't understand it at all. I've tried to figure out where it's from. No one will tell me. Maybe the young people know, right? But they're like, it's from the rapper that says the two numbers and he's weighing them. He's got one in one hand, one in the other hand. Will you do it? Will you do it? And the kid's like, no, I don't want to do it. I don't want to do it. Finally, the kid goes, all right, fine. 6, 7. Everybody, all the kids say 6, 7 all the time. I don't know what it's from. I don't understand it. But when he said 6, 7, you would have thought it was like Showtime at the Apollo, or he delivered the greatest punchline. It was Chappelle's closer. They were on the ground howling with laughter. They thought it was the greatest thing anyone's ever said. And the kids looking around I guess I did it right. I don't know. They thought it was the funniest, most amazing thing possible, and it was awesome. So cool to see.
6, 7 can refer to several things, including a musical artist, a rock band, and a slang term related to an NBA player.
Yep. Again, I don't understand it. I did that same Google, and I'm like, what is this? And no one would explain it to me. But when he did it, I go, so oh my God, he said 6, 7, man.
It's LaMelo Ball.
Again, maybe. I don't know. Don't know what to tell you about it. But that was phenomenal. The final stop, I thought this was incredible. We were in Manchester, went just outside a little village. They advertised in the local paper, USA versus Manchester, the local club. 200 people showed up at this little field in a neighborhood, right? The bus couldn't get down the street because the street was so narrow. We parked like up the street and we're walking past people's houses and they're coming out.
This is your kid's game?
This is the kid's game.
So
yeah.
is the team he's on like the U15s for America or something?
Yeah,
or?
pretty much. So he's 11. He was the youngest kid on this trip by far.
But is he on like a national team?
No, it's just a local soccer club that they're part of.
Okay, so it's just there's no being on that team does not mean it's like the all-American.
Oh no,
under
not even
12
close.
team.
Not even close. And again, there's some great players on this
Right.
with this group, but like it's just a normal soccer club. Like they'll play Vienna, like they play Arlington. You know what I mean? Like that's the level that they're at.
And they beat them all handily, or like it's just normal. Soccer?
Yeah, normal soccer. Now again,
so the U.S. versus Scotland was just saying there's a team from America playing here today.
Yeah.
Not suggesting like this is DC United's like travel team that's 12 years old.
well, the way they advertised it to get people to come was USA versus Manchester, right? So 200 people show up, and on the sideline there's a little field house, not even field house, a little hut where you can get beers. So the locals are just coming in. Oh, would you like to have a pint? Oh, as a matter of fact, I would. Let's have a pint then and watch this game. So the parents of the kids are watching. Then, like townsfolk that don't have a kid on the team are coming to watch. Teenagers are sitting there heckling the different players. And it was like
your kids
heckling kids. Yeah. They're 15, 17 years old. I couldn't tell exactly because I don't know how old he was anymore.
But the kids playing are like 11.
Yeah, the kids, my kids love it. Everyone else is 14, 15, 16. And he was out there. I was like playing it and get knocked in the next week and it went great. But they're sitting there chirping these guys. So like the way the field was structured, and in the first half, our team, NVU is defending defending the side that's closest to where these fans are. So they decided the kid closest, the left back, is closest to him, if you can follow that, right? So, hey, 47! Oi! 47! And the kid's like, me? Like, what are you guys doing? And then they'd use all sorts of foul language. It was unbelievable. And the kid handled it way better than I would have. Like, after they went up, like 2-0, won the game 7-3, by the way, which is pretty phenomenal. You sleep on Connor, who had 3 goals. Anyway, like after they go up a couple goals, they're like, 47, you're a bleep, mate. You're absolute bleep. He turns over, blows him a kiss, and is smiling at him, after they're up a couple of goals. It was an incredible atmosphere. Experience was second to none, dude.
That's amazing.
So cool.
What a trip.
Yeah.
That's an all-timer for you and the boy to take, too.
100%, man.
I'll have that one forever.
100%.
Beltway Blitz is next on Grant and Danny at 4:25. I want to get into whether or not Friday night's performance was a positive for the Commanders moving forward. This is The Fan.
So Dan Quinn and the Commanders found a way to bridge the gap between preseason games. The burgundy and gold scrimmage is going to happen tomorrow. Quinn did say that even though Laramie Tunsil left yesterday's practice early, he is expected to be a part of that scrimmage tomorrow. Remember, Brandon Coleman, Sam Cosme already have been out, which has led to some, quote, concern for Quinn with developing chemistry. Marcus Mariota also getting closer, but he's not there yet, according to the head coach. Commanders already released linebacker Dominique Hampton, income corners Isang Bassi and Antonio Hamilton, along with linebacker Duke Riley. The Nats just took 2 out of 3 from the Giants. That's a good thing, right? Right, a 2-game win streak also comes on the heels of them outscoring the Giants 12-2 over that stretch. Cade Cavalli starts in Kansas City tonight. First pitch against the Royals at 7:40. Coverage at 7:10 right here on The Fan. For the first time ever, Texas is going to open a college football season ranked number 1 in the AP Top 25. They edged out Penn State by just 5 points. It's the closest preseason vote since 1998. Now, if you want to talk about history, go back to 2004 and 2017. USC, Alabama, only teams to have gone wire to wire from preseason number 1 to national champs in the last 25 years. Also had 10 SEC and 6 Big Ten teams in that top 25. USC also agreeing to deal with Paramount in 2026. All their fights going to be moving to Paramount Plus. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Nick Ashew on The Fan.
What are you doing to protect your family's assets? The exclusive sponsor of our show, the law firm Kandori and Murad, would like to know. They will help you to draft your last will and testament, set up a living trust, or put together a medical power of attorney. You got to check them out at kmlawyers.com. That's where you can schedule a free consultation with them. And by the way, their services are discounted if you tell them that you're a listener to this program. They'll cut you a deal. kmlawyers.com. We love those guys. It is time to get you your Beltway Blitz. The Nationals coming up. Happy Cade Cavalli Day, everybody. He'll make his second start of the season, third career start. Tonight in Kansas City, we'll also break down the Commanders, but let's get things started on the gridiron. Mike Jones of The Athletic to get things going. Mike, Shedeur Sanders was the talk of football this weekend. What did you think of his performance?
I thought it was solid. You saw him start to develop into a rhythm. I know he would have liked to have started faster, but I think he definitely put pressure on Kenny Pickett and Dylan Gabriel. He didn't have a lot of team reps, and he was able to go out there and execute and get his team, down the field and, 2 touchdown passes. I think that, that's all he could have hoped for. You get the opportunity, make good of it, and I think that, we'll see. And Kevin Stefanski said he was going to get more reps in team drills and things like that. So we'll see where this is headed, but it's trending in the right direction.
Mike, to borrow from the great Alex Ovechkin, if he played for the New York Giants and he gave a speech and says, we're not going to be bleeping suck this year, I think he might be right. I know I'm overreacting to one preseason game where Abdul Carter looks incredible and Jackson Dart looked pretty solid, but I think the Giants, again, I don't think they're a Super Bowl team or a playoff team or anything. I don't think they're going to be a disaster, though. And I think people are kind of counting them that way. Give me your thoughts.
I don't know, man. I wouldn't get too excited yet. I really like Brian Daboll. I think that they are slowly adding pieces. I don't think that they will suck. I don't think that they'll be great.
That's kind of where I am.
But again, I don't know how much more we got from Russell Wilson before he turns into a pumpkin. Jackson Dart, maybe, but once you get up against, NFL defensive coordinators that are game planning for you, it's going to get that much more complicated. Yes, he has a talented receiver in Malik Neighbors to throw to, but again, I think that they're still, a little ways from being a factor.
Jonesy, how do you see the NFC North, and with all the changes for the Lions losing both coordinators, are they still decidedly the best team in that division?
I think that they're up there. I think that they will be dealt a blow having lost Ben Johnson. I'm really curious how Derek Goff really how Jared Goff responds. I know we've seen him grow since he's been in Detroit, but now you've got a new guy in your ear, a guy who runs a similar philosophy to Dan Campbell, but very much different from Ben Johnson. And so I think that, there's going to be more pressure on Goff, and we'll see how he handles with it. Defensively, I think that they will be okay. I don't think that they're going to be exactly what they were under Aaron Glenn, but they at least have been working on a succession plan for their defensive coordinator. So I think that they have enough talent, enough veteran leadership to be competitive in that division. I think that the Packers might leapfrog them, from a continuity and building standpoint. And then we'll see what happens with the Vikings. Yes, they have a lot around J.J. McCarthy, but it is a first-year starter. And the Bears are still very much a question mark. And so it'll be the Lions up there, but they might wind up finishing second in that division.
Has Atlanta done enough to possibly challenge Tampa Bay in that stupid NFC South?
I don't know. We're going to see. They added pass rushers, which they definitely needed. But the quarterback situation is something where Michael Penix Jr. definitely flashed late in the season. But what kind of a leap is he going to take now entering the first full season as a starter? Tampa Bay really has, they've got a good thing going there. They are healthier on defense than they've been in a long time. There was a lot of masking and duct taping together that Todd Bowles had to do defensively. They feel better about their health now. Obviously, they've got some injuries on the offensive side of the ball that it's going to take them a little while. Tristan Wirfs isn't going to be ready to start the season, but they feel good about their rookie class. I think Tampa is still the favorite in that division. And then we'll see what happens with, New Orleans and, if either one of them or Atlanta could surprise and contend.
Mike, stay in the South, but hop over to the AFC. What kind of chance is there that Liam Cohen, super sharp, gets Trevor Lawrence going and Jacksonville surprises this year?
No, I think that there is a good chance for that. From just what I was able to see when I was out there for training camp last week, it just looks like the concepts are there in their offense to make things easier on their quarterback and get the ball out of his hands. And, we saw what he did with Baker Mayfield. We saw, he was there with the Rams, and they were dealing with, a lot of injuries, but they really got as much as they could out of them. This is a bright offensive-minded guy who really believes in supporting the quarterback with his concepts. And so I think that is what Trevor Lawrence has needed. It was a disaster with Urban Meyer, and then Doug Peterson came in and gave some stability, but it just kind of felt like Doug Peterson was like, yeah, I got my Super Bowl ring, I'm okay, and didn't really further evolve his concepts from when he was in Philadelphia, didn't really help them take steps forward in Jacksonville. So now you have a young, bright, innovative offensive mind. You've got weapons all around him. I think that we see them jump back into the mix of things in the AFC South and possibly challenge Houston.
Mike, thank you as always, buddy. Talk soon.
All right, see you guys.
Absolutely. Hit that Nats sounder, please. Bobby Blanco from the Bronx talking about the Nats. They won a series, Bobby. Remember series wins? How fun was that?
Yeah, they did win a series. First time in 2 weeks, probably since the first time since before you left for Scotland. So, yeah, they finally got back in the win column. Win 2 in a row against the Giants after getting shut out on Friday night. They were shut out in back-to-back games. That last game against the A's and then the opener in San Francisco on Friday. But come back and put together a heck of an offensive performance yesterday against Justin Verlander. I know Verlander isn't what he used to be, but he's still a future Hall of Famer that, is an intimidating presence on the mound. The Nats collect, I think it was like 11 hits off of him, scored 5 runs early. C.J. Abrams with a 2-run bomb. James Wood getting his swing back. He had 2 or more RBIs in back-to-back games for the first time since, I think, late June. And Mackenzie Gore on the mound was shoving. Whatever went wrong in his last outing where he was getting lit up against the Athletics, he fixed. Got 10 strikeouts. That was his first double-digit K performance, I think, since April. And, everyone kind of came together and played really well. Even guys like Josh Bell and Paul DeYoung contributed. It wasn't just, the guys like C.J. James and McKenzie. It was kind of everybody up and down the lineup. And now they head to Kansas City to play another team that's still trying to remain relevant in the postseason race. So these Royals have something to play for, so the Nats can maybe play some spoiler here.
Yeah, the Nats outscored the Giants 12-2 in 2 wins to win the series on Saturday and Sunday. And you mentioned the starting pitching to get them across the finish line. Brad Lord, who's been great, 6 innings in a run, and then Mackenzie Gore, 6 shutout, 10 strikeouts. What did you notice that was different? And is my theory that maybe he was tipping pitches in his last start against the A's possible? I mean, he got rocked so hard, 12 hits, 8 earnings, 3 innings. I just don't remember him being that unable to fool anybody with anything. It just seems to me like something was amiss in that game, and he looked completely different this time out.
Yeah, I'm with you, Grant. I think there was something to maybe the tipping his pitches against the Athletics because you're right. I mean, even on McKenzie's bad day, he still gets swing and miss. And that was his first game of his major league career. He didn't record a strikeout. The A's were all over his first pitches every single time. They recorded 12 hits off of him, scored 8 runs in just 3 frames. And then it's the complete opposite this time around against the Giants. Only 3 hits, no runs at all, and 10 Ks. Like I mentioned, I think the first time he had 10 Ks since April. So I think there was something there. The Athletics obviously picked up on something and were able to jump all over him. Whatever that was, he got back in the lab with Jim Hickey and Sean Doolittle and figured it out and was dominant, back to his normal stuff. And this is a good sign, too, because it's not just that Athletics outing. You know, he got roughed up by Houston. He got roughed up by the Padres. He had been going through a little bit of a rut, so it is good to see him get back on the mound, put up a couple of zeros, and get a lot of swing and miss stuff and go deep into the game.
Roberto, speaking of ruts, James Woods' OPS 100 points less, or more than 100 points less than it was on July 4th. Batting average dropped a little bit. Hits in 3 straight games, doubled 2 hits in each of the last 2 games in San Francisco. What were you seeing from him in terms of that slump and that scuffle? And is this the way out of it now?
Yeah, I think that he was getting frustrated. A lot of him forcing the issue, I think, a little bit. I mean, everyone goes through a slump, but this is really the first time he has gone through a prolonged slump and not being able to get results. And then whatever it was, he was able to kind of reset and calm, waited for his pitches, got the ball in the strike zone, and just used his raw power and athleticism to get the ball through the gaps. The double he hit off Verlander yesterday was just a hard hit ball down the right field line to get past the first baseman and drove in a couple of runs. And then the leadoff homer on Saturday. I mean, that must have felt so good. I mean, the way he's been slumping recently, hasn't hit a home run in, coming up on a month, and to get the leadoff homer on Saturday, get the boys out front early after being shut the night before, must have felt good. So, yeah, he had a big weekend in the Bay. Hopefully that carries over to Kansas City.
Let's talk one more before we let Bobby Blanco run on the Nats here on our Beltway Blitz. Cade Cavalli starts tonight. His outing at Nationals Park as he made his season debut going back 5 days ago against the A's was electric. He reminded everyone why he was one of the best pitching prospects in baseball at one point in time. Touched 100 multiple times, sat 98, 99 in the first inning, had a great curveball. The changeup was elite as well. What did you make of that start, and just how intrigued are you going into tonight to see if he can make it 2 in a row?
I think every start that Cade makes the rest of the way is going to be intriguing because the Nationals have to figure out what he's got in him. It's going to be hard to judge. Hopefully he gets about 10 starts the rest of the way. It's, late in the season. This team doesn't have too much to play for in terms of standing or winning games. But, Cade is pitching right now to show that he can be a part of this rotation moving forward. It was almost 3 years to the date where he made his debut when he came against the Athletics. And you touched on everything right there, Grant. I mean, all of his pitches looked electric. And I talked to him the day after that outing, and he said, man, it felt really good, not just to, get back out there, but to have success and to have the fastball be lively, to have the curveball and changeup keep hitters off balance. And he only issued 1 walk. He only gave up 3 hits. He probably could have got deeper into that game, 4 1/3, but his pitch count got high because the defense made a couple errors behind him, which extended some innings longer than they needed to be. So he did everything, I think, in that first outing that he needed to do to show to me that, okay, this guy can have sustained success at the majors. Let's see how he builds on it in the second start, the third, fourth, and see how he finishes this season strong. Because, going into that outing against the Athletics, I mean, that's a lot of emotion for him. Like I said, almost 3 years since making his major league debut, has dealt with a lot of injuries, a lot of back and forth, not a lot of sustained success at AAA. And so to come back, harness all of that emotion, and put together a really solid outing, hopefully he can do it again tonight and maybe even get deeper into the game.
Bobby, thank you as always, buddy. Have a great week.
Yeah, boys. Thanks so much for having me.
See you, my friend. Hit that local 53 sounder, please. Our pal Nick Ackridge of Pro Football Focus joins us to break down what he saw from the local 53. Nick, give me your overall assessment from this past Friday night.
Yeah, I mean, score was not great. I think we can all agree with that. But for me, I'm just kind of looking at individual players. Obviously, we know that a decent chunk of the starters were out. So for me, I'm just kind of looking at young guys, young rookies that, they spent some high draft picks on that were playing. And I was impressed with some guys. I thought Josh Connolly had a pretty solid game. I thought Trey Amos, in very limited snaps, had a good game. So that's kind of what I was looking for, and I was impressed by some guys.
Is there a case to be made, because it was many guys that won't be on the team, that Friday night was actually a really good thing, because it kind of gives Dan Quinn a chance to really get to coaching now and grab some face masks if he wants to, and says, let's get it going?
Yeah, I mean, it's a good thing to get the special teams in order, that's for sure. That was probably the one area that was the biggest concern after that performance. And yeah, like you said, it's an opportunity for him to really kind of yell at some guys, because the special teams performance was not great.
Nick, you mentioned Connerly. I was impressed. And listen, I'm not sitting there breaking down tape or film like you are, but he was very noticeable to me on a couple different plays. Just made a couple athletic things look pretof easy. The type of way that I feel like a lesser athlete would have been more labored, to get out to a defensive end that's lined up wide, or get to the second level in kind of the run blocking game. Even if plays weren't good, I was just watching them a couple times and just kind of go, I see what they were in love with. I kind of see the athleticism there, and maybe the rest of it will come. Just kind of give me your assessment.
Yeah, no, I completely agree with what you said with that last line. I really saw the explosiveness, the athleticism, and that's something they've been missing for a while. But you can just see him, like you said, he just pops off the tape, and he really can explode to the second level, get to linebackers pretty easily, reach defensive ends. One thing he's going to have to work on is kind of tone down that aggressiveness with some pass pro reps. Was kind of jumping a little too wide on some reps, but that is kind of understandable considering he's playing right tackle and not left tackle like he was in college. So still kind of some learning moments there, but in the run game, loved what I saw from him. Just exploding off line of scrimmage.
Story or not a story? Matt Gay was automatic for a huge portion of the early part of camp, and then right before they go to New England, had a couple rough practices apparently. Then he misses a kick in the preseason game. He's not competing with anyone. Dan Quinn was asked about it today. Thing or not a thing?
Yeah, I think it's a thing. I'm going to continue to say that the kicking thing is a thing until somebody can come out and prove to be very consistent there. I think the field goal kicker has obviously been a problem for a while now, and it's going to be a thing for me until someone finally steps up and just starts consistently nailing kicks.
Take it wherever you want here. Who hurt themselves the most in this preseason game?
Yeah, I think it's kind of, it's tough to say because he just got cut, but I think Dominic Hampton really, it was a rough game overall for him. I just don't think he kind of fit at that linebacker position. Was just overall just not great, was hesitant to kind of attack the line of scrimmage. And yeah, I guess that was kind of an easy answer since he was just cut, but that was kind of one guy that really stood out.
Well, Nick, to that point, he was the first guy that this regime has drafted that they've moved on from. If you look at last year's draft class, and obviously so far this year's group, he's the only guy that's no longer on the team that's been cut. And so they really saw something they didn't like, to work out 14 guys, many of them at his position, sign one and release him shortly after the game.
Yeah, linebacker was kind of tough this last week. I just think that, they're trying to find a spot for him. He's kind of too big for safety, too small for linebacker, so they were just trying to see what he had. He played 42 snaps, almost was kind of the highest of really anybody. And it just didn't work. He just didn't have that kind of that physicality to really take on blockers in the run game, and it really hurt him.
Nick, thank you as always, buddy. Talk soon.
Yeah, appreciate you guys.
Nick Ackridge of PFF on Grant and Danny. Kane Madrano made him a little bit redundant, I think, anyway, because that was this year's version of that guy, that safety, linebacker, tweener, special teamer type guy. And I think Madrano's had a good enough camp. Watching both of them in the game, you kind of feel, all right, we like this version better. Now let's bring in an actual linebacker that can help provide some depth there, especially because Jordan McGee's done, as impressive as he is when he actually plays, he's been hurt incessantly. I mean, since he got here at this point. Was Friday a possible benefit? We'll get into that next on Grant and Danny.
Brought to you by Prince George's Community College. Dan Quinn speaking to the media a little while ago. Laramie Tunsil did have to exit practice yesterday, but this newly announced burgundy and gold scrimmage that's happening tomorrow, yep, they're doing that. That's how they're bridging the gap between the 2 preseason games. Going to see Tunsil likely out there, according to the head coach. The Nats are coming off back-to-back wins in San Francisco. Now they head to Kansas City. Cade Cavalli gets the start. First pitch at 7:40. Coverage at 7:10 right here on The Fan. Texas also sitting at the top of the AP Top 25 for the first time in the program's history. Penn State, Ohio State, Clemson, and Georgia finishing up the top 5. At Prince George's Community College, your military or federal work experience can count for college credit through their prior learning assessment network. Save money, save time, finish your mission, because at PGCC, your future is their mission. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Nick Ashew on The Fan.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good thing to get the special teams in order, that's for sure. That was probably the one area that was the biggest concern after that performance. And yeah, like you said, it's an opportunity for him to really kind of yell at some guys, because the special teams performance was not great.
Nick Ackridge, moments ago on our Beltway Blitz. Welcome back, Grant and Danny on The Fan. Jeremy Fowler's had a ton of insight into the Terry McLaurin situation over the last several weeks. And matter of fact, last week he was the guy with the most new intel on what's going on with McLaurin. So we wanted to track him down. We'll have him on the show at 5 o'clock today, right here on The Fan. We will get to the bottom of McLaurin and the Commanders with the ESPN Insider. That's coming up in 33 minutes. But, Danny, you are of the belief that the bludgeoning at the hands of the Patriots, with Washington's backups in the game and none of their starters really playing, was a good thing.
I am 100% in favor of it in this sense. There's been way too much. We've arrived, not necessarily from the team. I don't blame anybody specifically. It's not one person. But it's whether it's a sentiment among the fan base, whether it's kind of this internal feeling that's kind of leaked externally. Everyone's just kind of assuming. I mean, every year, and again, I understand it's different ownership, different regimes, different, idiots were in charge. But every time Washington would go on some kind of winning streak in one of those fluky years, people would go, that's who we are now. I remember after 2012. People that had covered this league for a long time, insiders and everybody smart, people that were connected, were openly talking about 12, 13 wins going into 2013. There was this assumption that, yep, we've got it, we're good. And that sort of feeling, that arrogance, that puffing your chest out because you're one of the cool kids now, has been permeating everywhere. And it's not me telling you that the bottom is falling out, they're about to have a disastrous season or anything like that. But my point is, there's been an assumption. There's been this, all we've got to do is roll 53 jerseys out with the appropriate burgundy and some footballs, and we're going to sleepwalk our way to 11, 12, 13 wins. And my point is, if anything, it's harder. The analogy you always use is it's harder to write the second bestseller than it is the first. I think that's a thing. You're now a targeted team. You are now circled on your back. And that preseason performance was so bad, it's a reminder that nothing is easy. It's a reminder. I know a lot of the guys, there's no Bobby Wagner on the field or no Jaden Daniels, none of the stars. That's not what it's about to me. The point to me is it ain't going to be that easy. If you want to have the kind of season you want to have, you are in for a harder fight than you had last year. And there's been way too much complacency. It just kind of felt like, whether it's an individual person or a moment, just kind of the vibe I've got, whether it's from the fan base or otherwise, this was just a smack of reality in your face, cold water on the raging fire that is the hype train that's trying to leave the station for Washington. So to me, this was a great set of teachable moments where you heard Nick Ackridge say it very well. This is teach tape. This is, I can grab you by the face mask and yell at you a little bit. This is a reminder that nothing is given to you. And if anything, it's going to be harder this year than it was last.
So I definitely think the fan base is walking around like RS doesn't stink a little bit. I get that vibe for sure. And I take pride in the fact that people feel good finally. So it's not like a bother to me. It's not like I'm telling anybody, hey, don't be excited. You shouldn't be jacked up for the season. But
an important distinction.
There
Thank you.
is this like cock of the walk thing with the chest out, like we've made it as a fan base for sure. But I don't think that's the same as the team doing it at all. And so that would be the line I would draw. The media, similarly, in the local media in town, not necessarily like some of the beat people that are covering this team day in and day out, but like what I would consider fanalists or people that are intertwined with the organization that are in the media, or Even some of like the media that doubles as a fan, like that kind of group. Yes, there is a lot of pom-pom waving and like they're going to be so good and this is awesome. And again, some of that is it's a long time coming and you're kind of riding the wave a little bit. So I definitely think there's a reality to what you're suggesting. I just think that's a very different thing than the team operating that way. And I don't necessarily get that sense. It might be that behind the scenes they think they're going to be really good, which isn't necessarily a bad thing. But do you think that Peters and Quinn are walking around like they've made it? Is that what you're suggesting? Do you think that in their mind they now expect or they, they'd be shocked if the team comes out and doesn't play at the same level, or that the players are assuming that they're one of the best in the NFC? Because I think the fan part, check. The media part, yeah, I think you're right. Cart before the horse a little bit here. But that's so different than what's happening between the walls in the building.
Probably, to a degree. I would say that Peters and company are acting like they're pretty good, though. I mean, you're not willing to spend $1 more to pay Terry McLaurin, as if to say this will work itself out. There's some other big game hunting they could have done this offseason, both at the defensive end, defensive line positions.
Last year. I think that's maybe more just how he does it than like thinking
entirely
he's good.
possible.
Because last year they did the same thing, and he didn't think they were that good. Now they accidentally were.
Yeah.
But in other words, I remember having the same complaint with you 1 year ago, where it's like they didn't want to upgrade this position, and it ended up rearing its head a little bit. Like they could have made a few more moves, and maybe, who knows, you play a closer NFC Championship game, or you're a little bit better team in the regular season. But it worked out okay.
No, it certainly did, especially given the context of the year before and the years before where you were under-talented dramatically. And they're better, and I'm not complaining about that necessarily. So I'm not accusing Dan Quinn of not having his head on straight. But I do wonder. I do wonder about the players if some of that attention doesn't get to you in a certain kind of way. So again, nothing has been hurt yet. And that's kind of my point here, is if you just sort of given that kind of effort and still beat New England or played much better against them and held your own, then there's no lesson learned. And that's kind of my point here, is this is all it is cold water, is a reminder that it ain't that easy, right? So the players hopefully had that, oh, that's right, this is a war. You know what I mean? Like it's not going to be that simple. I don't think this is Lance Newmark and company are going, yep, we got it, we're already done, see you in the NFC title game. I don't think that's the case. I don't mean to imply that.
No, I didn't think you were. But what I'm saying is, if the fans are being overzealous in how good the team's going to be, which is probably true, and the media is kind of falling into this, like, let's all revel in this and celebrate in this. And, anybody says anything other than the best quarterback in the world's on this team, and Dan Quinn's awesome when he turns his hat around, like, you just get a bunch of people yelling at you.
Yeah.
So you kind of, roll around in the fun of the team being good right now. And I think you're seeing some of that. But all I'm saying is, that doesn't matter any more than when someone suggests, like, you guys need to keep focused on the Bengals. You and Danny are talking too much about 2 weeks from now. You need to keep focused on the Bengals. And I'm like, bro, I don't play the games.
Right.
Like, I'm going to be looking ahead to the game where the division's on the line next week, in 2 weeks, against the Cowboys, even though the Bengals game is this week. Yes, they're playing the 0-11 Cincinnati. I'm making this up. But, like, I'm not a player, bro. And so I'm kind of saying the same thing to you, which is, I think what you're perceiving as happening, it's very possible. I'm not saying it isn't, but I have no evidence to think that it is, if that makes sense.
Fair enough.
There's no reason to assume, other than the point is, if the fans are doing this and the media is doing this, you might be reading your press clipping.
Yeah, so number one, I don't know if it is or isn't, whatever this phenomenon that we're talking about is. I do know that they got embarrassed and were terrible.
So that brings me to my
Friday.
next point. Not they're good players. So, like, when you say that they learned a lesson, no, they didn't. Deebo Samuel's not watching Chris Moore drop passes going, man, if you drop passes in this league, you lose. Like, those guys are advisors. They're talking to Logan Paulson and the guy from Redskins TV doing sideline interviews the whole time, or Commanders TV, I apologize. And, they're doing whatever that is, like cutting up and having a good old time. I guess that's where I would disagree with the premise, maybe. And we can open up the phones on this at 800-636-1067. But, like, I don't think enough good players is not a good term.
I know what you mean, though. Frontline players.
The real-life players that are going to determine what they are this year played for this to be like an eye-opening moment. If Johnny Newton got pancaked 3 times and we're watching that in the film room, maybe. If Trey Amos went out there and got worked, if you played your starters and you were down 14-0 in New England, I think that's thank God that this is a reality check. This was we're not breaking a sweat. We're all on the sideline throwing the basketball around with Jaden Daniels.
Yeah, we just want people to be healthy. So
That's how I view it.
Which I think is fine. So that to me is almost secondary for my point. Again, we treat not meeting expectations as like one of the ultimate crimes in sports, right? Not just you and me, but everybody. So I guess I'm more talking almost to the fans and assembled media and whoever that's crowning everybody before anything anything real has happened.
That's what I was trying to get.
And that's really what ultimately I care about more than the players having some teach tape. It's you and I have tried to say this a couple times, and I don't want to put words in your mouth, but I think you've said this, and I certainly have too. It is my belief they could be better than last year and have by far a worse record. Lose two more games, maybe 3 more games, and still be on paper a better football team than they were last year, and not get every break and not catch a Hail Mary and have some stuff happen with a better schedule. And we'll treat that as this. And again, the Houston comp is the one that fits to me like a T. This is a disastrous organization in the wake of Deshaun Watson. We're in the wake of Dan Snyder. A scandal for the ages, right? A joke of a team, can't get out of their own way, has their first good season in a while, and everybody in the preseason rankings has them challenging Kansas City, challenging Buffalo, being the elite of the AFC. They were fine. 10-17, won a playoff game. Nothing wrong with what they did, but the expectations the flames were fanned like you wouldn't believe. Because this team went to the NFC title game last year, that's what the expectations are. And if they fall short of that by finishing second in the division to Philadelphia, the first back-to-back win in this division in decades, because they're incredibly well built and awesome, and they only win a wild card game and lose in the second round, people are going to treat it as this insult to them and this grave disappointment. And I guess my point is, let's not have that happen. You know what I'm saying? Like there's this assumption among way too many people, and that's, I guess, more what I'm addressing than teach tape.
And I don't disagree with the premise, by the way. We've talked about it all offseason. In fact, we've kind of discussed this, I would say, a ton.
Mm-hmm.
I just don't think that the game they just played is relevant that much. Maybe that's the difference. Whereas you came out of that and you're going, thank God they just got their butts beat, because it's going to help them in the long run, and they're going to go back to the drawing board, and they're going to take things more seriously, or whatever it is that you think. And I'm going, I just don't think that game has anything to do with what is a larger point, which is the Texans is kind of the example. Unbelievable offseason. You went in with everything going your way. Your coordinator's getting head coaching interviews. Stroud just had one of the best rookie seasons that we've ever seen. Very relatable content. And then it didn't go as well. Like, that is normal. The league it's hard to win up here, as Joe Gibbs says. So I don't disagree in any way with what you're suggesting. I just don't take Friday night's performance, where quite literally almost 90% of the guys that played any real snaps will not be on the team, to be the eye-opening endeavor that some people are suggesting. It's not just you, but I've seen this where it's like, that's going to be exactly what they need to get going now. Dudes were just cutting up on the sideline, man. Like it was a night off for them. Like, they were literally having a good old time. And they look at the score and they're like, we were just trying to get the kids some run, man. They're putting out tape for next year and the year after. They'll be on someone's practice squad. Now, if starters play against Cincinnati and they get outscored 21-3 by Burrow and the Bengals, and they commit 9 penalties while the starters are in there, I would make the point you just made. This is the best thing that could have happened to them. I'm just not willing to make it about Friday night, because there just wasn't enough real-life Commanders football being played for me to feel like it was significant. Can Quinn use it to motivate and to show, here's what happens when you get behind the sticks on 3rd and 11 now. Look at him coming off the edge, and we can't hold up. I guess. But if I'm, Laramie Tunsil, I'm not necessarily watching the guy whose name I don't.
Someone you don't know. Yeah.
I'm not watching him going, well, I'll be in the same situation as that guy. But I want to open up the phones on this. 800-636-1067. Danny thinks Friday night is a huge positive, and maybe he's glad it happened because he thinks it could lead to some good for this team. I just don't know if it was relevant enough for the veterans on the team to care a whole lot about what happened. But I think the point's the point, which is, not to say you have any pause, but was it a moment where you kind of go, all right, let's hit the brakes a little bit? Grant and Danny on the Fan.
What's up, guys? Grant and Danny for our pals at Window Nation. Oh my God, it's been so hot. This summer, your AC has been working overtime to keep your house cool and comfortable. You ready to change that? If you replace those old, builder-grade, busted-up, rusted windows with custom-built, high-quality windows from Window Nation, it will save you money. It has saved my family and I money. After we bought our house, the same windows that were installed whenever it was built in the 50s. We are saving hundreds of dollars over the course of the year on brand new Window Nation windows. It has been a game changer for us, GP.
Danny Rouillet is a Window Nation guy.
Yep.
And so am I. Window Nation, they're going to give you a good deal right now. 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for 2 years. That's right. You're paying nothing until 2027. We trust and love Window Nation. A-plus rating, Better Business Bureau, 50-point inspection of every window before it leaves the factory. Call them at 866-90-NATION. That's 866-90-NATION. Tell them we sent you. It's windownation.com. Jeremy Fowler with the latest on McLaurin and the Commanders. He's been doing the heavy lifting on the reporting for ESPN on that issue. That's coming up in 15 minutes. Welcome back, Grant and Danny on the Fan. All of our training camp and Commanders coverage comes your way this time of year, presented by Paul Henry's Window Installation. PaulHenry'sWindows.com, your clear home improvement choice. Danny is actually happy that Friday night happened. He thinks that it could be a bit of a wake-up call. I just don't think enough of their important players played for that to necessarily be the case, although I certainly understand the idea that it's very possible that after last year's magical carpet ride, the team comes in with a slightly overinflated version and ego of itself. But Jaden Daniels didn't go, man. None of the guys that really matter a ton. There are a few of them that did, but 30 players didn't play. I don't take a lot more out of it than that. Other than of the guys that did play, many of them you don't necessarily want working their way up the depth chart via injury or any other circumstance, early this season. Let's go to Alex in Clifton. What do you got?
Hey, guys. Listening to this conversation, and it occurred to me, if you look back at last season, it was a little bit of a fluke. They had a soft schedule. They barely squeaked through with 6 games, winning at the last second. It gave them a little bit of an inflated ego. What if that's part of what's driving McLaurin asking for more money? He thinks, well, Jaden's here. He's only here for limited time. I'm going to get my money now because everybody wants to continue that ride. Now this season you got a little harder schedule, and you're not going to get that many wins. Is that what's pushing a lot of this holdout?
Appreciate you, buddy. This is a deep cut. There might be 3 people that may pick up on this. His voice sounded just like Mike Tannenbaum, the old GM of the Jets.
ESPN analyst?
You got to be an audiophile or like a big-time NFL mark to even be able to place that.
It didn't ring to me, but I hear you.
It sounded a lot like Mike Tannenbaum. That having been said, moving on.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, everything he said is possible. I mean, we've talked about this for months, this possibility that they were lucky. I remember having a big conversation, people getting very upset about it, where a data guy actually came out and said they were the luckiest team in the NFL in a lot of categories, including drop passes against. I mean, really minute, detailed things that he studied. And a lot of things did go perfectly, in addition to Daniels being unbelievable to go to the NFC Championship game. And a regression could be coming, and they do have a tougher schedule, and they might be overconfident. I guess the only difference is I don't think Friday night's game, where 3rd and 4th stringers got embarrassed by the Patriots, in any way influences how I feel about this team right now. I guess that's my point.
Which makes sense. I mean, there are guys that are going to play, that played this past Friday. And that to me is the key part.
The most important ones played pretty well, though.
Yeah. I mean, Noah Benogany was on the field for almost 40 snaps.
Awesome.
And
yeah.
I thought he was pretty good. Tyler Owens, who I think may end up playing a little bit, had a couple nice moments.
He didn't play 1 snap on defense last year.
But yeah, special teams wasn't particularly good, letting up a bunch of kick returns. That's Jeremy Reeves. That's all the same normal guys. I mean, again, to me, it's but you're right in general. Of course, it's not a lesson for use Laremy Tunsil. He'll be fine one way or the other. If they played well, they played poorly, that guy's still good at left tackle. This, to me, was just a reminder that the dudes that are going to fill in at some point and play key roles at various points this year can't just walk out there because they're the same uniform and they're next to Jaden Daniels, so therefore they've arrived too.
Sure, certainly. Also, a Tyler Owens with 10 starters around him is a different Tyler Owens maybe than Tyler Owens with 10 non-NFL players around him, right? Disco and Laurel. What's up, Disco? How are you?
Hey, guys. Good evening. 2 quick points. One, I do think, and I like the conversation about the arrogance. I think there is some arrogance around the whole Jaden Daniels. We've got 5. As long as we got 5, we're good. We're Jaden Daniels. Oh, no, we'll be fine. So I think there's a little bit of arrogance
agree
there.
with that.
Yeah, that's something.
That's a thing.
We've seen, as good as the guy is, the NFL guys, we've seen it time and time again. They get paid too. They get paid to watch film. They get paid to figure Jaden Daniels out. So I think there's a lot of arrogance around. All we got is 5, so we're good. Then the last point I want to make is, does resting 30 starters say I've arrived? Now, I get it. I don't want to get hurt. But, I mean, look, it depends on what they're going to do against the Bengals. You don't just flip a switch and just say, okay, now we're going to play football with 30 guys. I mean, we've got a tough schedule. We don't have time to fumble around with the Giants and the Bears and try to figure this thing out. Does resting 30 starters say, yeah, we've arrived, we don't need to have those guys play?
That's a great point.
Good point, too.
I think they did that last year. I mean, there's so many teams around the league that do it, if we're being honest. But I don't know if it was 30. I can't tell you that. They have a better team now in terms of talent, in terms of veterans, right? So there might have only been like 20 of the A-listers, we'll call it, last year, and now there are 30 of those guys or something that they feel like don't need to play in that first preseason game to get ready because they just had that really hard joint practice against New England. But I think it's a good point. It's a good question. I don't have a great answer. I don't know that there is one right now, but if they sat 25 guys in the first game last year, then it would deflate the balloon a little bit on this is them saying they've arrived. But yeah, that is one way they're acting like. I know this. They're acting with Jaden Daniels like he's got nothing to show or prove, or that they don't need to see anything. And by the way, I get it. I'm with you.
Sure.
But my point is, if that's true, if we agree that that's how they're treating Daniels if he plays a series this preseason, we got to say that about everybody else too.
Yeah, I don't care if I'm a 4-13 team entering this from last year entering this year. I'm not playing Bobby Wagner in the first preseason game. Gold jacket, he's done enough.
Yeah.
But I don't know where that line is for me. I don't know if it's at 30 guys, right? Maybe it was 22 guys. Maybe it's 17 guys. I mean, there's a lot of guys that wouldn't play for me in that first preseason game.
Allegretti didn't have to play?
Yeah, he's got nothing to do.
As far as the arrogance goes, to use the word of the last couple of calls, there is arrogance in the McLaurin situation for sure to me, like 1,000%.
From the team's perspective, you mean, yeah.
absolutely. The 2 callers ago was like Terry McLaurin, might be showing that he's arrogant by looking for the money or whatever. I actually think it's the other way around. Now, the team is more right on the money. I keep saying this over and over and over again. But they are doing a thing they don't have to do. You can overpay by a couple $1 million. It's not that big of a deal. It's not the end of the world. And avoid what has been a pretty stupid standoff, in my opinion, that is just largely unnecessary at a position where you're not good enough without him. This is not needed. Are they eventually going to get him for a much cheaper rate than if they just signed him a month ago? Yes. You don't have to win every deal. I go back to the Chris Canty point from ESPN. You were out last week, but he kind of popped off on this idea of like sometimes GMs have a lot of success early and all of a sudden they become the smartest guy in the room. And I'm not saying that's the case with Adam Peters, but I do think there's a little bit of like, you're Terry McLaurin. We're the Commanders going on here.
See, sometimes these organizations, these front offices, they can operate in these negotiations with a tad bit of hubris. And it feels like that's what's happening with Adam Peters right now. Sometimes the worst thing that can happen to you in sports and in life is to have success early on because you think you know it all. And you try to hardline every single negotiation. You try to win every deal. Here's the thing that every successful business person knows. You can't win every deal. Every contract negotiation ain't going to be a deal. Sometimes it's just getting the contract signed. And in this instance, that's exactly what needs to happen with Terry McLaurin because he means so much to Jaden Daniels' development. I don't understand why the Washington Commanders are taking this approach with somebody that from a locker room chemistry standpoint, from an on-field production standpoint, brings everything you want to the table.
So if it goes on, I'll jump back in. But my point, I guess, largely on playing that clip is that does feel like it's a we've arrived negotiation in a sense. It feels to me like what was the word that the callers were using? Like this ego part of of running the team, or like we're legit, right?
Hubris, arrogance.
I get arrogance was the word. There is an arrogance to how they're handling the Terry situation. I do believe that. Jeremy Fowler, speaking of McLaurin, has been all over it for ESPN. He's had a lot of updates over the last week. He joins us next with the latest on what's going on in this standoff on Grant and Danny.
Brought to you by Door Pro America Garage Door Service. Go with the pros at Door Pro America. Dan Quinn and the Commanders finding a way to kind of fill that gap between the first and second preseason game, and they might need a little work after that first preseason game. The Burgundy Gold scrimmage is going to happen tomorrow. Laramie Tunsil looks like he's going to be a part of it. He did leave practice early yesterday, but Quinn said he should be good to go in the scrimmage tomorrow. Brandon Coleman and Sam Cosme have already been out, remember, so this has led to some, quote, concern from Quinn with developing that chemistry. As for Marcus Mariota's situation, Quinn says he's getting closer, but he's just not quite there yet. Dominique Hampton, the linebacker, was already released by the Commanders. They did sign Isang Bassi and Antonio Hamilton, who are corners, along with linebacker Duke Riley. The Nats, just coming off of a 2-game win streak, took 2 out of 3 from the Giants overall, outscored them 12-2 over those last 2 games. Cade Cavalli starting in Kansas City for them. That first pitch is at 7:40. Coverage going to start at 7:10 right here on the Fan. For the first time ever, Texas is going to open a college football season ranked number 1 in the AP Top 25. They edged out Penn State by just 5 points. It's the closest preseason vote since 1998. Go with the pros at Door Pro America. From spring repair or replacement or a brand new garage door to boost your home's curb appeal. Call 877-DOOR-PRO today and ask how you can save $60 on a repair or $150 on a new garage door. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Nick Ashew on the Fan.
We're Grant and Danny. This is The Fan, and we're brought to you by the law firm Condori and Murat.
What are you doing? Seriously, what are you doing to protect your family's assets? Is the exclusive sponsor of our show. The law firm of Condor and Morad can help you draft your last will and testament, set up a living trust, or put together a medical power of attorney. Schedule a free consultation with their attorneys today by visiting kmlawyers.com, and be sure to let them know that we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com.
The Terry McLaurin game of chicken with the Commanders continues. Nobody's blinked yet. When will something happen? That's what we're trying to figure out, and what's that going to be? Let's go to the Rude guest hotline right now. Rude, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. Pretty stunning on August 11th. We're still talking about this, and maybe more shocking, there's been really no developments. There has been no progress as we're into week 2 of the preseason now. Jeremy Fowler of ESPN is one of their top insiders and reporters, and he's been all over this story. Last week had more insight into this than just about anybody else in the game. Jeremy, you're on in D.C. with Grant and Danny on the Fan. Thank you so much. How are you?
Hey, guys. Doing well. Thanks for having me.
Our pleasure. So
absolutely.
Let's just start with where we're at and how that compares to where we were 4 or 6 weeks ago and whether or not anything's changing here.
Well, you really categorized it correctly when you said this is a stare-off, a game of chicken. I think both sides are sort of hoping that one comes closer to the other. I don't sense there's been a lot of major progress. However, I would say there is a hint of optimism in Washington that I've gathered over the last few days. I don't think that's a matter of major progress on a negotiation, but I do sense like, hey, you know, Terry's the guy we want here. We're rebuffing trade calls. They have a difference of opinion in the market, in the receiver market in particular. I think that's the core issue here. But they know that they need him, and they know they have to figure something out here. I think in an ideal world, they would like him to play the final year of his deal and then franchise tag him, but that's not feasible for anybody. That's just simply not going to happen. Would be too clumsy to even try to attempt. And, you know, Terry McLaurin would revolt at that point. So, like something has to be done. They just have to find a sweet spot and see if the player is flexible at all here. And you know, so far I don't think that they've found that common ground yet, but that's not to say they can't in the next few weeks.
So, Jeremy, I want to drill down on that. Is it you think the team would prefer this year's deal for Terry, where they've got him at roughly $25 million for a cap hit, then franchise tag next year and then say fare thee well, or would they rather sign him to a 2-year extension for this season, plays on his current deal, then add 2 more years? Would it be better for them to do a franchise and see you later?
So I think that's relative to what the money is and what the market would be. In an ideal world, like right now, playing him out this year and then a franchise tag would be more beneficial for them. So my sense is that's at least been considered at some point. But
that's also not really feasible based on where the market has gone, where the money has gone. It just would be hard to do. So I think that's the team's leverage sometimes is they can float that. It's the same with the Cowboys with Micah Parsons. Hey, look, we have you under contract for 3 years. That just doesn't work as well as it used to. These agents and players have created mechanisms, whether it's trade requests or holding in or withholding services, like they're good at making this difficult without costing themselves money by like true holdouts. So because of that, it would be a hard thing to do. So that leaves, I still think Washington, the reason why I bring that up is because the way they look at things, at least from what I've been told, is originally they were looking at like a slight increase on his current number, which I believe is $23 million. So that's where the gap comes from. I'd mentioned they've had a gap of up to $7 million at one point. I don't know where it is now, but it's because of that dynamic. Like if it's a slight increase from $23 million, you're looking at probably 25. Terry's not going for that. I can't speak for him, but if you're Terry, you're saying I'm a better player than DK Metcalf, who got $32 million. So there's your fundamental difference of the market, and that's hard to gap or hard to bridge that gulf. And it takes time, and maybe can I do $28 million a year with incentives to get to 30? Would Washington be willing to do that? So it's possible. We have to see it. They haven't shown that yet.
Jeremy Fowler of ESPN's been outstanding on this Terry McLaurin, Washington Commanders hold-in situation. We'll get back to the money in a second, but I wanted to double-click on something you said, which was the idea that like the tag is not an option, or this year on this deal and then the tag, would be clumsy and Terry revolts. So why can't they do that? I mean, and what does that mean? Like he's got to show up at some point, right? So if they just do nothing and eventually the season starts, I mean, there's no precedent for a guy really holding out. Chris Jones held out for one game and then signed a new one-year deal a couple years ago, which is kind of a worse contract, honestly, but at least he and his agent got to save face a little bit and say they got a new deal. And then he ended up playing in like week 18 to just hit some incentives to make the same amount of money that year, a matter of fact. But regardless, like when you say they can't do that, go further into that. Why couldn't they?
Well, they absolutely could. It's within their right to do that, and they have, at least on paper, leverage to do that. We could say, hey, look, we can have you under contract for multiple years, so take or leave our current long-term deal. Like, they can certainly say that, and I do think it's been reiterated to me multiple times that GM Adam Peters is not at all a pushover. He's willing to play the hardest of hardball. So all that considered, it is an option. I'm just saying it would be really hard to pull that off with a player like this who's, even though you're not paying him for in the past, he's been the consummate pro, good soldier, team leader, very productive, very good player. Like 99.9% of the time, those deals get worked out, right, even if it's clumsy or it takes till week one or a week-long holdout, like you mentioned, Chris Jones. So that's all I'm saying. It would be incredibly difficult for Washington to pull that off. Do I believe, based on my reporting and asking around, that they've thought about that and maybe even dangled that? Yes.
You've mentioned the relationship at different points, I know, from watching you on ESPN, had gone sour. Like, where is the actual relationship between McLaurin himself and Peters, or McLaurin and ownership at this point? Or is it more a fracture between the agent and the GM? And what can you tell us about that?
Well, I go back to the history of it. I think these can go a couple different ways when you start on a negotiation on a big contract. Like you can play the high-low game, or the team starts really low, the player goes really high. Sometimes that works. Sometimes that can create fracture, and I'm not saying that's exactly the case here, but my sense is that, both sides have dug in pretty early, and that created just some sort of awkwardness in the relationship. And I don't think it's completely fractured, because all it takes is some good faith conversations and a new deal to offset that. And I think the same thing with Micah Parsons and all these guys. But it was not in a good place, and I don't think there's been a lot of bridging of the gap there. Now nobody's better with people as a head coach than Dan Quinn. He's excellent at that. You got Jaden Daniels, who's been supportive of McLaurin. Like, there are some people who can smooth this out and play the good cop to Adam Peters in the front office, bad cop. But I know, like, when I was going into the late summer, going into training camp, it just was simply not good. Just the
the situation and my gauge on it was that there was a long ways to go, and that the player was really frustrated. Somehow he got, whatever message got to him and his perception of the situation. It was hard to put the toothpaste back in the tube, so to speak.
Jeremy Fowler with us here on Grant and Danny. So I want to go to you sort of referenced this earlier, Jeremy. I want to get back to it. The idea that McLaurin and his camp, there's only so many options they have, and my sort of reading of this is eventually, and Grant already mentioned this, he's got to play football. Like, he's under contract this year, and if he wants to get the things that he wants, that includes playing football, lest you forego roster bonuses and time accrued and everything else.
Yeah.
He needs to play football, and that's kind of, I don't think he's got the dynamite under himself, right? Like in terms of this. So there's only so many things you can do. You can kick and scream, but eventually, don't you have to just come play? And I think the team is kind of sticking by that, where you mentioned it. It's contract this year, franchise tag next year. Why would we go to 33 when we could do that at an average of 26 and a half based on this year and next year, right? Like, that to me is kind of the inescapable part of this. Just your thoughts from the agent and player side.
Well, it is, but if the player is willing to make this more difficult and cost himself some of his own money by forfeiting games, and he can make this tough, he knows that, the flip side of that is he knows Washington going into the season without him is going to be tough.
Mm-hmm.
And it's going to be, you have a team that can win right now, and it's going to be tougher to win games without him. Not that it can't be done, but if Deebo Samuel's your one, and then, some young guys, first or second players are your two, it's going to be a struggle. It's putting a lot on a quarterback who already had to win really close games last year. So it just becomes complicated at that point. That's his leverage. It just depends on how far he's willing to exercise it and how far he's willing to take it. So far, from all that I've gathered, he's willing to take it as far as he needs to. But you're right. When those checks start to clear for week one, it's hard to forego those. Right now, he's got the cushion of being a hold in. That changes in about 3 weeks. So luckily for both sides, that is a lot of time to try to figure this out.
Jeremy, are you surprised by either side here, either how dug in McLaurin's been or that the team on their side of it has been so unwavering and unwilling to get closer to $30 million?
A little bit. I'm surprised by – I'm not necessarily surprised by some of the DK Metcalf comparisons or that Terry might want certain metrics of the Metcalf deal because he really is a better player than DK Metcalf. The problem is the Steelers traded for DK Metcalf. Metcalf is a lot younger, at least 3 years younger, I believe. And he had a lot of leverage to do that deal to facilitate that trade. He needed a new contract. It is a different situation with Terry's age and being with the same team. And you could argue DK Metcalf's a little more of an exotic option. He maybe scares defenses a little more with his athletic ability, even though Terry's clearly a better wide receiver. So to say that he wants a DK deal, I guess it's mildly surprising, but it's not a bad place to start. Like, you can justify it. I'm a little more surprised on the team side that they had drawn such a hard line. I thought they would be a little more flexible in this, given his importance and the wide receiver market being where it is, where you got Brandon Ayuk making $30 million a year. He's not even in the same conversation as Terry McLaurin. So that's why he feels disrespected. That's why feelings are hurt. It's that. But, Washington feels pretty convicted that, we have a lot of players we have to pay over time. Your age is a factor. And that market's crazy. We don't want to acknowledge it. It's complicated. And so you have two sides that are pretty dug in. I'm slightly surprised this is the way it goes, but I have heard this about Josh Harris's new ownership. He's not eager to just throw money around and give guys whatever they want. I do think it's sort of the new sheriff in town mentality a little bit, and it's an ownership conversation a little bit.
ESPN senior NFL reporter Jeremy Fowler with us here on G&D. How much did the Courtland Sutton deal inform this conversation? He's a better player than Sutton, been more productive for longer, but that was kind of the low end that maybe the team could argue. The high end might be the Metcalf deal that you're talking about, or maybe even beyond that from what we've heard. So was that kind of a data point where the team could look and go, see?
Maybe. I'm sure McLaurin wasn't crazy about that deal, but like you said, it's different weight classes. So, Courtland Sutton's a different conversation. But to me, it might be a positive where you could say, Or maybe Washington can say, hey, we'll split the difference between DK and Cortland, and we'll put some incentives in there to get you to 30. That to me is the cleanest way to do it. You can make it look good on paper. I don't know, though. It seems like, with some of the feelings that can get hurt in these, that I don't know that he would take that or not at this point. So, but I do go back to, I do sense from Washington's side, like they want to do right by him. They are rebuffing trade calls. I feel pretty confident saying that from all that I've gathered. And I think at least one team has looked heavily into it.
Jeremy, we'll let you out of here on this. I just want to look ahead to how this could end. What do you think would be, and I know it's a guess, so I'm not asking for an exact number here, but what would you guess? Like, what would you say is a percentage chance that he actually isn't on the team for week one, that he's holding out still come week one? Do you think that's a legitimate possibility?
I'd put it at 20%, I'd say. I still think there's a little bit of a chance where whatever disrespect he's felt, fuels him to dig in even more. That's a big decision. Most players don't take that route, so I'd be surprised, but I'll put 20% on it.
And then lastly, would you think a long-term deal is more possible still than him playing on this deal? Or maybe I would even throw out there the idea of like the Chris Jones 1-year deal to rework this year to make more cash maybe this year. What's the most likely outcome between now and the season, assuming he does show up?
Yeah, it'd be harder to do a 1-year deal, I think, because then you're back at the table next year. And Chris Jones being a defensive tackle at a position where he could probably age a little bit better for all the running you have to do at receiver. I'm not saying Terry can't age well, but I think it's a different conversation based on the position. If you're him, you want multiple years right now. So I think a Band-Aid like that would be tough. I still think that they can work something out. I think there's a path to working it out where he's under contract long-term again. I still think that's more likely than not. They just have a lot of work to do.
Jeremy, great info, great reporting, man. Appreciate the time with us.
Anytime, guys. Thank you.
Thanks a ton. We'll watch you on ESPN. There's Jeremy Fowler, their ESPN insider and analyst on all things NFL news. He's had a lot of great content, a lot of info on Terry McLaurin and on what his agent's looking for over these last few weeks. But you heard him say there, he thinks there's a 20% chance that Terry McLaurin holds out and misses week one. 20% is a lot different
That's
than
bigger than nothing.
The Terryometer behind us that the junkies are using, where it looks like they're 95% sure he's showing back up. What's your guys' reaction to that? We'll open up the phones next. 800-636-1067. We're Grant and Danny.
What's up, guys? Danny Rouillet here for my friends and my realtors. That's Reynolds and Power Home Team with Keller Williams. They've been recognized as the number 8 mega team in the United States of America for total volume and number 9 for families served, according to the 2025 Real Trends plus Tom Ferry's The 1,000 as featured in the Wall Street Journal. They were ranked the number 1 team in the entire state of Virginia and in the D.C. metropolitan area alone, and they have the honor of serving 653 families in 2024. Debbie, Sarah, and Reynolds and Power Home Team are the go-to experts when it comes to getting homes sold, especially those tough to sell, expired listings that other agents, quite simply, couldn't get it done. They won't just put your name on the MLS and cross their fingers. No, sir. They bring an aggressive, proven marketing strategy that targets the right buyers to get your home sold. And here's the best thing. This is my favorite thing that they do. They sold my place. They were unbelievable. But here's their game-changing guarantee. If that home doesn't sell, Debbie and Sarah will buy it at a price agreeable to you. That is their guarantee. So call Debbie, Sarah, and Reynolds of Power Home Team now to find out more about their guarantee at 844-654-SOLD. That's 844-654-SOLD, or go to DebbieHasTheBuyers.com.
Brought to you by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. Dan Quinn speaking to the media a little bit earlier today. Laramie Tunsil had to exit practice early yesterday. It's going to be a jog-through kind of day for him, but more importantly, likely to be a part of their burgundy and gold scrimmage tomorrow. That's how they're bridging that gap between preseason game 1, preseason game number 2. Nats also coming off back-to-back wins in San Francisco. Cade Cavalli starts in Kansas City tonight. That's first pitch is at 7:40. Coverage going to start at 7:10 right here on The Fan. Texas sits at the top of the AP Top 25. It's the first time for the program ever to be in that position. Penn State, Ohio State, Clemson, and Georgia are going to finish up the top 5 there. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put their team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Nick Ashew on The Fan.
They know that they need him, and they know they have to figure something out here. I think in an ideal world, they would like him to play the final year of his deal and then franchise tag him, but that's not feasible for anybody. That's just simply not going to happen. Would be too clumsy to even try to attempt, and Terry McLaurin would revolt at that point. So something has to be done. They just have to find a sweet spot and see if the player is flexible at all here. And so far I don't think that they've found that common ground yet, but that's not to say they can't in the next few weeks.
That's Jeremy Fowler of ESPN was with us last segment on Grant and Danny. If you missed any part of that interview, our conversation with him, you can podcast it when we're done at thefandc.com. We're taking you up to 6:30, full hour to go on Grant and Danny today because the Nats are in Kansas City. So they start in the 8 o'clock hour DC time, which means we've got a full 4.5 for you. But reacting to Jeremy Fowler, what was your big takeaway from a reporter who seems to be as plugged in as anybody on what's going on, certainly on the agent side?
Well, I kind of couldn't get over when he said the team would prefer, or I don't want to butcher the quote, but it might be better for them if they just went, you play this year in your contract and franchise you and then wash your hands clean. What? I think they want I thought all along they've wanted a long-term deal just on their terms. But that makes it sound like we'll have you for this year, which we already do, and one more season, and then, probably thanks so much.
Well, if they're offering him around $25 million per year, that means that the 2-year deal at close to $55 million, if they were to let him play this year and then tag him, is better than what they would do, which is $250 after this season.
Yeah.
So why would it be that surprising that they would rather do it with the tag?
That they don't want him they don't want a deal. They'd rather just say, we'll do a franchise tag like that. I thought that was surprising. No, I thought all along they just want an extension on top of this year because they want to keep this year as this year because that makes financial sense to them.
I don't think they're acting like they want much of an extension. You said it right, on their terms,
right.
But their terms are unreasonable. His report as of last week, and I'm sure you saw this, but while you were out, was that they're still basically offering him around $24 to $25 million is what he said on TV. Roughly the same money, AAV, that he was just making on his deal before. Well, he signed that deal 3 years ago. The cap has gone up $70 million since they offered him that deal. So just as a comp, 11.5% of the salary cap is what he got on his deal last time. If you were just to say, we're not going to give you a raise, but 11.5% of our current payroll is now, fill in the blank, it's $30 million. So they're offering him $5 million less than that. That would be like Danny doing a more important show, but getting a worse contract to do it. You wouldn't be that excited about that. So when you hear that that's what they're arguing, or I guess that's their side of it, yeah, I think that the tag is their way to have him for multiple years. They think he's old, he's aging, that he's going to fall off after a couple seasons, and the tag gives them the ability to have him for 2 more years, this year and next year. I think that's probably their goal. I think if they didn't have a problem having him for 3 more years, then maybe we wouldn't be having the huge dispute or debate. I don't know. I guess maybe I'm overreacting to the idea. I'm not surprised, but I'm just reading their actions. Their actions
Sure.
are they have offered him nothing close to what everybody seems to think is the amount that he should be getting, which is the 28 to 30 range. Now, we also don't know what they've actually offered. I always come back to that caveat.
Yep.
We're just basing this on what Jeremy Fowler's reporting, and he's obviously probably not talking to Adam Peters. But I think most people think a floor of 27 and a ceiling of about 30 is where this thing should end. And his suggestion is that as of now, the team's at 25, and the agent started at 33.
So yeah, we don't know. I know specifically, pointing at myself, I don't know. Maybe I don't know, maybe more than anyone else if that's even possible.
I don't think anybody knows.
Yeah. So the way the sense that I have, again, based on not knowing, just doing our best to interpret, is they've stood fast talking about the team in that mid-20s range because the agent, I think, has overshot. I think because I still remember that one report where it's way over DK Metcalf. I forget who had it. I was trying to look it up just now while you were talking.
He said substantially more.
Right.
I've never believed that for a second, but that's what he said.
But I don't know if that means 100,000 more or 2 million more or 5. I don't know what substantially is, but more than DK Metcalf. And I think if that's your range, I can't start budging up because I'll get to a place it's totally crazy to me. So to me, this is like nobody's the good guy here. When it comes to this, put aside Terry's character, I just mean in terms of this negotiation with the agent and the team, like I get the sense that if they're still at 25, it means that talking about I almost called him Buddy Baker, the safety and agent, Buddy Baker is still at 35. And I'm wondering if that's what's happening. Again, I'm just trying to read the tea leaves and figure out why we're still here.
Yeah. I've never heard 35. I don't think they're at 35. That wouldn't make a lot of sense to me. I mean, it's possible they came in there 3 months ago or something. I have no idea. But the DK Metcalf contract has long been what I was told to look at in terms of guarantees in AAV, which is down around 32 and change, and at $60 million in guarantees, which seems to me pretty reasonable. In a world where Brandon Ayuk makes 30 and McLaurin is better than Metcalf. Now, the age is the problem. He's 2 years older. And I feel like we talk about this every day forever, so we're going to repeat ourselves some. But I feel like I always have to start with this. I think the team is probably closer to being spot on because of his age with like what the going rate is. If you just take out the name and the import to the organization and kind of any emotions and you just punch a bunch of stuff into a computer based on his age, when Mike Evans got, I think it was like $25 million a year. He got like $20 million, I think, a couple of times over. And then Cortland Sutton gets $23 million. Like, it's going to be really hard to get to 33. My point is just, I think we're having the wrong conversation when we debate that. Who's more right? Who's more wrong? What should he be making? I think, for me, what I come back to is, I can't believe they've chosen to do this. It is not necessary to do this. It is wild to me that they have elected this road, that we're this bumpy, awful path that we're boom, 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 boom going down right now. There was another path where maybe you overpay him by a little bit and then you don't deal with this. And the first couple of years, it's not that big of a deal, by the way. Like, you're out of this Terry McLaurin contract before the Jaden money kicks in as it is. And if you do the contract right, you're mostly paying him for the 2 seasons after this, which it's hard to fathom that he's going to fall off that massively, at risk of maybe having 1 year where you significantly overpay and he catches like 68 balls for 851 yards or something if he just becomes a shell of himself in 2 years. And then you're pretty much out of the guaranteed money. You might have $5, $7, $10 million guaranteed after that when the salary cap is close to, I don't know, $310 million or something crazy. So I'm just shocked that they have chosen, as the oldest organization in the NFL, that gave money to 20 guys that are already 30 or will be 30 this year, that this was the time they couldn't fathom dealing with a player with age, with this player. I'm just stunned that we're here and that we're still talking about this.
Yeah, we are.
And they've brought it on themselves. Kevin's in Arlington. What's up, Kevin?
Hey, guys. So there's a couple points that don't come out in Fowler's reporting. His in-depth reporting is so good, no doubt, because Buddy Baker's given him everything he needs. Okay, so he's not going to throw Buddy Baker under the bus. And also, a lot of the commentary is from former players who are now analysts saying, we can't believe this. A couple other things. Debo is only making $17.5 million this year. He's 29 like Terry. It's his last year, too. The other thing is Terry waited 6 years to get a quarterback like Jaden. Now he's got Jaden. Do you think he really wants to be traded away from Jaden and a chance to compete for a Super Bowl? I mean, I just think it's an imbalanced conversation that's happening among the fans.
I got a couple questions because I think it's actually a really good point. But number one, you mentioned Debo. I'm assuming you brought him up as if to say he also right now could say he's underpaid and hold out. Is that kind of your point?
Yeah.
Well, he's coming off of a terrible year.
17-5.
Yeah, he didn't have a career year last year. He had a terrible year.
Yeah, but he's had career years before.
Sure,
Grant.
but
He's
not
gotten
over
a
the
team
last
to a
couple.
Super Bowl before. And he's been a very explosive player before.
Right, but he's on a multi-year decline right now where you got to go back 3 seasons basically to find those years. McLaurin's coming off of his best season in the NFL, arguably.
But it's still a $7.5 million gap between 17.5
Sure,
and 25.
but if Debo was on the open market this year and signed a 1-year deal, he'd be hard-pressed to get that with the current narrative around him that he's not in shape, that he's injury-prone. I mean, he had a really, really bad statistical year, not necessarily in terms of counting stats. Like, I don't know if you heard Matt Harmon on with us the other day from Reception Perception, but in terms of the analytics and separation and all of these things, it was brutal. So he's on a reclamation campaign this year to try to get paid to prove that he's actually still got something left.
Fair enough, but the only other point, it's not just Terry's contract. Because, okay, we talk about the rookie quarterback deal, but there are 52 other contracts. I mean, it's 3-dimensional chess to think about what all do we need in future free agency to retain going forward, et cetera. I mean, again, we were left with a bare cupboard. We overshoot ourselves with a great first year with Daniels, and all of a sudden, and I think just showed up in New England.
Totally.
When you bench your 30 best players,
every team
there ain't
deals
a whole
with
hell
that.
of a lot to compete.
Every
I'm
team
really
deals
worried
with that
about
every
that.
year, right? And you don't see this. I have not seen a face of a franchise be in this situation in the recent NFL.
I understand that, but I'm trying to say, if you look at the quality of the roster, okay, we are so bad. What has happened on day 3 picks drafted in years 1 and 2 with Adam Peters? Then on top of that, coming on the 4 years of the Martys and Ron, we are cupboard bare, and so maybe they just can't go stretch further with Terry because they're seeing
that's fine. Kevin, that's fine. Then the point is, then they shouldn't pay Terry McLaurin, I guess. But I'm not saying otherwise. I'm just saying it's crazy that we're here is kind of the point.
It's unfortunate, I agree, but it's a really unusual situation.
Appreciate you, buddy.
Thank you, bud.
Thank you. Yeah, I mean,
like if he was 27, this would be done. It would be much easier to figure out. But he's not, and so it's not. Like I don't know. I've got empathy is the wrong word. I feel like I have more understanding for the team's side of it, maybe than some do. I understand where Terry McLaurin's coming from too. Like the fact that they can't agree on what the relevant data points are. The same way we can't agree, not you and me, but everybody in general in the fan base and media trying to understand this thing. They go, yeah, DK Metcalf. Yeah, 30 years old. Yeah, Cortland Sutton. Well, no, and nobody's talking the same language here. They can't agree with even the discussion is, and that's why I think they're still this far apart.
Yeah, I for me, it's really 2 things, right? One is trying to figure out what he's worth, who's right, who's wrong, where the money should be. That's its own conversation.
Yeah,
and I think it's the whole point. I mean,
but your point is separate, and I think it's valid too.
My second point is, and I can't not have this conversation.
Mm-hmm.
Like, and by the way, I'm spinning 2 plates. Like I'm sitting here telling you, I wouldn't pay him $33 million. Probably, I wouldn't want to anyway. I might have already just to end this charade. But the second point that I can't understand people not understanding this is that they have chosen to do this with the face of their franchise. It's weird, man.
Yeah.
That's a weird thing to do when everything's going well, when everything's harmonious. We've dreamed about this for years and years and years, and people act like they'd be giving him $50 million a year, like this unbelievable overpay where now you can't operate. You can't pay Laramie Tunsil. You can't pay Frankie Louvu. I mean, God forbid you can't go out and sign more 34-year-olds on 1-year contracts next year. How are they ever going to field a team? You have a quarterback making no money. This will not intertwine with the Jaden Daniels contract. And, by the way, Daniels' development is the only thing really that matters. Doing best by the quarterback. We've been saying this since day one. Trade for Laramie Tunsil? Absolutely. Draft a tackle at right tackle in the first round? Go for it. Like, they've understood the assignment here every step of the way. But now you might go into the season with Noah Brown and Luke McCaffrey with Debo in motion? Like, what are you doing? They've chosen to do this. So what he's worth is a different discussion. My point is, everyone's just like acting as though this is Debo Samuel coming over here and holding out after a trade. It's not. It's just not the same thing. 800-636-1067. Grant and Danny on the Fan. With Danny, I'm Grant. This is The Fan. Welcome back, and thanks much for making the show part of your day. Jeremy Fowler was on at 5. If you missed the ESPN Insider, who's had all the intel on Terry McLaurin, make sure you podcast it at thefandc.com. Speaking of podcasts, a brand new Bustin' Loose Baseball dropped. That is the Hit Nationals podcast produced by Darius Dairman, starring Toby Altizer. A one-on-one interview with Cade Cavalli.
Oh, hello there.
He pitches tonight. So if you are interested in the Nats, you may want to check out Bustin' Loose Baseball when we are done. The question on the table for you guys out of Fowler, really we're just chewing on the McLaurin overall standoff. But I guess, where did we leave it? Like, what is the question we should throw out there for people? Because our disagreement might be over, for me, maybe it doesn't matter, but I just can't get past, this is a self-inflicted wound.
The team is doing this with this guy.
Are we sure this is the best way to be going about the preseason going into the year where you have the best chance to be really, really good that you've had in a long, long time? They could have just solved this. And I think, when we talk about overpaying McLaurin, we're talking about a handful of $1 million with a salary cap that's well over $200 million, that's exploded by $70 million over the last 3 years, that'll go up again massively soon. The juice here is not worth the squeeze to me to get the best deal. I'm sorry. It just is not. Most of the time, I would say you got to win the deal. You don't have to win every deal. This is not a deal to me that you have to win, Danny. It just isn't.
Which I get. I mean, I don't know. There's so many layers to it. It's so complicated no matter what. The data points are hard to agree with, but or hard to agree to, rather, in terms of the baseline terms. But this is the special player, right? Like, and one of the arguments that makes sense to me is that, well, in 2 years, won't Mikey Sanders still be one of the special players? Doesn't Frankie Louvu have that same tag now that he puts in a couple more years of deposit? And the next guy that they drafted that plays well, he'll have the tag too. You can't be in the business of overpaying all the time. And if you're able to draw the line after this one, okay, but you don't want to make a habit of doing it, right? And I think they're taking a hard line stance.
I don't think anyone should advocate for making a habit of doing it. I take issue with that reasoning because it's there's probably some business term for this that I don't know, but it's straw manning. Like the idea of it is smart. We all know this is like porn looking at it, right?
Mm-hmm.
What was the ruling in
Sandra Day O'Connor? Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, you know it when you see it. We all kind of get that Terry McLaurin's different. Like, let's just acknowledge that part. Deron Payne, there's not another guy on this team that is in the same boat. So let's not pretend like there is. But also, I'm not saying give him a blank check like the fans that are doing the pay Terry, just pay him, he's earned it. That's not it either for me.
Mm-hmm.
I think there is a truth that is in the middle. And I find myself arguing with everybody kind of.
Yeah, that's my specialty.
The McLaurin side of it where it's like, you just got to pay this guy. He's your most popular player, and he's so important, and he's been so good, and he's a nice person. Well, no, that's not really how football works. And then the team people that are going, he is worth $23.7 million. Cortland Sutton got 23.5. He is 30. It is not a smart thing to pay a guy going into year 31. Like, that is ridiculous too. Stop acting like that this isn't about people. And then it's the same to just, well, he's got to be on the team. He's got to show up. I don't have to do anything. He's just going to walk through the door and play football for me. As if that's the same as the most important player in your wide receiver room and the leader and the heartbeat and the heart and soul of your team being happy to be there. Being one of the guys just kicking it. In this, you tell me all the time about culture. I don't scream about culture. You scream about culture. You're Mr. Culture. Mr. Culture, 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 culture. Culture this, culture that, culture you, culture me, culture them, culture them. I'm not Mr. Culture. You're Mr. Culture. Worry about your culture. Is it a good culture that your most important fan favorite player hates being at work? Is that a good culture? Culture yourself. You culture every now and then, culture. Culture you.
Make sense of culture.
Culture you, culture. You know what I'm saying? So,
I do.
Mr. Culture, be a culture guy.
Uh-huh.
So let's just acknowledge that this was a thing that they decided to do. If you're okay with it, cool. I don't think it was the smartest way to play the last few weeks.
Which I think is fair. Again, the thing that we don't know that I keep holding out an empty space for is, what is the agent doing? Right? Because the team is silent. They're not telling anybody anything. And I think they'd actually be better served doing something at some point here. Right? Because I don't know if the asks from the agent is outrageous. You know what I mean? We're hearing about how awful the team is. They're terrible to deal with.
Reporting on it
from the team side.
No, from the agent side.
Yeah, the agent's letting you know.
But they're the same people telling us about the team side. I would think.
I don't know. I mean, how
many national reporters have to come out and say he's looking for DK Metcalf money before you believe that he's looking for DK Metcalf money?
But again, that's the. I still think that's the agent perspective. Like, is he looking for DK Metcalf?
He's actually looking for more.
I don't know, and that's my point. I'm holding the open space for this agent who has no other high-profile clients,
but you're
and this is
assuming
just
that
one
the
meal
numbers
ticket.
are right on the team, right? On the team side.
My point is the only thing we know is from the agent, and that
right.
When
I think some of the Schefter stuff is from the team.
Maybe.
I mean, Schefter came out and said substantially more than like this thing
DK.
that even he has argued with at times, like that everyone else has said. That didn't come from the agent. I mean, that was anti-Terry.
Right. So if that's the one team data point, then, that's a different eye line. Then, the team is so unreasonable. They're the bad guy here. This is an agent that doesn't have any other high-profile clients that, to me, maybe have given bad advice, and maybe he's over his skis and is telling him, cut a promo for 45 minutes at Eastern Motors and demand a trade when there's no media assembled. Like, to me, that I'm holding space for this guy not really being with it, and he may be the problem. You know what I mean? Like,
sure. But I can hold that space and still hold the team to task. Like, I don't.
Which is fair.
It can be both, right? Like, I think the agent is absolutely not acknowledging enough that the age should be hurting him. And you've seen Evans' contract, and you've seen Cortland Sutton's contract, but also, again, secondary conversation.
Right.
I can't believe this is worth it to the team. I cannot believe them being right, them saving $4 million a year if that's what it is. That's probably about where we're at this point.
Right.
It's worth it to this? That Terry McLaurin makes $4 million less? Like, not for me, man. I'm sorry.
Which I totally get, by the way. And again, here's what I don't know. Had they offered the compromise number, would that have been accepted? I don't know that. We think so because it's reasonable. It's reasonable to us to go, it'll sell it around 28.5 or 29, and with the guaranteed money that's more than DK but less than this. Do we know that Buddy Baker would have said, yep, let's sign on the dotted line? We don't know.
But we also have not heard that they've offered that.
Correct.
And if you were the team and you'd offer that, I bet we would have heard that.
That's fair too.
There's no reason that Adam Schefter, who they leak things to, or whoever, wouldn't have put out there. The team has offered him $29 million, and he said no. The second he turns down an offer like that, I'll bet you it's going to be talked about by Adam Schefter.
Probably
I
right.
would bet.
Yeah.
Robert Hayes kind of made my point. Again, it sounds like I'm more on the player side than the team. Depending on the day and the hour you listen, you'll hear what you want to hear.
Right.
I both think that he shouldn't be making more than probably $28, $29 million a year, and that this is not worth it. But Robert Mays, from The Athletic, who we had on last week, does a good podcast. I was listening over the weekend, and he made the point I've been trying to make for a few days now, better than I've been able to make it. This is what a national guy looking from the outside said.
Often with these, I feel like we look at it and one side, I think, has a stronger argument than the other. And I do think in this case it is Terry's side for a few different reasons. One, he has been that good soldier for so long in a terrible situation. We were talking about it as kind of the impasse really blew up last week. And Bill Barnwell tweeted out a picture of all the quarterbacks that Terry has played with. And you look at the list of those guys, and he is still 9th in receiving yards since he came into the league. Like, how productive he's been given the situation is remarkable. And he has been like the ideal teammate and ambassador for your organization. But at the same time, he is going to be 30. And so I think when we look at contracts at the position, the ones that have been thrown out that are kind of analogous, and the one that I think is kind of problematic for Terry at this stage is like what Cortland Sutton signed for a couple weeks ago. And that's Cortland Sutton, same age as Terry McLaurin, and has not been as productive, but had a really nice season last year. He signs for a deal that's like $23 million a year. That sucks for Terry McLaurin's camp. But the one that I feel like is almost a better comparison when you think about how good of a part of the organization you've been, what sort of locker room presence. The one that Mike Evans signed a couple years ago is also problematic for Terry McLaurin. And that's a deal that even though Mike Evans, I think, was a year older when he signed that contract, it was a 2-year, $40 million deal. And so there are a lot of data points on that side that I think hurt Terry's case, but he's been more productive than Cortland Sutton has. And even though he's a little bit older than DK Metcalf, what I've kind of taken from this, and if you're reading between the lines a little bit, the $33 million a year, I don't think he needs. And if you look at the Metcalf deal, the last year of the Metcalf deal is $41.5 million, which kind of pumps up that AAV. But I think the important point about the Metcalf contract is it's $60 million guaranteed, and it's $60 million guaranteed in those first 2 years. So if I'm Terry, I think that's probably the number that matters the most. Even if it's $29 million a year, can you get to that $60 million guaranteed over those first 2 years? And even though I know you're stretching yourself a little bit to give that sort of contract to a player that's going to to be turning 30. I just don't know what Washington's alternative is at this point. Like, you look at that receiver room and you look at the timeline that you're currently on, and I just feel like for both locker room harmony and for what you're trying to accomplish this year and next, just bite the bullet. Like, you don't have to win this negotiation. You aren't paying that many guys. So I don't know. This line in the sand that they seem to have drawn in this, it feels a little bit misguided given how well everything went last year. And I'm just curious how much they're willing to back off that to make sure we reach the right resolution for what this team is and what they're trying to do in 25 and 26.
I think that's perfectly stated. That's home base for me. I'll just have that audio recording and walk around with it. It's Robert Mays of The Athletic on his show that he did this weekend. 800-636-1067 is the number on Grant and Danny.
Brought to you by Melwood. So the Commanders have about 10 days between preseason game number 1 and preseason game number 2. So Dan Quinn found a way to help kind of bridge that gap a little bit. The burgundy and gold scrimmage is happening tomorrow. Laramie Tunsil likely going to be a part of that. Did leave yesterday's practice, though. And look, they're already dealing with Brandon Coleman, Sam Cosme been out, and that leading to some, quote, concern from Quinn with developing chemistry. Marcus Mariota also getting closer, but he's not there yet, according to the head coach. Team did sign Isang Bassi and Antonio Hamilton, their corners, along with linebacker Duke Riley. The Nats riding a 2-game win streak. They leave San Francisco. Now they head to Kansas City. They outscored the Giants those last 2 games, 12-2. Cade Cavalli starts in Kansas City. First pitch, 7:40. Coverage at 7:10 right here on the Fan. For the first time ever, Texas going to open the college football season ranked number 1 in the AP Top 25. They just squeaked by Penn State by 5 points, the closest preseason vote since 1998. And if you want to talk about history, well, USC in 2004, Alabama 2017 have gone wire to wire from preseason number 1, the national champs, and that's it over the last 25 years. Support people with disabilities in your community by donating your unwanted vehicle to Melwood. Donating is fast, free, and easy. Visit melwood.org or call 877-MELWOOD for more information. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Nick Ashew on The Fan.
The way they look at things, at least from what I've been told, is originally they were looking at like a slight increase on his current number, which I believe is $23 million. So that's where the gap comes from. I'd mentioned they've had a gap of up to $7 million at one point. I don't know where it is now, but it's because of that dynamic. Like if it's a slight increase from $23 million, you're looking at probably 25. Terry's not going for that. You know, I can't speak for him, but if you're Terry, you're saying I'm a better player than DK Metcalf, who got $32 million. So there's your fundamental difference of the market, and that's hard to get or hard to bridge that gulf. And it takes time, and, you know, maybe can they do $28 million a year with incentives to get to 30? Would Washington be willing to do that? So it's possible, you know, we have to see it. They haven't shown that yet.
That's Jeremy Fowler of ESPN, Grant and Danny. Our camp coverage brought to you by Paul Henry's Window Installation. PaulHenry'sWindows.com, your clear home improvement choice. The show is brought to you by the law firm Kandori & Murad every single day here on The Fan. They can do estate planning. They can do elder law. They can do real estate transactions. They can do probate administration. I'm setting up Slasherini with the good people over at
Would you look at that?
Kandori & Murad.
A great step into adulthood for our guy, Chris Russell. Good
Their
for you, buddy.
attorneys are always there to protect you and your family's assets. Schedule a free consultation with their team today. Go to kmlawyers.com. Tell them we sent you to get a discount, kmlawyers.com. If you want something from Rini in his will, you got to tell him now because he's getting ready to square it away.
Seriously, get on his good side.
What do you want from Slashy?
What do I want?
Big salad bowl?
I want his big green egg.
That's
what I want. I want him to bequeath it to me.
That's pretty silly.
Bequeath it to old Randy
I want his
Dudier.
big green egg now that I think about it.
We can share custody.
Yeah, that could be good.
We'll go to the hearing.
Maybe we'll do that. He could put that in with Kandori & Murad. Like,
yeah.
Can I get the fall months? You could have the summer months? I'd like a big green egg for the football season.
As long as I can get it in the springtime.
How badly do you want the big green egg?
Not that bad.
Not at risk of like knocking off Rainey to make sure you get it.
No, I wouldn't. Like I wouldn't want to be a suspect.
Okay.
You know what I mean? Like it's not to that level.
It's just if it happens, it, you know.
Yeah, it'd be nice. It'd be nice.
The big green egg.
I would either big green egg or like his big roller bag that he brings with him everywhere.
Oh, I don't want that.
I wanted to remember him by it. It would sit in a place of honor. I've never used it.
Yeah. All right, you can have the rolly bag. I'll do custody of the young ones.
There you go.
I could be Uncle Jeeps.
Could I have custody of all of his out-of-season credentials for around his neck?
All of them?
All of them.
You want every
Again,
single
I
one?
want to have a little Rini subsection in my house.
You could.
To remember him.
Phones are open at 800-636-1067. Let's get after it. Terry McLaurin and the Commanders. We had almost gotten a whole show without talking about it. Jeremy Fowler came on with some insight and some new wrinkles. Let's go to Drew in Eastern Shore. What's up, Drew?
Hey, guys. So, I've been listening this whole time on hold, and I agree with you. This whole discussion doesn't really seem rational. It seems like there were too many reasons for both sides to come to a win-win, yet here we are. And so when I think about irrational negotiations, I go, what's changed since the end of last year when everything was, everyone was all happy together and culture was a thing. And one thing we don't want to forget is in that time, since the end of last season, Terry got married. And I don't know what the discussions are at the McLaurin household, but having had a wife myself, I could hear you got to take care of the kids, the team's not treating you well. Those kind of dynamics may be influencing Terry in a way that we don't see.
Thanks, Drew. It's a good phone call. I would like to think he could take care of the kids on $23 million or $28 million.
I think they'll be just fine.
They're probably going to be fine. So I don't know if that's what it is. I think he feels like he has earned more money than some of the guys that are paid $30+ million because he's better than them. And the team may not disagree with that. The difference is those guys got paid younger than he did. Mm-hmm. The problem is he came into the league older than a normal rookie. And if he was 27 going on 28 right now, this thing would have been done 6 weeks ago, 8 weeks ago, 10 weeks ago. He's not. So the team thinks that the most important thing is his age. The player thinks that the most important thing is he's going into year 7, and they are at an impasse because of that. My point is just, while if I was ruling as an arbiter, I'm not giving any opinions. I'm not taking any emotion into this or anything. I'm just listening like in baseball. McLaurin presents his case. Team presents his case. Now I've got a rule on what he's worth. The team is saying they want to pay him $25 million. McLaurin is saying I want $33.5 million. I think I would probably rule it like 29.5 and split the difference and say, thanks for coming. We'll see you again in a few years. But, God, I think this is all pretty dumb. Over a few $1 million. I think this would have just been really easy to avoid. The harmony is worth something. The lack of distraction.
Yeah, that's kind of the tax you're paying almost.
Is worth something. The idea of whatever message is sent by not taking care of the second most important player in your entire locker room behind Jaden Daniels maybe is worth something. Why? For this team where everything is about doing right by all of your guys. I understand this is business. I'm not suggesting this is like Terry asking for a chef at the facility and them not getting it. It's a different thing. But to some extent, it's feeding out of the same trough. Like, really? This is the fight you want to pick? That's what's happened here, is that there's a fight that's been picked. How's it working out? I mean, and by the way, the only solution for them, as we say all the time, the alternative is he's got to play. So they know we got him between a rock and a hard place. He's going to have to play. If he was not under contract, they would not be handling it this way.
Right.
Because they cannot afford for him to not play. But a lot of people know you've made this case all the time, and I've made it many times. He's got to show up. He's got to play football. They could just do nothing, put their feet up. As Robert May said, isn't there a difference between, with a guy like him wanting to be there, like him being happy to be at practice and at camp, as opposed to just employee number 17, I come in, I catch pass, I leave, I go home. Like that's what you're trying to create? This was Mays, by the way, on his football show on The Athletic.
And even though I know you're stretching yourself a little bit to give that sort of contract to a player that's going to be turning 30, I just don't know what Washington's alternative is at this point. Like, you look at that receiver room and you look at the timeline that you're currently on, and I just feel like for both locker room harmony and for what you're trying to accomplish this year and next, just bite the bullet. Like, you don't have to win this negotiation. You aren't paying that many guys. So I don't know, this line in the sand that they seem to have drawn on this, it feels a little bit misguided given how well everything went last year. And I'm just curious how much they're willing to back off that to make sure we reach the right resolution for what this team is and what they're trying to do in 25 and 26.
Let's go to Jupe in West Virginia, listening on the Odyssey app. What's up?
Hey, what's going on, fellas?
Hey, buddy.
I swear, sometimes us fans, we be reaching for strong. Honey, now listen, if you don't get that $30 million contract, we're not going to make it. We're not going to make it at all. But listen, on the Jeremy Fowler, it was one key word that I kept hearing him saying. It was, I think. So to me, that means we're all speculating. I'm going to go back to the one reporter that said that Terry wanted way more. I forgot the word you guys used. He wanted way more than DK Metcalf.
Substantially, yeah.
And I'm going to follow back. Substantially. And I'm going to follow back to his Eastern Motors where he said he's not trying to reset the market. Him wanting way more means he's going into that Justin Jefferson, Jamar Chase range where I feel like, I could be wrong, it's borderline resetting the market. And for the people that keep saying we don't need Terry, Pat Holmes did it without receivers. This is like Pat Holmes' 6th or 7th year in the league. In his first couple of years, he had a prime Kelsey and a prime Tariq Hill.
Right.
This is Timothy Daniels' 2nd year. We want to make things easier for him, not put more pressure on him. I do think he can do great things without Terry, but again, why make it harder on him? We can make it easier for him. That's all I got for you guys.
Appreciate you, dude. Yeah, that's
Good
what
call, buddy.
That's
Thank
what I
you.
end up doing is for the whatever, they'll be fine with that. I'm gonna go, not so fast. And then for you gotta pay him whatever. I go, well, not so fast. I find myself arguing against everybody. It's kind of a specialty of mine here.
Do you agree with me that this is the juice is not worth the squeeze? It doesn't sound like you do. Like if he was asking for $36 million a year, hard and fast, not budging,
right?
Sure, let's fight over that. If he is going to be 33 this year, sure, let's go to the end of the earth to make sure we don't pay him. At 30, coming off of a career year, the way that guy works with what he's put in and what we think he's asking for the team where they are based on the reports or whatever, it just doesn't. I'm going to say no, not worth it to me.
I guess I'm reserving judgment, and it's probably stupid in this line of work, but I need to find out more. If in other words,
I'm just basing it on the reports,
right?
The information we have. That's what we do every day with everything we talk about. We could reserve a lot of judgment all the time,
which is fair. I guess I'm like, to me, the thing that I keep coming back to is like this agent and the stuff that he's shown, or I kind of go, that's not what a great agent would be doing, and that leads me to wonder about the rest of it, right? Like let's announce that we're demanding a trade at the end of a business day when there's no media at the park the following day, so it loses the dramatic effect that it's supposed to have. That's amateurish. That's buffoonish. That's not something that someone that knows what they're doing would do. So if he doesn't know what he's doing in that regard, are we sure that he's going into this with eyes wide open? Has he been intractable? Has he been impossible to deal with? Is any of this on him because he doesn't have any other high-profile clients, and this is his one meal ticket? I don't know, and I guess that's what I'm sort of holding on to as a possibility and leaving it open. So in general, if it's the team's going, yeah, we'll pay. I'm giving him this voice. Yeah, we'll pay you a little bit more than Cortland Sutton. Be happy for it. Be grateful. Shut up and go to work. If that's what we find out at the end of all of this, then I'll go, yeah, that was really stupid to pick that fight with this guy, with anybody, quite frankly. The resume's better. He means more to you. I will put the hammer down on them. I'm kind of going, there's some trust I've got built up with Peters to a degree that they're not behaving that way. And I don't know that I trust.
Even though he's never done a negotiation like this.
Totally. I mean, he's in the room in San Fran when they signed guys late. And it all happened, whether it was Ayuk or Bosa or anybody else. And I don't know that this agent knows what he's doing altogether. So that's kind of why I'm sort of saying, so it may not be just this, these stupid idiots are picking a fight they don't have to.
But that would be, you could throw that out as speculative too, that you don't know the agent
totally
knows what he's doing or whatever. I know that's an easy target, and a lot of fans feel that way. That Buddy Baker, because McLaurin's his biggest client, is not doing a good job or should be doing things differently. One thing I want to answer for Jupe as well. I appreciate his call. He's normally in the YouTube chat all the time.
Yep, dominates the chat.
Absolutely. I always see him in there, so appreciate that he's calling. That's cool to talk to him that way. But he said, he was saying, I think a lot. That's what reporters do with background information.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm told things all the time on background. There's a difference between being told something that you can report, where I can then source it. I'm not going to tell you who it is, but I'll say, source tells me, or I'm told. That's what you can report on background. So like I would say something like, I think, it sounds like to me there's a good chance, I think Dylan Cruz is going to be at Nats Park on Thursday night with the Nationals. I think he probably plays part of the game on Wednesday in Rochester. And then I think he probably makes his way to Nats Park for the first game against the Phillies, and we finally see him again. I think that's probably how that will end, his lengthy rehab.
Mm-hmm.
You see what I'm saying?
Yes, I do.
But the I think is just it's a way that reporters are able to give you intel, couching it as something that they are assuming when they've been given information. That's the job of the reporter, is to get that information.
Mm-hmm.
So the idea is you find people that are plugged in, that have insight, that talk to people, and then you listen to their opinions. That's informed opinions. Sometimes they are speculating, but it's going to be informed speculation. Let's go to Ian in Vienna. What's up, Ian?
All right, lots of thoughts on this. So The first thought is, in a window or a Super Bowl window you have, like you said, the juice is not worth the squeeze. At worst, he is your second best player. He's your co-captain. He's the longest tenured player and a stalwart in the community locker room, the media, etc. I understand that you don't pay for services going back. You're paying for services going forward. In this window of opportunity, you can say pay him at 30 or 31 or even 32, and you're, quote, overpaying for someone that you believe in all around, right? And what I don't understand for all these pseudo GMs who call in and say, this is overpayment, this is underpayment, why didn't you scrutinize the Kinlaw deal where everyone agrees it's overpayment? When people talk about, I have more faith in Peters, no, Peters got Jane Daniels correct. That lifted the entire franchise. We can go through his free agent pickups. There have been some home runs. Bobby Wagner, Frankie Louvu, home run acquisitions. But he's missed on kicker. He's missed on Lattimore. He's missed on some of his draft picks. There is no way I'm going to be, quote, Team Peters over Team Terry, because the body of work of Terry McLaurin is exceptional. And for the first time when he has a quarterback, he makes second-team All-Pro. The team makes the NFC title game. All of this is good. And instead of just having a normal offseason, this offseason has been littered with stadium, name change, uniform change, Terry. And I look up the road at Philly, every one of their star players was signed within weeks. And
yeah, they do a good job.
They do
their
the
guys
yeah.
under contract. It's
Thanks,
a good
Simon.
call line. Got to keep it rolling. But I mean, they have. That's been one of the things that I think Howie Roseman's done really well is they sign guys early. Now, I don't think that they would be handing out the contract that McLaurin and Buddy Baker came to them for just because. I mean, I think most teams probably have a similar data point on age and wide receivers. I go over all the time. The last 1,000-yard season for guys like Kupp and Devontae Adams and so many of these guys where it's 30, 31. It's right around where McLaurin is. They've also got a really sharp contracts guy now, numbers guy, with all the data in Brandon Sosna, who's one of these revered, beloved, young, up-and-coming future GM stars, who's probably heavily involved in this negotiation and holding ground with Adam Peters and saying, like, we need to pay Louvu, we need to pay Tunsil, we need to. So they're mapping it all out.
Yeah.
I'm not suggesting there's no merit to it. I'm just saying when push comes to shove, you got to ask yourself with all of these things, is it worth dying on this hill?
Mm-hmm.
Like we were joking about Russell earlier. You know, I always say that, he's getting in this fight on Twitter or that fight with someone, and I'm like, Russell, this ain't a hill to die on, buddy. To me, this one right here, it's not a hill to die on. I'm just not willing to perish over this.
I get it. I mean, and also we used to talk about this forever before Washington was good, which you may forget was a long time. You had to pay the we stink tax, right? And there's a degree of that here now where there's no alternative. Like your wide receiver room without this guy isn't very good. If you had layered talent over the years, and this group hasn't been here for years, they've been here for one, but had they drafted very effectively and you had somebody on deck, like the Pittsburgh Steelers every year for a decade had star wide receiver, they drafted the heir apparent, that guy would get an apprenticeship and then turn in a 1,500-yard season the next year. You'd be in a much better place. They're not. There's no alternative here, right? So there is a little bit of that residual we stink tax where the Bills can play hardball with James Cook all they want. And they should, right? Like either show up or don't. We're a great team with or without your butt. Like that, we're not there yet in terms of Washington, right?
Let's go to T, who's in Fort Worth on Grant and Danny. What's up, T?
Hey, what's good? Hey, thanks for taking my call.
You got it, buddy.
Listen, they like that Cutler, the Sutler contract so much. How about they send Terry McLaurin to Denver and see what they get from Sutherland then? That'll show you how much they like that contract, right? It's not the same player.
Not at all.
You want to pay that price, but do you want that player on your team? So they always say, like, if you want to know how good the player is, like, switch them, right? Like, put that person on your team and see what production you get. That dude produced 1 year, and they want to compare the players now. No. So won't you call Denver, say, hey, we'll ship you guys Terry McLaurin. You already got this player signed. Let's sign him at 30. Let's sign him at 30 for another 2 years, and we'll send Terry McLaurin to you guys. I bet you Denver would take that deal right away.
Yeah, the Broncos would be pretty happy.
Yeah, they'd like that.
Courtland Sutton's a really good player. I'm not trying to knock him, but there's just a lack of he is a different player. Yeah, he does not
as good
have
as that. That's okay to say.
Terry's speed, and to your point, durability not the same. I mean, he's missed a lot more games. It's just not the same.
It's not the same. So, but you like the deal so much, well, switch players. Switch players and see what happens. I guarantee you, number 5 will not be happy. Thanks for taking my call.
Thank you, buddy.
I appreciate you. You've been so adamant with me on doing right by Daniels every step of the way.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I'm guessing that you're basing this on the fact that eventually McLaurin will be on the field anyway. And there's no difference between a happy McLaurin and a McLaurin that's just showing up to earn his paycheck. But my God, how's that not part of this?
I know.
He's his number 1 receiver. They were quite literally top 3 in tandem war last year in terms of don't break these two up. There were 2 groups in front of him and then them. Part of the juice is not worth the squeeze.
Which makes great sense.
I'm going into year 2 with the face of the franchise at QB. I finally got the guy. And I've got him working on the first team at practice in the scrimmage tomorrow with Chris Moore and Luke McCaffrey.
It doesn't feel good.
Why am I doing that?
Yeah, I'm making huge assumptions here, and this is probably going to get me into trouble. But my assumptions are, who is Terry McLaurin? The same great dude that has all the great attributes, even if there's a disagreement or a slight in his view, that doesn't change the person. Like, in other words, I could see a temper tantruming Micah Parsons or somebody with lesser character, and I'm not imputing Micah Parsons, but I don't know, you pick Tyreek Hill, pouted and wanted out and ruined everything and gave weird statements and there's a big divide. I don't think Terry McLaurin's going to do that. I think he'll be able to put aside the business slight or the personal slight or the disappointment and still be loyal to his teammates and still show up for Dan Quinn and JD5 and everything else. But that's a big assumption because at the end of the day, I've assumed reason for McLaurin's camp. Right? Where
how's that worked out?
It hasn't worked out great.
You probably wouldn't have thought he had been at Eastern Motors.
Totally.
You wouldn't have thought he would have held out.
Totally.
You wouldn't have thought he would have held in. And you probably wouldn't have thought on August 11th he'd still be holding the line.
And again, this is my probably going to end up being my mistake and my error, where I still am confident that this all gets done in some way. But now I think McLaurin's and his agent have gone so far that they've got to show some win to make all this worthwhile. So who knows how that draws out?
Well, I think he will show up and he will play football and he will be on the field in week 1. And I'm not even willing to say that an unhappy McLaurin versus a happy McLaurin matters a whole lot in the way of productivity. I do think not having an off season and not having a camp, if it comes to that, will negatively affect him.
Oh, no?
Whether that comes to, and by the way, if that happens, they're going to have to answer some real tough questions. If he has some soft tissue injury or if he gets off to a slow start.
Because now I'm starting to look at my watch.
Exactly.
In that regard. I'm going, okay,
their
you made your point.
Sputters against the Giants or they're 0-2 because they got the Thursday game and Terry, has been back for 12 days or whatever. And their offense
pulls up with a hamstring and oh crap.
Isn't quite right. Something.
Mm-hmm.
They're going to have some tough questions to answer. But did it have to be this way?
Right.
I mean, good. God bless them. When they get a $25.5 million deal over 3 years, everyone's going to say, all right, they did it. And I'm going to say, cool, I guess. This was not worth it.
Now, congrats.
Way to go.
On your couple million in savings.
But I guess back to my last point to put a bow on this.
Mm-hmm.
I don't even know that a happy McLaurin who got his deal and is back is more likely to have a huge game or a huge September or a huge season than an unhappy one who's just there, who's now trying to prove you wrong and go get paid from someone else or whatever. It might not even matter in the stat sheet. And someone could say, well, then what's the difference? Who cares? And I'm saying sports are about people, man. And people are taking notice. Like, people in the locker room are like, damn, Terry? Really? At what cost? For a few $1 million? Not for me. Not when the salary cap goes up $15 million every year.
Mm-hmm.
Not when it's gone up $70 million since he got paid 3 seasons ago. Sorry. Good. Way to win the negotiation.
Congrats, you guys.
You did it. You're the best negotiator ever.
You
awesome.
did it.
You didn't overpay the 30-year-old. Good job, man. Way to go. Let's go sign some 34-year-olds to 1-year deals now with the extra money that we saved. How many of those can we find? All right, it is time for the leadoff, brought to you by The Window Man. Since 1989, The Window Man's been the educational window company. Get your free in-home estimate or visit thewindowman.com's all-new Fairfax showroom. Big night for the Nats. Cade Cavalli on the hill for the second time since his 3-year wait to get back to the big leagues. Was pumping 100 last time out. That's must-see TV.
Taking on the Kansas City Royals, leading off playing left field. That's James Wood batting second, playing shortstop. See, Jake Abrams batting third at third base. Paul DeYoung batting fourth, your DH, Josh Bell. He's batting fifth. He's playing first. Nathaniel Lowe. Batting sixth, doing the catch, and Riley Adams batting seventh in right field. Dalen Lyle batting eighth at second base. Luis Garcia Jr. And batting ninth in center field. That is Jacob Young.
Nick Ashew, who is back in the 106.7 The Fan saddle.
Come on.
You smelled that cologne.
Damn right I did.
Handsome Nicholas is
I made
around
eye contact.
here somewhere.
I got lost for a whole week.
You made eye contact?
I wasn't in Scotland. I was in his eyes.
Is he here now?
Yeah, he's around.
I'm nervous.
Yeah, me
Where
too.
is he?
I don't know.
I haven't even seen him.
I know. He knew he couldn't distract us.
Dad.
Look at that.
Ryan. Nick just being Nick.
Just nicking.
Grant and Danny saying so long. Thank you for listening. We are back at 2 o'clock tomorrow.
Thank you for coming.